Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Was Born Namikaze Uchiha. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The Third Great Ninja War had just ended. No one was really certain how the war had started, but it didn't matter. At the end of the conflict, Konoha emerged victorious, but not without a price. Countless shinobi lost their lives and many were injured. It wasn't just Konoha, every village and country had suffered. Whether it was rain, sand, rock, or any other place, the end result was the same. People lost their precious loved ones. In one corner of the Red Dragon restaurant sat a lonely figure. It was nighttime in Konoha, and people were busy with their lives. Some were still mourning the loss of their loved ones, while others were trying to move past their grief. Overall, it was a gloomy atmosphere in the village hidden in the leaves. The figure sitting in the restaurant was none other than Minato Namikaze, the newly appointed 4th Hokage of Konoha. Minato's story was quite eventful. He was born into the Namikaze clan, a small and relatively unknown clan in Konoha. His parents were shinobi of the village who gave their lives in the Second Great Ninja War. As a result, Minato never got to spend much time with them. Time passed, and Minato resolved to become a shinobi and protect the village, just as his parents would have wanted. His dream was to become Hokage someday. As life went on, he made many friends, but his closest companions were his classmates Mikoto Uchiha and Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina was his best friend since childhood. At first, they didn't get along well due to her loud personality, but after Minato saved her from Kumo Shinobi, they became good friends. However, the most important person in Minato's life was Mikoto Uchiha. He loved her deeply. She was one of the best students in their class and the heiress of the Uchiha clan, excelling in many ninja arts. He could still remember the day he met Mikoto. Flashback, 10 years ago. A blonde boy was practicing throwing kunai in the training area of the academy. It was already very late, but it didn't matter to him. Ever since his parents' death, Minato had resolved to become a strong shinobi. He was a good student, excelling in ninjutsu and taijutsu. One of his unique traits was his skill in fuinjutsu, which caught the attention of the 3rd Hokage, who took a special interest in training Minato. Minato's friend Kushina Uzumaki was also helping him learn that art. However, there was one area where he struggled, shurikenjutsu. He was average at it and wanted to improve. After practicing for an hour without much success, he heard a soft female voice. "Try to loosen your hands and calm yourself down." Minato turned around to see Mikoto Uchiha. She had jet black hair that reached her back and dark eyes like the rest of her clan. She wore a dark blue shirt with the Uchiha crest on its back and black shorts. Minato smiled at her. They were casual friends in class. Mikoto was different from the rest of her clan. She was kind, caring, and compassionate, even towards civilian children. Yet, she was also determined to become a formidable kunoichi. Minato admired her strength and determination. She was one of the best students in the class. "Good to see you, Mikoto. What are you doing here?" he asked curiously. Mikoto smiled back. She liked Minato. He was not like most boys who boasted about their abilities. He treated kunoichi as equals, which she appreciated. Although they hadn't spent much time together, she considered him a friend. Life in her clan was strict, and as the clan heir, she had to shoulder many responsibilities. Sometimes she wished to be spoiled like her younger brother, Shursui. "I was just helping Taji-sensei finish some paperwork. I saw you here and got curious, so I came over. Do you need some help?" she asked softly. "Yeah. I would appreciate it if you could give me some pointers," Minato replied sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Mikoto chuckled at his silliness, which she found endearing. "Sure, just follow what I do," she instructed seriously. "Thank you," Minato said happily. This was how a great friendship between Minato and Mikoto was born. Flashback and a large smile appeared on Minato's face as he recalled that memory. Ever since then, he and Mikoto had grown closer. She and Kushina had helped him improve his skills, and the trio graduated at the top of their class. Their bond strengthened when they became a genin team under the legendary Sanin, Jiraiya. With each passing day, Minato's feelings for Mikoto deepened. However, he was aware that the Uchiha clan did not allow outsiders to marry into their family, especially not the clan heiress. As a result, he never admitted his love for her. Time passed, and the three friends quickly became chunin. Minato advanced rapidly and was made a jounin. When the Third Great Ninja War began, Minato and his genin team were sent to different fronts to fight, while Kushina and Mikoto had different assignments. Minato lost many friends in the war, including Obito Uchiha, who was also different from the rest of his clan like Mikoto. His personality was similar to Kushina's, and he shared Minato's dream of becoming Hokage. Minato was deeply saddened by Obito's sudden death. Despite the turmoil of his feelings, Minato led Konoha to victory through his skills, particularly his Hiraishin, a teleportation technique based on the second Hokage's jutsu. Due to his heroic efforts, bravery, and wisdom, he was chosen as the fourth Hokage of Konoha. He had finally achieved his dream, but he still hadn't found the courage to tell Mikoto about his feelings. As if someone had heard his thoughts, a familiar voice called out to him. Why is the great fourth Hokage of Konoha sitting alone? Minato looked up to see his beloved Mikoto. She had become quite strong and beautiful over the past decade. Her jet black hair now cascaded down her back, her eyes were brighter than before, and her Sharingan gave her an alluring yet dangerous aura. She was a formidable jounin of the village. Finally got time to see me, Mikoto-sama? Joked Minato. Is that how you greet me? It's been so long since we've seen each other, I thought you forgot about me. I'm hurt, Mikoto replied with a playful pout. Minato chuckled at her expression. She looked so adorable. He gestured for her to sit with him, which she gladly accepted. However, Mikoto soon noticed a hint of sadness in Minato's demeanor. This troubled her deeply. She had strong feelings for him and envisioned a future together. Though she secretly loved him, she had yet to confess, as he had never spoken of his own feelings. Are you okay? Mikoto asked warmly, placing her hands over his. Somewhat. We've lost so many friends and loved ones. I still can't believe I lost Obito, Minato said, his voice heavy with sorrow. I know. He brought so much joy to my clan. I wish he were here now. And Rin. She was such a kind person. How is Kakashi doing? Mikoto inquired, her heart aching at the thought. He's holding up, but Rin's loss has hit him hard. This war has taken so much from us, Minato replied solemnly. I'm always here for you, Minato. You can talk to me about anything, Mikoto said gently, caressing his cheek affectionately. Minato felt a warm sensation at her touch. Looking into her beautiful face, he realized that life was fleeting, especially for a shinobi. He made up his mind. He didn't want to leave this world without expressing his feelings for her, even if she didn't feel the same way. Mikoto, I want to say something, he said carefully. What is it? She asked, sensing the importance of his words. I love you, Minato confessed, a warm smile gracing his lips. What? Mikoto replied, taken aback. I've loved you for a long time. You are my friend, my comrade. No one else in this village or the world means more to me than you, he continued, his honesty shining through. It's okay if you don't feel the same. I understand. But I will always love you and be there for you, Minato said, smiling widely. To his surprise, Mikoto grabbed his collar, and before he could process what was happening, she kissed him. A whirlwind of emotions surged through him: happiness, passion, confusion, and love. Overwhelmed, he kissed her back with equal fervor. For those in the restaurant, it was a shocking sight, the beloved fourth Hokage kissing the heiress of the Uchiha clan. Many women glared at Mikoto, while men shot Minato envious looks. But oblivious to the world around them, Minato and Mikoto were lost in their own dream. Both wished for this moment to last forever, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. After a few moments, Mikoto broke the kiss, much to Minato's silent protest. He wanted to keep kissing her. What took you so long? She asked with a smile, tears glistening in her eyes. I didn't have the courage to tell you, Minato admitted. Were you afraid you would lose me? Why are you telling me this now? Mikoto asked curiously. Yes, I was afraid of losing you. I'm telling you now because of Obito, Minato replied sincerely. Obito? Mikoto questioned, puzzled. Just as I love you, Obito had feelings for Rin, but he never got the chance to tell her before he died. I realized that as a shinobi, my life could end at any moment, and I didn't want to leave without expressing how I feel about you, he explained with a genuine smile. Thank you, Obito, Mikoto thought gratefully. Do you love me? Minato asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Yes, I love you, Minato, Mikoto said, her smile radiant. The joy on Minato's face could have lit up the entire village. He jumped over the table and enveloped her in a bear hug. Surprised by his sudden action, Mikoto quickly returned the embrace, a large smile spreading across her face. Oh, they look so cute, someone exclaimed. Wow, never saw this coming, another added. Congratulations, Hoke-sama, someone else chimed in. Minato and Mikoto were blissfully unaware of the attention they had drawn in the restaurant. In any other situation, they might have felt embarrassed, but this moment was different. They were in their own world, confessing their feelings for one another. The couple thanked everyone respectfully, and before the crowd could grow larger, they decided to leave. Minato took Mikoto's hand, and they teleported away. When Mikoto opened her eyes, they stood atop the Hokage monument. She felt a bit dizzy from the sudden travel, even though she had experienced it with Minato many times before. Are you all right? Minato asked, concern evident in his voice. I'm fine, just a little dizzy, Mikoto replied, trying to steady herself. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Mikoto, can I ask you something? Minato said seriously. Mikoto looked at him, curious about what was on his mind. Would you like to marry me and spend the rest of your life with me? Minato asked hopefully. Mikoto's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected him to propose so soon. But seeing the earnest look on his face, she realized he had been wanting to say this for a long time. The confession was just the first step in expressing his feelings. She considered the idea. Marrying a man like Minato was a dream come true. Yet, she thought about her position as the heir of the Uchiha clan. If she married Minato, she would no longer hold that title, but her younger brother Shisui could take her place and lead the clan. Her father was a kind man who loved Mikoto dearly. She knew her father would understand, and since Minato was the Hokage of the village, it would help improve the clan's status. The Uchiha clan's elders would likely agree readily. That would conclude the formalities, but now came her personal opinion. Mikoto knew Minato and Kushina were very close friends, but she wanted to confirm that they were not together and that she was not getting in the way of their relationship. After all, those two were her closest friends. Minato, before I give you my answer, can you give me an honest answer to my question? Mikoto asked seriously. Of course, Minato replied sincerely. Do you have any feelings for Kushina? I don't want to get in your way, you two are my best friends, and I don't want to hurt either of you, Mikoto said, a hint of worry in her voice. Minato understood what Mikoto was trying to say. It was true that he and Kushina were very close friends, but he didn't have any romantic feelings for her. However, it was a different story for Kushina. She had feelings for Minato but had never tried to impose them on him. Minato cared for Kushina deeply, but only as a best friend. No, I care about Kushina deeply, but only as a best friend. We were teammates, practically grew up together, and went through a lot together. She may have some feelings for me, but I love her as a friend and nothing more. The one person I love with all my heart is you, Mikoto, Minato said honestly. That was all the confirmation Mikoto needed, and she hugged Minato tightly. Yes, I would love to marry you, Mikoto said happily. Minato hugged her back, his dream finally becoming a reality. He had become Hokage, earned the respect of everyone in the village, made his clan and parents proud, and found the love of his life. Nothing could make Minato happier. They remained in that embrace for a while, enjoying each other's warmth. Minato eventually broke the hug, eager to ask Mikoto some questions. Do you think your father would agree to this, Mikoto? He asked curiously. I think he will. He loves me very much. Ever since my mother's death, he has always taken care of me and Shisui. He is the reason the Uchiha clan is still respected. I know there have been tensions during the Second Ninja War, but my father made our clan believe that this village is ours too. He holds you in high regard, and most of my clan respects you deeply. You treat every clan in Konoha fairly and with respect, so I don't think there will be much resistance to this. Shisui can easily take my place and lead the clan. Our clan may not be as large as it once was, but we will always be loyal to the village. If I marry you, it will strengthen your ties with my clan, Mikoto explained briefly. Minato was impressed by Mikoto's thorough analysis of the situation. The odds seemed to be in their favor, and he liked that. Wow, that was a very impressive deduction, Mikoto. Maybe you should have become Hokage. At least that would mean no paperwork for me, Minato joked, chuckling. I would rather be a housewife and raise a family than do that boring work. Thanks, but no thanks, Mikoto replied jovially. Sigh, at least I tried, Minato said happily. Are you sure about this? Mikoto asked seriously. Yes, I have made up my mind. I want to marry you, and as the fourth Hokage of Konoha, it wouldn't be much of a problem for me to ask your father for your hand, Minato said confidently. Getting a bit overconfident, are we? Mikoto asked slyly, a playful smile on her face. What have I gotten myself into? Minato thought, a hint of worry creeping in as he noticed her mischievous smile. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, was known throughout the shinobi world as the Yellow Flash. His enemies fled at the sight of him, yet here he was, sitting a little nervously in a chair in front of Mikoto's family. It was just him, Mikoto, her father Kagami Uchiha, and her younger brother Shisui. Minato felt uncomfortable as Kagami stared at him, his stern black eyes making Minato increasingly anxious. So, you want to marry my daughter, Toke-sama, Kagami said seriously. Please, Minato is fine, Kagami-sama. Yes, I love Mikoto with all my heart, and I want to marry her, Minato said sincerely, meeting Kagami's gaze with determination. Will you keep Mikoto happy, Minato-sama? Shisui asked earnestly. I promise that, Minato replied truthfully. I assume Mikoto agrees with this and is content with this proposal? Kagami asked, casting a warm glance at his daughter. In truth, he was more than happy that his beloved daughter had chosen a man like Minato. Kagami respected Minato. He had indeed inherited the will of fire that Kagami's sensei, Tobirama Senju, spoke of. Kagami's best friend, Hiruzen, also held Minato in high regard. The entire village loved Minato, and Kagami was more than ready for this proposal. But as a clan head and a father, he needed to ensure the young couple understood the importance of this matter. Yes, father, I love Minato too and want to spend my life with him. I request that you accept our wish and give us your best wishes, Mikoto said softly. You realize that if you marry Minato, you cannot be the head of this clan and won't have much say in clan affairs. Such a marriage has not been done before. Are you willing to let go of your clan to marry Minato? Kagami asked seriously. He had high hopes for Mikoto, and she had always made the Uchiha clan proud. I know, father, but I believe Shisui can lead our clan better than I can in a few years. I will always be devoted to our clan, whether I am Minato's wife or not. The Uchiha clan is my family, and I shall never forsake them, Mikoto said firmly, giving her father a determined look. Kagami's face relaxed, and a wide smile spread across his face. Shisui, already aware of his father's intentions, felt happy for his sister. Then you have my blessings. I will make sure the others in the clan agree with this. However, there is a certain condition for this marriage to happen, Kagami said seriously. What is this condition? Minato asked curiously. If any of your children manage to awaken the Sharingan, they shall also have to adopt the Uchiha name along with your clan's name. They will also need to fulfill certain responsibilities towards our clan. The Sharingan is our Kekkei Genkai, and your children will be part of our clan too. Additionally, before you or your children decide to marry someone from another clan, they must consult with the current head of our clan. We will not impose our ideals or ambitions on them, but we would like to understand their reasons for this. That's all, Kagami explained briefly. Minato considered the condition for a moment. If his child awakened the Sharingan, they would inherit the Uchiha name. He had no issues with that, as they would also be Mikoto's children, and she had every right to pass on her clan name. He understood the responsibilities that came with being part of the Uchiha clan. He trusted Kagami and his son Shirshue. They would not exploit his children for power. The last condition seemed a bit unusual, but Minato found it reasonable. I accept your conditions, but only on the condition that my children will not be forced to do anything against their wishes. I wish to marry Mikoto, and I have faith in you and the Uchiha clan, but I will not allow my children's future to be compromised by any member of your clan or anyone else, Minato stated firmly. Kagami sensed the weight in Minato's voice. This was the voice of a Hokage. He felt relieved that such a strong man was going to marry his daughter, a man who valued family. Shirshue felt satisfied with Minato's response. He would never dream of hurting his nephew or niece. They would be precious to him, and he would ensure that no one forced them into anything. I give you my word, Minato. Please take care of my daughter, Kagami requested with a warm smile. Mikoto felt a surge of happiness. She was proud of Minato. He cared about her clan's future as well as their children's future. He was a responsible man, and Mikoto was glad she had made the best decision of her life by choosing to marry him. The thought of a little blonde boy running around her house filled her with warmth. She could hardly wait to have her own children. She envisioned showering them with love, and she and Minato would strive to be the best parents in the world. Mikoto knew one thing. Soon, all her wishes would be fulfilled, and she would be a proud wife and loving mother to her son. It was September 15th, an ordinary night in the village hidden in the leaves. The village had recovered significantly in recent years. Its military strength was back to full capacity, and the village was economically stable. People were living their lives peacefully, all thanks to the efforts of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Tonight, the entire village was livelier than usual. Many people were celebrating a very special occasion. Konoha had achieved victory in the Third Great Ninja War on this day, and it was also the day when the child of their beloved fourth Hokage was going to be born. Almost the entire village was eager to witness the birth. On the outskirts of the village stood a lone figure, Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina's life had changed dramatically over the years. A significant part of her felt lost when Minato married Mikoto, but she bore no ill will towards them. She understood that Minato had always been drawn to Mikoto. They had grown close during their time as a team. She fulfilled her duties as a shinobi, but with each passing day, a part of her faded as she watched Minato and Mikoto together. The horrors of the Third Great Ninja War had shattered her faith in the shinobi world, leaving her indifferent to everything. She could still remember the day Minato had spoken with her. Kushina stood in the Hokage's office, happy to see Minato after a long time away on missions. Minato greeted her with a small smile, which she returned with a wide grin. "How are you, Minato-kun? It's been a long time," Kushina said cheerfully. Minato felt a pang of guilt. He knew he had to break her heart. "Kushina, it's good to see you," he replied, his tone more serious. "Where's Mikoto?" "I haven't seen her since I arrived," Kushina asked, puzzled. "She's making preparations for her marriage," Minato revealed, the weight of his words hanging in the air. "What? How did this happen? Who is the guy?" Kushina exclaimed, her voice rising in disbelief. Minato chuckled softly. This was typical of Kushina, a reaction he and Mikoto had come to expect. "She was going to tell you, but since you're here, I'll explain." "Please calm down," he said, moving closer to her and surprisingly hugging her. Kushina was taken aback but hugged him back, feeling a rush of happiness being so close to him. It was her dream to be with him, to build a life together. "We're getting married, Mikoto-chan and I," Minato said, his voice tinged with sadness. He knew this would hurt her, and he tried to soften the blow. Kushina felt as if the ground had been pulled from beneath her. The man she loved, the one she envisioned a future with, was marrying her best friend. "This can't be happening," she whispered, tears welling in her eyes, her voice trembling. Minato held her tighter, understanding her pain. "I'm sorry, Kushina. I love you, but only as a best friend. You are precious to me, but please understand that I love Mikoto-chan," he pleaded. Find someone with whom you can spend the rest of your life, he added gently. It is possible to live as a Jinchuriki if you fill yourself with love. Kushina recalled those words spoken by Mito Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage and the previous Jinchuriki. Mito had assured Kushina that she could lead a happy life despite her burdens. I love you, Minato. I have loved you since the day we became friends. We used to hang out together, fight together. I can't imagine my life without you, Kushina pleaded, pulling back from their embrace to look Minato in the eyes. Minato's heart ached at the sight of Kushina's distress. Her eyes brimmed with tears, reflecting her desperation. You deserve someone better than me, Kushina. I'm not worthy of you, he said, turning his gaze away. No! Kushina cried out, grabbing Minato by the shoulders. Minato, please don't do this. I cannot live without you. You mean everything to me. Kushina, please understand. I love Mikoto. I care about you as my best friend, but I can't pretend to love you. That would betray all of us. Please. Minato's voice was heavy with sadness. Mito-sama, you lied to me. I feel so alone, my life is filled with pain. Why did this happen to me? What did I do to deserve this? Kushina thought, her heart sinking. With those dark thoughts swirling in her mind, Kushina left the room, her heart shattered. Minato remained, a sorrowful expression etched on his face. Flashback and a single tear slipped down Kushina's cheek. Since that day, she had struggled to maintain a friendship with Minato and Mikoto. Despite their attempts to help her, the sight of Minato only deepened her pain. Isolated and friendless, she joined the Umbu Black Ops to escape her heartache. Yet, even risking her life on perilous missions did not ease her suffering. Today marked the birth of Minato and Mikoto's child. Today could have been my son's birthday, Kushina thought sadly. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind her in a swirling vortex. Dressed in black robes adorned with red clouds, his face obscured by an orange mask, he had spiky black hair, and his Sharingan was visible through a hole in his mask. Hello, Kushina, the man said seriously. Kushina nodded in response. She felt trapped in her despair, having even attempted to end her life without success. She felt she had nothing left to live for. Have you made up your mind yet? He asked calmly. Yes. This world is filled with lies and deception, Kushina. There can be no peace here. People like us who survive are seen as worthless. This reality is pointless, where no one can find happiness. Join me, and we can create a world filled with peace and joy, he offered earnestly. Will your plan work? Can we truly create such a world? Kushina asked, her tone serious. Yes. In our world, you can be with Minato, have your own family, friends, and experience every happiness you desire. No more wars, no fighting, just peace. But first, I need to ask you something, he said. What do you want to ask, Madara? Kushina replied, her irritation evident. Madara chuckled softly. Kushina was indeed quick to anger. Do you care about the people of this world? He asked sternly. Kushina's life flashed before her, the destruction of her clan and village, the loss of her parents, being brought to Konoha as a Jinchuriki, Mito's false reassurances, her time with Minato, Mikoto, and Jiraiya, the war. With its countless deaths, the pain of Minato marrying Mikoto, and her life filled with loneliness and sorrow. Her expression hardened as she recalled it all. Madara noticed the change in her eyes and smiled behind his mask. Things are going better than I planned, he thought with satisfaction. This place, this world, I don't care about it anymore. Kushina declared, her emotions draining from her eyes. So it begins. In a secluded room in the hospital, a woman lay in agony. With jet black hair and dark eyes, Mikoto Namikaze Uchiha, wife of the fourth Hokage and former heiress of the Uchiha clan, was enduring unbearable pain. Ah! Mikoto screamed as she struggled to bring her child into the world. By her side, Minato Namikaze looked anxious and worried. He had never felt so frightened in his life. Witnessing Mikoto's suffering was unbearable. It's going to be okay, he whispered soothingly as she endured another contraction. She gripped his hand tightly, seeking comfort. It hurts, Mikoto gasped, tears streaming down her face. Please, Mikoto-sama, you need to push a little more. You're almost there, urged the head medic. You can do this, Mikoto. Hang in there, Minato encouraged, wiping her tears away and placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. Despite her exhaustion, Mikoto felt a surge of happiness with Minato by her side. She was determined to bring their first child into the world. The anticipation of motherhood filled her with joy. She was just one step away from seeing her beloved child. Gathering her strength, she pressed on through the pain, pushing with renewed determination. Moments later, a cry filled the room. Mikoto panted heavily, while tears of joy welled in Minato's eyes as the medic carefully cut the umbilical cord. Mikoto watched through blurry vision as the medics cleaned her child. The medic then approached, cradling the baby wrapped in soft cloth. Congratulations, Mikoto-sama, it's a boy, the medic announced happily, gently placing the baby in her arms. The infant had blonde hair like Minato's, though it was silky rather than spiky, with 2 short locks framing his small face. He was fair-skinned like Mikoto and bore a striking resemblance to her. Tears flowed freely from Mikoto's eyes as she felt a profound sense of completeness. This was her child, her own flesh and blood, the most beautiful baby in the world. As the infant slowly opened his eyes, Mikoto's breath caught in her throat at the sight of his innocent black eyes. They were the same as hers. The infant gave a small smile to Mikoto, and this moment would forever be etched in her memory as the most beautiful sight of her life. I love you, my dear, Mikoto said warmly as she embraced her son. He looks just like you, Mikoto. Thank you for being with me and making me a father, Minato replied happily, planting a gentle kiss on Mikoto's forehead. He then carefully took his son into his arms. The infant hesitated slightly, looking up at Minato with innocent black eyes that seemed to observe him with curiosity. Minato chuckled at this. His son was indeed a keen observer. When the baby heard Minato's laughter, he smiled back, his joy infectious. So, what should we name him? Minato asked, still holding his son. I was thinking Itachi, but I want you to choose. He is our son, and as a father, I think you should name him, Mikoto said with a warm smile. Thank you, Mikoto. I was considering a name from Jiraiya-sensei's book. Minato started, but was interrupted by Mikoto's stern gaze. Minato Namikaze, if you're thinking of naming my son after Jiraiya's questionable stories, then Mikoto began, but Minato quickly shook his head. He knew Mikoto was a kind and gentle wife, but she was fiercely protective of their children. She had made her feelings about the Ika Ika series very clear. I meant The Tale of Gutsy Ninja, the name of the main character in that book, Minato clarified quickly. The baby laughed at Minato's expression, as if he found the situation amusing. Mikoto laughed too, delighted to see her son so happy. Do you want to name him Naruto? Mikoto asked softly. Yes, he will grow up to be a great man, just like the hero of the book, Minato said with a smile. I guess it isn't such a bad name after all, a new voice chimed in. Minato and Mikoto turned to see Kagami and Shursui standing nearby. Kagami's eyes glistened with emotion as he looked at Mikoto lovingly. Shursui stepped forward and gently took Naruto into his arms. So this is my nephew. He looks a lot like you, sis, Shursui said with a laugh. Of course. He's my son after all, Mikoto replied with a warm smile. Mikoto, I'm truly happy for you. You have brought me so much joy and now my grandson. I am proud of you, Kagami said, beaming with pride. Thank you, father, Mikoto said, her smile brightening. I can't wait to teach him all my techniques, sis. If he awakens the Sharingan, I'll teach him everything, Shursui said excitedly. Unlike many in his clan, Shursui was lively and full of energy, much like his mother. Hey, I'm here too. I want to teach my son many things, Minato added enthusiastically. Hold your horses, Mikoto said firmly to both men. Minato and Shursui exchanged glances, sensing Mikoto's seriousness. You can teach him when he grows up, but for now, he is my baby, and I want to spend time with him. And let's not forget, I am his mother, so if anyone has the right to teach him first, it's me, Mikoto declared with a playful smirk. Now that's my daughter, Kagami chuckled. Minato and Shisui shared a knowing look, both thinking the same thing. Women. In a dark room, 9 figures stood in various positions, all clad in black robes adorned with red clouds. The figure in the center had purple eyes and surveyed the members with an emotionless expression, as if he were a statue. Today, we welcome a new member to the Akatsuki, the man announced stoically. At that moment, Kushina stepped forward, making herself visible to the group. Some members were surprised to see her. Her long red hair was tied back, and she wore the Konoha headband, albeit with a large slash across it. The Akatsuki robes enveloped her, and a sword was strapped to her back. The Red Death of Konoha, you certainly have a hefty bounty on your head, a man with dark green eyes remarked. Be quiet, Kakuzu. This one is quite striking. Perhaps I should offer her to Jashin-sama, said a shorter man with gray hair, resting a long scythe on his shoulder. Haiden, you and your foolish god are irrelevant. Money is what matters, Kazu retorted harshly. Shut up, Kazu, Haiden shot back angrily. I find it intriguing that someone like you joined the Akatsuki. What are your intentions? Asked a scorpion-like man, his face obscured by a mask. It's rude to ask a lady questions without introducing yourselves, Kushina replied curtly, uninterested in the group. She was there because Madara had instructed her to join. Sasori of the Red Sands, former shinobi of Sunagakure. Sasori introduced himself briefly. You certainly bring in interesting members, Tobi, a black, plant-like figure muttered quietly. Indeed, agreed its white counterpart. You're a Jinchuriki, aren't you? Samahata can sense your chakra, grinned a shark-like man. Kisame Hashigake, former swordsman of the mist. And that odd excuse for a sword is shark skin, I presume? That sword is pathetic, Kushina smirked, amused as Kisame's expression hardened and he lifted his weapon. Enough! Everyone fell silent, turning to the man in the center. The only person who had remained quiet was a woman standing beside him, her expression unreadable. Her reasons are not important. She possesses special talents that are essential for our purpose, just like all of you, the man stated firmly. But Leader-sama, aren't we supposed to capture people like her for our purpose? Haiden asked, confused. Yes, we need the QB, but she is an Uzumaki, and as such she won't perish when we extract the QB from her. Her chakra chains are useful for subduing Biju, the leader explained calmly. Our aim is the same. The 5 great nations are corrupt, and it is time for them to feel pain. But before we can put our plans into motion, we need certain resources and preparations for that, said the woman standing beside the leader for the first time. Kakuza, Haiden, you two will work together from now on. Kakuza, you will handle our finances, ordered the leader. Understood, replied Kakuza, a hint of excitement in his voice. He certainly loved money. Just don't get in my way, Kakuza, Haiden barked, but Kakuza ignored him. Kisame, you will team up with Kushina. Both of you have certain skills that I need. You will carry out the missions I assign you, the leader said sternly. Kushina shot a warning glare at Kisame, silently urging him to tread carefully. Kisame smirked, a wild grin spreading across his face. Sasori, you will work on your own. Your job is to find us new potential recruits. Only take the best, the leader instructed firmly. Hi, Leader-sama, Sasori replied. Zetsu, you will keep watch on the 5 great nations and keep us informed about their activities, the leader ordered. It will be fun, said the black part of Zetsu. We will get the job done, added Zetsu's white part. A new era has come, and we shall lead this world down the right path, the leader declared resolutely. All the members stared at him, with Kushina remaining impassive. Her focus was solely on her own ambitions, and she would do whatever it took to achieve them. At the top of the cave, Madara observed the members with curiosity. I wonder how things are going to change. In Konoha, Minato sat in his office, reflecting on the previous night, which had been one of the best of his life. His son was finally born, and he was now a father. Many had congratulated him, and the entire village celebrated Naruto's birthday. Mikoto was overjoyed and kept a close eye on Naruto. Though he was the Hokage and had duties to fulfill, his thoughts often wandered to his family. Suddenly, his mind drifted to Kushina, and a wave of sadness washed over him. Over the years, she had begun to distance herself from him and Mikoto. She had attended their wedding but had congratulated them with sorrowful eyes. Despite their efforts to bring her happiness and help her get her life back on track, she had refused to maintain any relationship with them, slowly becoming more withdrawn and depressed. When Minato received her request to join Umbu, he initially denied it, concerned for her safety. However, she insisted, and the Umbu commander accepted her proposal. They needed skilled individuals like her, especially after losing many shinobi in the war. As Hokage, he had to do what was right, even if it pained him. Since then, they had not heard from Kushina. Mikoto blamed herself for Kushina's unhappiness, but Minato assured her it wasn't their fault. His thoughts were interrupted when an Umbu appeared before him. "Hokage-sama, there is an emergency," the Umbu said seriously. Minato composed himself. He had to focus on his duty. Personal issues could wait. "What is the situation?" he asked in a strict Hokage tone. "Kushina Uzumaki has been reported missing since last night," the Umbu explained, shocking Minato. "What?" he exclaimed loudly. "Hokage-sama, she was assigned patrol duty by the Umbu commander last night but has not returned to HQ. We have already begun searching for her, checking her posts and the entire village, but there has been no trace," the Umbu continued. "This is serious," Minato thought anxiously. Kushina had the QB sealed within her, and if she was missing, something must have happened. Had someone attacked her? He had assigned Umbu to watch over her as she was the Jinchuriki. "What about the Umbu squad I assigned to watch her?" he questioned firmly. "They are missing too, Hokage-sama. We are currently counting them as MIA, with the possibility of them being Kia," the Umbu explained. "Get the best trackers from the Inazuka, Aburame, and Hyuga clans. I want a full task force of Umbu Black Ops to search for her throughout the entire Fire Country," Minato ordered decisively. "The entire Fire Country?" the shocked Umbu asked. "Yes, we need to find her quickly. Send for the Umbu commander. This information is top secret, and you are not to reveal any of its contents to anyone. The penalty for breaking this order is severe," Minato stated sternly. "Hi," the Umbu replied confidently. "Failure is not an option. Now move," Minato commanded. "Yes, sir," the Umbu said before vanishing in a flash to carry out the orders. Minato approached the window in his office, gazing out at his village. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and the people went about their lives, unaware of the trouble brewing. A storm is coming, Minato thought, deeply worried about Kushina. Despite everything, she was his childhood friend and teammate. He decided not to inform Mikoto just yet, as she had just given birth and needed to focus on Naruto. He would find Kushina himself, and nothing could stop him. He was the fourth Hokage of Konoha. "Kushina, where are you?" As the sun slowly rose in the sky, it brightened the atmosphere with its warmth. The darkness of the night faded with the sun's rays, spreading hope and light. In a small room, a blonde-haired boy slept peacefully in his comfortable bed, a serene smile on his face. He was none other than Naruto Namikaze Uchiha, the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Mikoto Uchiha. Life had been beautiful for this little boy. The 5-year-old sensed small footsteps approaching. Even in his half-asleep state, he could feel the presence of someone familiar. He didn't know why, but he could always sense the presence of others nearby, even when they were out of sight. The person then climbed onto his bed, inching closer to him. Naruto felt the warmth of happiness radiating from this individual. "Here it comes," thought Naruto with a cheerful smile. "An Ai-chan." Naruto winced slightly at the loud voice. One of these days, he would have to teach this person about manners. Then again, I can't do that to my little brother, he thought happily. He slowly opened his innocent black eyes and saw who had disturbed his peaceful sleep. It was his younger brother, Itachi Namikaze Uchiha. Itachi was a small 3-year-old boy with black spiky hair and bright blue eyes. His face resembled their father's, though he looked like a cute little version of him. "How many times have I told you not to shout?" asked Naruto kindly. He loved Itachi more than anyone else in his family, even more than their mother. Itachi was the joy of Naruto's life. Itachi pouted and crossed his arms over his small chest. Naruto couldn't help but smile at his younger brother's antics. He was always so adorable. "You not angry?" mumbled Itachi, struggling to form more than a few words. Naruto chuckled and gently poked Itachi on the forehead. "Sorry about that," he said with a warm smile. "Echin," Itachi replied, puffing out his chest with a proud look. Naruto raised an eyebrow at Itachi's unique behavior. They stared at each other for a few moments before bursting into laughter. Naruto embraced Itachi in a warm brotherly hug. This was how his day usually began. "Niken.Kachan," said Itachi, trying to convey a message. Naruto understood what his younger brother meant. Mikoto must have sent Itachi to wake him up while she prepared breakfast for the family. Their father would typically be reading the village newspaper at this time. "All right, let me get ready," said Naruto as he slowly got out of bed. Itachi followed him as quickly as his little legs could carry him. Naruto found it a bit curious. Usually, after waking him up, Itachi would run back to their mother, but today he was sticking close. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Itachi. He definitely needed something from him. "All right, what do you need?" "And don't lie," said Naruto in a mock-serious tone. Itachi gave him a small sheepish smile, looking up at him innocently. "Niken, I don't want that Foxy-chan," he requested, pointing his small finger at Naruto's shelf filled with toys. A smile spread across Naruto's face when he saw the fox toy. Flashback. 3-year-old Naruto was in a toy shop in Konoha. Mikoto held him in her arms, excited to celebrate his birthday. She was eager to give her son a gift. The radiant smile on her face matched the joy in Naruto's eyes as he gazed at the toys. Naruto was her life. She loved him more than anything. It had been a few months since she had given birth to Itachi, and she hadn't been able to spend as much time with Naruto as before. It pained her, but she knew Itachi needed her more right now. Surprisingly, Naruto was quite thoughtful and smart. He accepted Itachi with open arms, unlike many children who might feel jealousy at that age. He was always there for his little brother, the first to rush to him when he heard him cry. In a way, Mikoto knew that Naruto loved Itachi even more than he loved her, and she was incredibly proud of her elder son. "Kanadai," said Naruto with a dreamy look in his eyes. "You can have anything you want, my Naruto-chan. After all, today is my precious Sochi's birthday," Mikoto said warmly, kissing Naruto on the cheek. "You will grow up to be a fine man, Naruto-sama," said the store owner, an elderly man with a kind smile. Naruto looked around the store, feeling happy to be spending time with his mother. His eyes landed on a toy, a small fox with black eyes and tiny ears, its body a warm brown. Naruto immediately loved the toy and eagerly pointed at it with a big smile. "You want that?" asked Mikoto kindly. "HM.HM." Naruto nodded enthusiastically. "Then you will have to do something for Kachan too," Mikoto said playfully. "But..." Naruto started innocently. "No buts, Naruto-chan," Mikoto replied with a teasing smile. Naruto pouted a little, and Mikoto exchanged a knowing look with the store owner. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Mikoto giggled at how thoughtful he was. "All right, give Khan a kiss, and that toy is yours," she said, laughing softly. A wide smile broke across Naruto's face as he understood her message. He happily kissed his lovely mother on the cheek, earning a soft smile in return. Naruto cherished her smile. It was one of the most beautiful things in the world to him. "Okay, now you can have it," Mikoto said, paying the store owner. The man smiled kindly and handed the toy to Naruto. Words couldn't express how happy he felt. "Ken," he said happily, hugging her lovingly. Mikoto gently patted his back, her eyes glistening with emotion. She embraced her son tightly. "I love you, my Naruto-chan." Flashback, and a warm smile returned to Naruto's face as he recalled that memory. His mother was truly remarkable. She loved him and Itachi so much. Naruto couldn't fathom how she could love them both so deeply. He then looked at Itachi, who was gazing at him with hopeful eyes. Itachi adored his big brother, always appreciating his kindness, even when Naruto sometimes got him into trouble. "Ni-chan that I don't want Foxy-chan," Itachi requested with an innocent smile. Naruto ruffled Itachi's hair lovingly and smiled back. Why not? Whatever I have is yours as well, he said warmly. And I-chan. Itachi yelled happily, hugging his big brother tightly. No matter what happens, I'll always love you, thought Naruto, returning the embrace. Now then, let me get ready, Naruto said calmly. Okay. Itachi replied, going to pick up his new toy. Minato Namikaze sat casually in his chair, enjoying a regular morning. Many thoughts raced through his mind. In the past 5 years, so much had. He had faced many challenges during his time as Hokage. Since Kushina's disappearance, Danzo and the counselors had begun to doubt him, even questioning his abilities in front of the entire council. Minato still remembered that day. In a small room, several people sat, the atmosphere so tense that practically everyone felt nervous. These individuals were various clan heads and important military personnel of Konoha. On one side sat Danzo Shimura and his associates, Hamura and Koho. On the other side were prominent clan heads like Hayashi Hyuga, Kagami Uchiha, Sum Inazuka, Shibi Aburame, Choza Akimichi, Inoichi Yamanaka, and Shikaku Nara. In the center of the room sat Minato, with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, by his side. The Umbu commander stood to his left, masked and vigilant. Is it true, Hokage-sama? Asked Shikaku, his tone neutral. Hokage, have we truly lost our Jinchuriki? Danzo asked, his voice dripping with disdain. Minato felt a surge of anger. Yes, it is true. And Danzo, you will address me as Hokage-sama or Hokage-dano, or I will take immediate action against you. His presence radiated authority, making it difficult for anyone in the room to breathe, except for Hiruzen, who remained composed. My apologies, Hokage-sama, Danzo replied, his voice devoid of emotion. It won't be enough. Given the current crisis, I am enforcing military rule and overriding the council, Minato declared, shocking everyone in the room. He was known as the strictest Hokage since Tobirama Senju. After taking office, he had removed the civilian council from all shinobi affairs, asserting complete control. He stripped Danzo of his root command, integrating those forces into the regular Umbu. Danzo had been furious and attempted to gather support, but Minato had swiftly dealt with him, ensuring he could no longer challenge his authority. Danzo, though publicly apologizing for his actions, had lost most of his power, which only fueled his resentment. Minato did not share the third Hokage's pacifist tendencies. He wanted peace in the shinobi world but not at the expense of Konoha. He restructured the entire shinobi system, forming various special forces divisions, including barrier teams tasked with protecting the village and the borders of the Fire Country. The Umbu forces nearly doubled after the Third Shinobi War due to the integration of Root Umbu. Each Umbu specialized in a specific art, such as infiltration, reconnaissance, espionage, assassination, tactical, and guerrilla warfare. Konoha had suffered great casualties in the war, prompting Minato to establish a medical corps under the supervision of his wife, Mikoto. She trained young kunoichi and shinobi in medical ninjutsu. Minato also created several units, including communication, intel, supply, and decipher units. The academy underwent significant changes, with children receiving proper training from the age of 6. Their skills were recognized, and they were given advanced training in their specific arts. Each genin team was balanced with a ninjutsu specialist, medic, and a genjutsu taijutsu specialist. Genin teams graduated early at the age of 8 and were sent to boot camp for war training. Konoha became home to the largest and most formidable military force in the shinobi world, all thanks to Minato's efforts. However, these achievements came at a cost. Minato struggled to find time for his elder son, Naruto. He wanted to be there for him, but his duties as Hokage always interfered. It seemed as if Naruto was born under a shadow of misfortune, as Minato could spend time with Itachi, who was born a few years later when the village had stabilized. Due to Kushina's loss, Minato had to ensure that other villages remained unaware of Konoha's lack of a Jinchuriki, relying heavily on Jiraiya to handle the situation. He had managed to conceal Kushina's disappearance for 4 years, but now he could no longer do so. How long has she been missing? Hayashi Hyuga asked seriously. Minato glanced at him. The Hyuga clan had grown increasingly suspicious since his marriage to Mikoto. They had even offered one of their finest brides to him, but he had firmly declined, viewing it as an insult. The Hyuga clan, proud and traditional, felt threatened by the Uchiha's growing influence in the council. Minato's marriage to Mikoto was based on love, and it had ended the isolation of the Uchiha clan that had begun during Tobirama's rule. He allowed the Uchiha to participate in all Konoha's forces, earning their trust and support. However, the Hyuga were not pleased, feeling slighted by Minato's choices. While the Uchiha managed Konoha's police force, they also contributed to the village's strength, enhancing Konoha's military might. Minato ensured that no clan was unjustly treated, all were vital to the village's success. However, the Hyuga desired a marriage alliance to elevate their status, which Minato refused, explaining his position to Hayashi, who begrudgingly accepted. Still, Minato assigned a few Umbu squads to monitor the Hyuga clan, just in case. She has been missing for some time. The details are classified, known only to the Umbu commander and me. I have made every effort to find her, but so far, we have had no success, Minato explained briefly. What were her last whereabouts? Inoichi Yamanaka asked curiously. She was assigned patrol duty in the northern sector of the village and was to report to Umbu HQ after her patrol, but she never arrived, Minato replied seriously. And the Umbu squad guarding her? Tsum inquired suspiciously. They are all missing in action, there is no trace of them. It's as if they've been wiped away from the face of the earth, Minato said, irritation creeping into his voice. It must have been Kumo. They tried to abduct her in the past, Choza replied, anger evident in his tone. We haven't confirmed anything yet. Jiraiya-sensei has been searching for her across the nations, and so far, he hasn't found any involvement from other hidden villages in this incident, Minato explained briefly. What should we do now, Hokage-sama? Without our Jinchuriki, we would be quite vulnerable. Despite Kushina-san's boisterous behavior, she was one of the strongest kunoichi in our village, rivaled only by Mikoto-sama and Tsunade-sama. It's possible she left the village by her own choice, Shibi stated logically. Many council members shivered at the thought. Kushina was not someone to take lightly as an enemy. As the last Uzumaki, she possessed the power to keep the Kyuubi under control. Her ninja skills were at Kage level, and if she had turned against Konoha, they would be in deep trouble, given her status as the Jinchuriki of the strongest and most fearsome Bijou in the world. If the Kyuubi were unleashed, Minato sensed the fear among the council members, and it was justified. He felt tense as well. Jiraiya had reported suspicious discussions between IWA and Kumo. He knew IWA harbored resentment towards Konoha for their humiliating defeat in the Third Great Ninja War, and Kumo was eager to acquire the Byakugan. The Sandaime Reikage would go to great lengths to obtain it. Suna was recovering from their losses and was currently Konoha's ally, but Minato understood that alliances among hidden villages were fragile during wartime. Kiri was embroiled in a civil war, with a rebellion against the Yandei Mizukage, who was targeting bloodline clans. Reports indicated he had become unstable and was receiving support from Kumo in exchange for bloodline shinobi for their research. Overall, the world was in chaos and heading toward the Fourth Great Ninja War, even if no one could see it yet. Minato knew that within a year or two, war would be at Konoha's doorstep. Additionally, there were rumors of a new organization called the Akatsuki. Currently, they were being hired by IWA and were relatively small-time, but it only takes one spark to ignite a devastating fire that could consume everything. Minato looked at the council members. Only Shikaku, Hiruzen, Koharu, Hamura, and Shibi shared the same grim expressions as him. They must have concluded that things were about to get worse. But Minato knew he had to be strong. His people needed him. Even though Kushina was his best friend, he would do what was right as the fourth Hokage of the Leaf Village. Kushina Uzumaki is now labeled an S-rank missing nin. If any of you encounter her, she must be brought back to the village alive. We cannot afford to lose the Kyuubi, Minato instructed firmly. Hi, the council members responded in unison. This information will not be included in the bingo book. Only you are entitled to such sensitive information. If I find any of you have broken this rule. Minato's presence filled the room with a palpable intensity, causing the wooden desks to creak under the pressure. The elders were on the verge of fainting, and the clan heads were sweating profusely. Even Hiruzen, Danzo, and the Umbu commander's heartbeats quickened. I will not hesitate to take action against you and your entire clan, Minato warned, his fierce blue eyes sending a clear message to everyone present. No one dared to cross the fourth Hokage of Konoha. A tired sigh escaped Minato's lips. His intuition had been correct. Things had indeed worsened. IWA and Kumo had formed an alliance months ago, ostensibly to increase border trade, which would benefit both villages. Border trade, my foot, Minato thought with a frown. They were strengthening their military and preparing for war. The reasons behind such a feudal conflict were unclear, but it was evident that much bloodshed was imminent. Minato's azure eyes drifted to a photo frame. A small smile crept onto his face as he gazed at their family photo. He stood in his Hokage robes, one arm around Mikoto's waist. She wore her Jounin vest and black pants, cradling Itachi in her arms. Itachi's small face beamed with joy, while Naruto stood between them, a faint smile gracing his lips. Minato and Mikoto had one hand resting on his shoulders. Naruto was a unique child, and Minato had recognized this from the very beginning. Sensitive and perceptive, Naruto's understanding was far beyond that of his peers. At just 4 years old, his thinking mirrored that of a teenager. Minato felt a pang of sadness as he realized he couldn't spend much time with him. He had begun to notice changes in Naruto's behavior. When Naruto was Itachi's age, he would always seek Minato's attention, often demanding to spend time together. But with Kushina's disappearance and the rising tensions between the villages, Minato found himself consumed by work, focusing on strengthening Konoha's military to protect the village. Mikoto tried to fill the gap, but nothing could replace the absence of a father in Naruto's life. As time passed, Naruto grew quieter, speaking less with each day. He never showed disrespect or hatred toward Minato. He simply seemed indifferent. It felt as if he no longer cared about Minato. Minato was proud of Naruto. He never blamed Itachi for his father's mistakes and always cared for his mother and family. He was the first to wish Minato a happy birthday, even if it was just a simple, happy birthday, before walking away. That small gesture gave Minato hope that he could still reconnect with his elder son. His thoughts were interrupted when he felt a pair of gentle hands wrap around him from behind. He recognized the warmth immediately. If you worry so much you'll age quickly, Mikoto said softly. Nah, I'll never grow old. I'm still the most handsome man in this village, Minato replied playfully. Getting a bit cocky, are we? Mikoto teased, amusement in her tone. Minato let out another tired sigh and gestured for her to sit. She moved around and settled into a chair beside him, placing her hands over his. What's troubling you? Mikoto asked, concern etched on her face. Naruto, Minato said, sadness creeping into his voice. Did he do something? Mikoto inquired, curiosity piqued. No, he hasn't done anything wrong. You know what I mean. Minato replied wearily. Mikoto nodded, understanding his unspoken worries. The relationship between her husband and elder son was strained, to say the least. Both of them were right in their own perspectives. Minato couldn't spend time with Naruto due to the many responsibilities he had to manage for the village. She was heartbroken when Kushina had gone missing. A part of her blamed herself for Kushina's fate, but another part of her wanted to be strong for her 2 lovely sons. Naruto had felt disheartened over the years, as Minato was often absent. Minato had also struggled to find time for her. However, now that the village had stabilized and things were looking better in the shinobi world, Minato was finally spending more time with the family and Itachi. She knew Naruto didn't hate his father, it was far from that. He was simply disappointed in Minato. Most of all, her elder son had a very mysterious personality. He didn't care much about making friends. He preferred to spend time with his family. He was usually quiet and only spoke when necessary. As his father, you would think I would understand him, but I clearly don't know how to reach him. He probably hates me, Minato said sadly. That's not true, Minato-kun. He just isn't sure about his feelings. Even though he is smart, he is still a kid. Kids can be like that at this age, Mikoto explained with a smile. I am really proud of him, Mikoto-chan. I'm really happy that Naruto and Itachi get along with each other, Minato said proudly. He loves his younger brother more than us, Mikoto said warmly. I am not going to give up. I will help my son in every way possible and make up for my absence in his life all these years, Minato declared with determination. Now that's my Minato. I'll help you too, Mikoto replied with a smile. Minato leaned forward and shared a gentle kiss with Mikoto. She returned the kiss lovingly. What would I ever do without you? Minato asked softly. They were interrupted by two voices. I told you not to jump. Now you're hurt, came Naruto's irritated voice. Mikoto immediately grew worried and rushed toward the stairs from where the voice was coming. However, Minato stopped her. She looked at him with concern, but he simply gestured for her to sit down and watch. But Niken, I wanted you to see how high I can jump on your bed. Itachi's cute voice chimed in. Sigh, you were lucky you just fell on the bed. What would have happened if you fell on the ground? Naruto asked sternly. Sorry, Itachi replied quietly. Both Naruto and Itachi entered the kitchen, surprised to find their parents sitting together and watching them. Itachi was perched on Naruto's back, his legs wrapped around Naruto's waist. Minato smiled at his sons, while Mikoto approached them with concern. What happened? Mikoto asked, kneeling in front of her sons. Naruto set Itachi down, and Mikoto noticed his sore ankle, giving him a stern glare. Itachi-kun, what have I told you? Mikoto asked strictly. Not to jump, Itachi replied sheepishly. Mikoto sighed at her younger son's antics. He was a handful and often got into trouble, the exact opposite of his older brother. Let's get you healed, Mikoto said softly, picking up Itachi and heading toward the medicine shelf. Naruto wore an amused smile as he watched, then noticed Minato looking at him. Naruto, come here. Spend some time with me, Minato said happily. Naruto's eyebrows twitched slightly at those words. All those times he had asked his father to spend time with him, only to be told that Minato was busy. And now, after 3 years, his father finally had time for him. But still, this was his father, and he decided to comply. He didn't hate Minato, but it still pained him to remember the past. He silently went and sat beside Minato. Moments passed, but he didn't say a word. It was as if there was nothing to say. Minato noticed his son's feelings. Naruto now referred to him as Tu-sama instead of Tu-chan. I will not back down, Minato thought firmly. Naruto. Minato said hesitantly. Both father and son rarely talked, and this was a rare moment when they were alone. It seemed that either Itachi or Mikoto was always around whenever they were near each other. Yes, Tu-sama, Naruto replied neutrally. Minato's heart sank a little at his son's tone. He realized he had pushed his elder son away. The village was safe for now, but things had gone downhill between him and Naruto. He wanted to know his son his likes, dislikes, dreams, and ambitions. What is your dream, Naruto? Minato asked kindly, smiling. Naruto wanted to say he didn't have one and end the conversation, but a part of him wanted to share something. He glanced at his father for a moment. Darn my kind heart, Naruto thought frustratingly. I only want to protect my brother, that's all, Naruto said quietly, his voice tinged with doubt, as if he didn't consider himself strong enough. That's a noble dream you have there, son. I'm really proud of you, Minato said with pride. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise at his father's words. A part of his heart leaped with joy. His father was proud of him. Minato sensed Naruto's surprise and offered him a kind smile, patting his head. Naruto, I know I haven't been there for you for quite some time, but I really love you. You are my first child and my duties as Hokage got in the way. I truly want to spend time with you. Can you at least give me one chance? Minato requested kindly, still smiling. Naruto looked at his father sadly. He didn't know how much Minato's absence had hurt him. A part of him wanted to push him away and be done with it, but he also longed to spend time with his father. I can't just treat him like this. Maybe he really wants to spend time with me? Maybe he does love me too, like Itachi? Maybe I'm not just a disappointment to him, thought Naruto curiously. He quickly dismissed such thoughts. He knew his father must be doing this out of a sense of obligation, and Naruto never wanted anyone's pity. You don't have to do this, Kusama. I know you must have more important work to do than spend time with me, said Naruto sadly. Minato looked at his son with a heavy heart, understanding that he needed to let Naruto express himself freely. You probably hate me, huh? Asked Minato calmly, his voice carrying an understanding tone. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't meant it that way. I don't hate you, Kusama. But, said Naruto hesitantly. Minato placed a hand on his son's shoulder to offer some comfort. Naruto met his gaze for a moment, knowing he had to tell his father the truth. Lying wouldn't help either of them. Speak freely, Minato encouraged with a kind smile. It's just that I can't forget the past. You were never there for me. I wanted to spend time with you so many times, but you always said you were busy. I know you are the Hokage. I don't hate you. But... Naruto's voice trailed off. Minato understood his son's feelings completely. He didn't blame Naruto for his words. He knew that what he was about to hear would be painful, but he had to endure it. He had caused his son so much hurt. I just don't care about you anymore, said Naruto sadly. With that, Naruto stood up from the table and quietly walked away from the room, leaving Minato feeling broken and wide-eyed. A single tear slipped down Minato's cheek. He felt deep remorse for the pain he had caused his son. He knew Naruto wouldn't say such a thing unless he had been pushed to his limit. What am I supposed to do? Chapter end. Naruto sat alone in the small training ground of his house. It wasn't very big, just a small area that included a serene lake, surrounded by trees and training dummies, likely for target practice. He had watched his mother practice her shurikenjutsu many times, and his father occasionally trained there as well. His thoughts drifted back to a conversation he had with his father. He didn't harbor hatred for him. He still cared, but the pain of their fractured bond made it difficult to reconnect. He longed to spend time with his father, hearing others speak of how great he was, yet he realized he hardly knew the man who had been absent for most of his life. Naruto struggled to understand that his father was trying to return to the family, but after nearly 3 years apart, he felt uneasy about having him around. He thought about his dream of protecting his younger brother, Itachi, at any cost. Deep down, he knew he was weak, not a shinobi like his parents. If anything were to happen, he feared he wouldn't be able to protect Itachi. Should he become a shinobi? What purpose would he serve beyond that? His thoughts were interrupted when someone hugged him from behind. The embrace was warm and comforting, and he felt a sense of peace wash over him. There was only one person who could make him feel this way. Kachun, he said warmly. He tried to turn around to face his mother, but she held him tighter, causing him to feel a bit confused. Just stay with me like this, Mikoto said lovingly. A contented smile spread across Naruto's face as he felt his worries begin to fade away. It was as if his mother was absorbing all his pain and replacing it with her love. He rested his head gently on her chest, holding her soft hands. The evening sun set beautifully, and he couldn't imagine life without her. To him, she was perfect, kind, caring, gentle, and strict when needed. She took care of them, provided healthy meals, and worried when they were hurt. She was the heart of their family, and their lives revolved around her. Naruto couldn't decide if he loved his brother or his mother more. Both were precious to him. Meanwhile, Mikoto gently caressed her son's blonde hair. She had overheard the conversation between Minato and Naruto. Although she was busy tending to Itachi's sore ankle, her focus remained on Naruto's talk with Minato. She felt upset that things had become so strained between her husband and their eldest son. She knew Naruto wasn't to blame. Any child his age would feel the same way. He was logical, and she understood he wouldn't forgive Minato easily. Hey Kachan, Naruto said slowly, pulling her from her thoughts. Mikoto looked at him curiously. I didn't sense your presence when you arrived, he said, puzzled. What do you mean? She asked. I can always feel people's presence when they're around me, he explained simply. A sensor? Mikoto thought, surprised. Neng, try to concentrate and tell me what you feel, she encouraged softly. She was certain her son had a unique ability. Sensor ninjas were rare and invaluable in the village, capable of working in reconnaissance and combat units. They could predict attacks before they occurred. Naruto nodded and closed his eyes, focusing on the sensations around him. At first, nothing happened, and he felt a twitch of frustration. One more time, he thought with determination. This time, he concentrated harder, but still felt nothing. It's not working, Kan, he said, disappointment creeping into his voice. Wait, he suddenly exclaimed, his eyes widening. I feel something. What is it? Mikoto asked eagerly. I feel your presence. It's so warm and calm, he said, a sense of peace washing over him. Mikoto was taken aback. It was true she hadn't concealed her chakra. Standing so close to him, he would easily recognize her presence. I can feel Itachi's presence in the house, but there's something confusing, Ken, Naruto said, frowning. What's the problem? She asked, intrigued. I can sense some people outside our house, but their presence is faint. They were there for a moment, but then I lost them, he explained. Mikoto realized he had even sensed the Umbu guarding their home. It was impressive, even if only for a moment. He must have sent out a strong wave of chakra unconsciously, but it was brief, causing him to lose track of the Umbu. Well, Kaden, do you know why I'm able to feel these things? He asked innocently. It's because you are very special, my Naruchan. You are a sensor, Mikoto explained with a proud smile. Sensor? He asked, confused. They are special people who can sense others' presence around them. There are very few sensors in the world. The fact that you are one makes me very proud, Mikoto explained with a wide smile. Naruto blushed slightly in embarrassment, prompting Mikoto to giggle and lovingly ruffle her son's hair. Suddenly, a question popped into Naruto's mind, and he decided to ask his mother about it. Then why was I not able to feel your presence? He asked curiously. Maybe it's because you weren't concentrating, and I'm a shinobi, so I can hide my presence very well, Mikoto replied with a smirk. That's not fair, Naruto said, pouting cutely. Is that so? Mikoto asked playfully, before starting to tickle her son's sides, earning loud laughter from him. Kanda, please stop. Naruto gasped between laughs, feeling very happy. Sensing that her son was now comfortable, Mikoto decided to ask him about his conversation with Minato, hoping to help him understand his father's duties as Hokage. Naruchan, do you really not like your Tuchan? She asked, her voice tinged with sadness. Naruto sensed the sorrow in her tone, but there was no disappointment in her words. He lowered his head in shame. He never wanted to make his mother sad, and now that he had, he felt quite ashamed of himself. I'm sorry, he said apologetically, tears beginning to form in his eyes. No, let it out, Mikoto said gently, pulling him into a tight hug. Kachan. Naruto choked out, tears starting to fall. I'm always going to be there for you. I love you very much, and you can be yourself around your Kachan. Just cry out your pain, I understand, Mikoto said, her voice also thick with emotion as she rubbed Naruto's back affectionately to comfort him. Those words broke down the last barrier, and Naruto couldn't hold back the flood of tears any longer. All the pain and sadness he had felt over the years due to his father's absence finally overwhelmed him. He hugged his mother tightly, causing some creases to form in her dress, but she held him even closer, whispering comforting words and rubbing his back. He was incredibly grateful to whatever force had given him such a loving mother. She was his world, the only person who understood him completely and was always there for him, no matter how much mischief he had caused or how much pain he had brought her by expressing his dislike for his father. She had never abandoned him or lost hope in him, and Naruto couldn't comprehend how she could love him so much despite everything. He had never done anything particularly significant for her, yet her love for him was immense. Naruto's emotional outburst continued for a few minutes until it gradually reduced to small sobs. Mikoto gently wiped the tears from his face and placed a soft kiss on his forehead. I'm sorry for making you sad, Kan. I'm not a good son, Naruto said, his voice filled with shame. To his surprise, Mikoto gently lifted his chin so he could look her straight in the eyes. He was taken aback by the fierce determination in her gaze. You are the type of son every mother wants. You are kind, gentle, and caring. You always look after your little brother and try to help me. Even though things between you and your Tuchan have been rough, I never blame you for it, Mikoto said firmly. What? Naruto asked, shocked. He had expected her to blame him but was surprised by her words. Yes, I do not blame you, nor do I blame your father. Both of you are right in your own perspectives. You wanted to spend time with your father, while Minato wanted to do the same, Mikoto explained seriously, shocking Naruto to his core. This can't be true, Kuchan. He was never there for me, Naruto said loudly, a hint of bitterness in his voice. Mikoto remained calm and decided to explain the truth to her son. She knew that even after this, Naruto wouldn't forgive his father immediately, it would take time, but she had to take the first step. Naruto, your father has to protect the village as Hokage. Things have gotten a little bad in the last few years, and your father is under a lot of stress. He still regrets not spending time with you, but just as you are our child, he has to look after the safety of all the other children in the village. That is his duty as a leader, Mikoto explained briefly. Some things began to make sense in Naruto's mind. He could understand why his father acted the way he did, but that didn't change the fact that he was still disappointed in him. Does that mean I am not important to him? Will he always put others before me? Will I always be a second choice compared to the villagers? Naruto asked sadly. Mikoto sighed tiredly. Naruto was quite stubborn in his beliefs, as if he were testing her patience. No, you are just as important to him as everyone else. Do you know it was your father who gave you your name? Mikoto said with a smirk, knowing how to handle the situation. Her years of experience at the hospital had taught her how to understand people better. Really? Naruto asked, surprised. Yes, he was very happy the day you were born. He even cried tears of joy when he held you for the first time. He was so excited to teach you everything he knew and wanted to be the best father in the world, Mikoto said with a gentle smile, recalling that night. Naruto began to understand a little more. He was surprised to learn that his father had been happy to have him. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he really loves me as much as Itachi. Maybe I should give him a chance, Naruto thought slowly. Mikoto could read her son's thoughts from the look on his face. A small smirk appeared on her face, realizing that her first step in improving the relationship between her son and her husband had met with some success. You should give your father a chance, Naruto. He really wants to come back into the family. He loves you and wants to spend time with you to make up for all the times he wasn't there, Mikoto explained briefly. I'll try, Kuchan, Naruto said hesitantly. He truly wanted to believe every word his mother had said, but instead of rushing in with blind faith, he would take his time to see if his father really wanted to be there for him. Now that's my Naruto. I'm really proud of you. Take your time and try to gather your feelings slowly, Mikoto said with a vibrant smile on her face. Hi, Naruto replied slowly. Noticing Naruto's discomfort, Mikoto decided to change the subject. Naruto, do you want to become a shinobi? She asked seriously. I just want to protect my brother, Naruto said thoughtfully. Mikoto smiled at his words, feeling happy that her two boys were so close. But what about the people of this village? She asked, knowing she needed to guide her son on the right path. Protecting Itachi was noble, but Naruto was the elder son and heir of the Namikaze clan. The villagers had great expectations of him, and some even believed he could become the next Hokage. Huh? Naruto asked, curious. He had never thought about that before. Mikoto took a deep breath to explain. Naruto, protecting your little brother is a noble dream, but shinobi are entrusted with the safety of this village and its people. You are the son of the Hokage and the heir to our clan. The villagers and shinobi have high expectations of you, she explained. But I don't know if I can live up to their expectations. Why is it necessary for me to protect the people of this village? Naruto asked, genuinely curious. That's because we are one big family, we take care of each other. Your father looks after the entire village and protects it. Your grandfather and uncle take care of the Uchiha clan and also protect the village from its enemies. I am a shinobi too, and I am ready to protect the village and my family at all costs because you all are precious to me, Mikoto explained with a smile. I understand, Naruto said calmly. Don't worry, Naruto. There is nothing you should be afraid of. I think it's great that you want to become a shinobi. It shows you understand that to be a ninja, you have to start from the bottom and work your way up to protect your precious people, Mikoto reassured him. Really? He asked, seeing her nod. If you like, I can go over it with you and teach you how to access your chakra, she offered, seeing hope light up his face. Really? You would do that? Don't you have other things to do today? Naruto asked, intrigued. I don't have a shift at the hospital today, and it's either help you or sit at home bored. How could I not want to help my little Naruto-chan? Mikoto said playfully. Naruto up and placed him in her lap as she leaned against a nearby tree. Are you ready? She asked seriously. Hi. Naruto replied enthusiastically. Now I'll first explain what chakra is, okay? Mikoto said, and Naruto nodded. Chakra is the mixture of spiritual energy and the body's physical energy. It is essential to every jutsu technique that has been and will ever be created. Once molded, it can be channeled through the chakra circulatory system, which is to chakra what the regular circulatory system is to blood, to any of the 361 chakra points in the body. Various methods can be used, the most common being hand seals. Mikoto explained briefly. Does everyone possess chakra, Kachan? Naruto asked curiously. Yes, every human being possesses chakra, though only a few can use it, Mikoto replied. What is jutsu, Kachan? Naruto asked, intrigued. Mikoto smiled at his curiosity. Most kids his age would be bored by so much theory, but her son was different. Jutsu are the mystical arts a ninja utilizes in battle. To use a technique, a ninja needs to use their chakra. By forming hand seals, the ninja can manifest the desired technique. Because of the extensive number of hand seals and different combinations, there are thousands of potential techniques to discover, Mikoto explained in detail, and Naruto nodded. So what are hand seals? He asked. Hand seals perform many ninjutsu, genjutsu, and other secret arts beyond taijutsu. The exact amount of chakra necessary to perform a simple technique is manipulated through hand seals. This varies between the simplest jutsu and the most dynamic and powerful, Mikoto explained calmly. The hand seals are bird, boar, dog, dragon, ox, tiger, serpent, rat, horse, monkey, hare, and ram, she continued, demonstrating each hand sign. Mikoto was amazed when Naruto performed each hand seal perfectly on his first try. His speed was slow, but she was impressed by his keen observation. It was common for a shinobi to learn hand seals quickly, but Naruto was just a child, and he had truly surprised her. Wow, Naruto-chan, you performed each hand seal perfectly. How did you do that? Mikoto asked, her voice filled with pride. I just watched you, Kachan. They are very easy, Naruto said sheepishly. But still, I'm very proud of you, Mikoto said warmly. Thank you, Kachan, Naruto replied with a wide smile. The two sat there for about an hour as Mikoto explained chakra to Naruto in detail, wanting him to understand the concept completely. She made sure he was aware of what made up chakra and how many chakra points there were in the body, even pointing to the places where certain ones were located on her arms. Do you understand, Naruto? She asked, and he nodded. Can we try to see if I can use my chakra? He asked, eager to begin. Sure, Mikoto said warmly as Naruto hopped out of her lap and sat in front of her. Get into a meditative pose like I am doing, Mikoto instructed, demonstrating the position. Naruto watched and tried to mimic her, though she had to help him a little since his legs were still small. Are you comfortable? She asked, and when Naruto nodded, she decided to continue. Okay, Naruto-chan, first I want you to make this hand sign. This is the ram hand sign. Using any one of the hand signs will help bring out your chakra and bring it to the surface. The ram hand sign is the most commonly used when starting to draw your chakra, Mikoto explained briefly as she demonstrated the hand sign. Like this? Naruto asked curiously, perfectly mimicking the seal his mother showed him. Now, to draw out your chakra, you need to dig deep inside and try to bring it to the surface. Search within yourself and wait until you feel a warm sensation in your stomach. When you feel it, focus on that feeling and pull it out. I will demonstrate, Mikoto said seriously. Naruto watched as his mother closed her eyes, taking a few deep breaths before exhaling. After a moment, he felt a strong burst of energy emanating from her, which surprised him greatly. He could sense the warmth, and although it wasn't as powerful as his father's, it flowed smoothly from her. He observed attentively and noticed a soft blue aura beginning to appear around her. Was that chakra akatsuki? The blue light around you? He asked excitedly, eager to try the exercise after witnessing his mother's display. She opened her eyes, and Naruto noticed that the blue aura had vanished. Mikoto smiled at her son's enthusiastic expression. Yes, it was. If you extract enough chakra, it can become visible around you and will appear as a light blue color, she explained happily. Now it's my turn, Naruto said with excitement, and his mother nodded encouragingly. Don't be discouraged if you don't succeed right away, Naruto. It takes time to activate your chakra for the first time, Mikoto advised wisely. Okay, but I will try my best, Naruto replied with determination. Mikoto smiled as she settled in to watch her son access his chakra for the first time. It was a nostalgic moment for her, and her eyes glistened with emotion as she realized her little boy was growing up. Naruto closed his eyes and took deep breaths, mimicking what she had done moments earlier. The ram hand sign he made trembled slightly, but she understood it was due to his excitement and desire to impress her. Even the Umbu guards stationed nearby were curious about the Hokage's son's performance, though they remained focused on their duties. A few minutes passed, and Naruto opened his eyes, disappointment etched on his face. I couldn't find it. I didn't feel that warm feeling in my tummy, he admitted sadly. That's okay, Naruto. I did say you might not be able to do it the first time. It takes a few tries. Just keep trying and eventually, it will happen, Mikoto encouraged him. Okay, I guess I can try again, he said, returning to his meditative pose and making the ram hand sign once more. He closed his eyes and took a few more deep breaths. Mikoto watched her son try again, feeling a sense of intuition that he would succeed this time. Perhaps it was a mother's instinct. I have to find a pull in my tummy, Naruto thought firmly, searching within himself while trying to remain calm. After another minute he still couldn't feel it, and frustration began to creep in. I need to unlock my chakra so I can protect Kaken, Itachi, and maybe someday even Tusama, he thought determinedly. Just then he felt a pull in his stomach and a warm sensation blossomed there. Could this be my chakra? He wondered, focusing on the warmth and pulling it to the surface. As he did, he felt a wave of warmth wash over his body, and his fingers and toes began to tingle. Outside, Mikoto beamed as she saw a tiny blue aura appear around her son. She was about to rush forward to hug him and congratulate him on activating his chakra for the first time when she was caught off guard by the strength of his chakra. His chakra is so powerful. Though it's small, it's stronger than my own, Mikoto thought in amazement. She also sensed how untamed it felt. Once Naruto got used to activating his chakra, she would likely need to show him some basic chakra control exercises. Even the Umbu guards were impressed by the growing power of Naruto's chakra. It intensified with each passing second. Mikoto decided it was enough for now, as Naruto would be very tired, and she didn't want him to overexert himself. She gently shook him, causing him to lose focus, and the chakra he was emitting faded. He opened his eyes to see his mother looking at him with joy, and he couldn't help but smile widely. I did it! Naruto exclaimed happily, jumping high in the air. Mikoto was surprised he still had that much energy, but her suspicion was confirmed when he suddenly felt tired, his body stiffening as he began to fall. However, Mikoto was there in an instant, catching him in a warm embrace. Tears welled in her eyes, not from sadness, but from joy and pride. Why do I feel sleepy? Naruto asked innocently as he yawned in her arms. Silly Naruto, you pushed out a lot of chakra when you activated it, which is why you're feeling tired. Don't worry, after some rest and a little food, you'll be just fine, Mikoto reassured him happily. Naruto nodded, feeling more exhausted than before. I think this is enough for the day. Let's go home. I'll make ramen for you, Mikoto said cheerfully as she picked him up. He wrapped his small legs around her waist and nuzzled his head against her chest, her long bangs casting a gentle shadow over his face. Really? He asked sleepily, thrilled at the thought of his favorite dish. his mother was indeed a wonderful cook. Yes, Mikoto replied warmly. They began walking back home at a leisurely pace. It had been a tiring day for Naruto. Halfway there, he spoke up. Hey, Kung? Yes, Naruto-chan? Mikoto asked softly. What kind of ninja are you? He asked, surprising her a little, but she answered with a smile. Well, I am a medic ninja. I practice medical ninjutsu, which is why I mainly work at the hospital, Mikoto explained happily. Medical ninjutsu? What's that? Asked Naruto curiously, causing his mother to giggle a little at his inquisitive nature, even when he was very tired. Medical ninjutsu is a type of ninjutsu used to heal people when they get hurt, Mikoto explained in simple terms for her son to easily understand. Like when people are sick and not feeling well? Naruto asked, still curious. Exactly. I'm decent at fighting, but I prefer healing people, which is why I am the head of the hospital and our village's medical department. I train shinobi to become medics, Mikoto briefly explained. Wow, you are really amazing, Kuten, Naruto said happily. Thank you, my dear Naruto-chan, Mikoto replied with a smile. So does that mean you are really powerful too? He asked, making her smile again. I am nowhere near as powerful as your father, but I like to think that I can look after myself. I am a Jounin-level ninja, so I know how to defend myself, which is the main thing. Naruto said with a nod. Both mother and son reached the door of their house. Naruto could feel sleep trying to overtake him, and he knew he could resist no longer. He was at his limit. He pressed his head against his mother's chest and closed his eyes, a small innocent smile gracing his face. Mikoto gently looked at her son. He looks so adorable, she thought happily. Naruto gently grabbed her silky bangs that were falling on his face. Kachun, you really have beautiful hair, he said sleepily. A wide smile spread across Mikoto's face at her son's compliment. She gently ruffled Naruto's hair and gave him a soft kiss on his cheek. Thank you, Naruto-chan, Mikoto said lovingly. I love you, Kung, Naruto said warmly as sleep began to claim him. I love you too, my little Naruto-chan, Mikoto replied warmly. She loved her son more than anything in the world. She knew she was the bridge holding their family together, allowing them to live peacefully. Determined, she thought, I'll make things better. I promise. Minato Namikaze woke up with a wide smile on his face. He was very excited today. Some might wonder why the Hokage was so eager. The reason was simple. Today he would teach his elder son the various ninja arts. Words couldn't describe how happy Minato was. The past 3 weeks had been some of the best of his life. Naruto was no longer cold towards him. He didn't hesitate to sit beside his father. He was slowly opening up to Minato. Minato knew this was his golden chance to reconnect with his son and make up for all the times he had been absent. He had asked Shikaku to handle the office for a few hours, to which the Nara had responded with his usual reluctance. Minato would teach his son for a while and then head to the office to fulfill his duties. His wife, Mikoto, would continue Naruto's training afterward. This was the plan they had decided on together. While Minato trained Naruto, Mikoto would spend time with Itachi, and when it was her turn, Minato would take Itachi to his office. Itachi would then be taken to the park or any other place he wanted by a team of genin, with Umbu guarding him from the shadows. After Naruto's training, he and Mikoto would rejoin Itachi, and soon Minato would join them too. This way, their family could spend the maximum time together, and Itachi wouldn't be bored sitting in one place. A small shiver ran down Minato's spine at the thought of what Itachi might do when he was bored. Let's just say it wouldn't be comfortable for any of them. Minato was truly thankful to his wife for helping their son understand and giving his father a chance. He was quite surprised when he learned about Naruto's sensor skills. His son was indeed very talented, and with time he aimed to help him become a good man. Naruto had been smiling more these days. Mikoto had trained him in accessing his chakra, and he had completely learned it. Minato still remembered the day when Naruto had made a fool out of him. A few days ago, the Namikaze family sat around their dining table eating peacefully well, except for Itachi, who was just munching on his snacks. Minato sat in the center of the table, with Naruto on his left, enjoying his ramen. Mikoto was on his right, guiding Itachi on how to properly eat his food, to which the young boy responded with a series of displeased expressions. Mikoto had told him about how Naruto had accessed his chakra and how strong it was. Words couldn't describe how proud Minato felt. Perhaps one day both of his sons would surpass him and succeed him as Hokage. Suddenly, Minato felt a little kick on his foot from under the table. He looked at his wife, who was giving him a look that urged him to speak with Naruto. Understanding her cue, Minato gathered his courage to talk to his son and offer him some help. "Hey, Naruto," he said kindly, knowing that Naruto preferred to be called Naruchan by his mother. "Yes, Two-san," Naruto replied calmly, shocking Minato. Minato's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at his wife, who wore a victorious smile. Naruto hadn't called him Two-sama, as he usually did. This was the first time he had called him Two-san. Minato was lost in his thoughts when he was suddenly jolted back to reality. "Two-san, a fly went in your mouth," Naruto said bemusedly. "What?" yelled Minato, rushing toward the wash basin. He gargled his mouth 3 times and, after a moment, returned to the table with a heavy sigh. How long had he kept his mouth open for a fly to get in? That was quite unsettling and left a lingering feeling in his mind. Minato was surprised when he approached the table and saw Itachi laughing heartily, Mikoto giggling uncontrollably, while Naruto was on the verge of laughter but desperately trying to hold it back. "Is something wrong?" Minato asked curiously. Two-chan. Itachi said enthusiastically. What is it, Itachi-kun?" Minato inquired with interest. "Itachi," Naruto said with pleading eyes, but Itachi just smirked. "And I-chan tricked you," Itachi exclaimed, pointing his small finger at Naruto. Minato's mouth dropped open in shock as he realized that he, the 4th Hokage of Konoha, had been outsmarted by a child. Mikoto face-bombed, the entire joke spoiled by her younger son, but it was still amusing. She was taken aback when she looked up to see Minato's expression shift to one of fierce determination, his eyes blazing as he glared at Naruto. "Naruto! You little rascal!" Minato shouted, moving to catch his elder son. "Oh no!" Flashback, and a small smile crept onto Minato's face as he recalled that incident. Moments like these reminded him that his family was still together and that love bound them all. Naruto was indeed a calm person, but he still had a playful side. Minato's thoughts then drifted back to his old friend and teammate, Kushina. She had also been a great prankster, causing quite a stir during their time at the academy. He could easily picture Naruto in an orange jumpsuit, shouting about how he would become Hokage if Kushina had been his mother. A small sigh escaped Minato's lips. Reality was often different from what people wished for. He knew Kushina must have left the village on her own. As a Kage-level shinobi, if there had been an attempt to capture her, she would have used the Hiraishin seal to call for his help. What troubled Minato was that he had never been able to activate that seal since the night she vanished. Had Kushina somehow removed it? That seemed impossible, yet Kushina was the best Fuinjutsu specialist in Konoha, her skills surpassing even Jiraiya's. Being from the Uzumaki clan, she was a master in that art. Regardless of the truth, Minato knew he was dealt a difficult hand. The world was heading toward war, and Konoha would be right in the middle of it. The thought of his son having to participate in the conflict weighed heavily on him. Naruto was a pacifist who despised fighting. The only reason he had chosen to become a shinobi was to protect his little brother and the villagers. The idea of losing his elder son sent a chill through Minato's body. He glanced at the sleeping form of his wife on the bed and the small figure of his younger son, who was hugging Mikoto tightly. He couldn't bear to think of what would happen to Mikoto and Itachi if Naruto were to fall in battle. Mikoto would be devastated. She loved both her sons dearly, but Naruto was especially close to her. He was the center of her world, and if anything happened to him, there would be no fury like that of a mother scorned. The Uchiha clan was known for their vengeance, and the fact that his wife was one made him even more anxious. Hiruzen had mentioned something about the Uchiha activating the Mangekyo Sharingan when they lost someone close to them. Mikoto would unleash her wrath on Iwa if they harmed her son. As for Itachi, Naruto was his idol and best friend. He too would be heartbroken if anything happened to his big brother. Minato didn't want to lose his elder son. Despite their differences, he loved him dearly. Resolute, Minato made a decision. He would train Naruto to the best of his abilities, ensuring he was strong enough to protect himself and others. A few minutes later, Minato walked down the stairs of his house, fully dressed in his Jounin flak jacket and blue pants. He was heading downstairs to wake Naruto and begin their training. "So you're ready?" came a familiar voice, surprising Minato. He turned to find Naruto standing at the edge of the stairs, wearing a black shirt with the Namikaze name emblazoned on it and green shorts. What caught Minato's attention was the black face mask Naruto wore. "Why are you wearing a face mask in the morning? And how did you know I wanted to train you this early?" Minato asked curiously. "I'll answer both your questions, but not here," Naruto replied calmly. Minato understood that Naruto wanted to speak privately. His son's eyes were fixed on Minato's room, indicating he didn't want Mikoto or Itachi to overhear. He nodded, and they silently made their way to the training ground behind their house. It was early morning, and a light fog hung in the air, obscuring their view. Father and son walked peacefully, neither speaking a word. Minato admired his son's silky blonde hair, falling over his face. He had to admit, Naruto looked quite handsome in the mask that his student Kakashi had given him. They stopped in front of the small trees in the backyard, and Naruto turned to face his father. "So, why are you wearing it?" Minato asked. "To prepare myself," Naruto replied calmly. Minato was puzzled. What was Naruto preparing for? Meanwhile, Naruto was grappling with many questions that had been swirling in his mind. He felt it was time to clarify something important with his father. "Father, can you answer some of my questions honestly?" Naruto asked seriously. Minato was taken aback by his son's commanding tone. These were the traits of a good leader. "It depends on the questions you ask," Minato replied calmly. "Fair enough. Is there going to be a war?" Naruto asked, his seriousness evident. Minato blinked in surprise. His barely 6-year-old son was remarkably mature. He considered all the possible answers he could give but ultimately decided to tell him the truth. "Yes, there will be a war in the near future," Minato said gravely. "I see," Naruto responded calmly. "Who told you that there might be a war?" Minato asked, curious. "It's not that hard to figure out. Everyone in the village is tense. Shinobi are always training, and with the graduation age lowered to 7, I have to join this year. I've heard rumors of other villages mobilizing their forces. After defeating IWA and Kumo's armies in the previous war, they are now preparing to retaliate against us. The Fourth Great Ninja War is approaching," Naruto explained briefly. Minato was taken aback by his son's insightful analysis. He had gathered all the information and reached a conclusion that was quite mature for his age. If he had known how to fight, Minato would have promoted him to Chunin immediately. Perhaps his son was indeed ready for the front lines. "I'm surprised, you really have thought this through," Minato said with a proud smile. "Two-san, is there no other way to prevent this war? Thousands of lives will be lost if it happens," Naruto argued passionately. "I understand, Naruto. That's why Konoha will not initiate the war, but if we are attacked, it is our duty to protect our village," Minato explained firmly. "Can you promise me one thing, father?" Naruto asked, his voice filled with urgency. "What is it?" Minato inquired, curious about what could be so important. He was taken aback when Naruto dropped to his knees in front of him. "Please, don't involve my little brother in this war. I'll do anything, even take on a dangerous mission if it means Itachi stays out of this conflict. I can't bear the thought of him going through that nightmare," Naruto said, his voice heavy with emotion. Minato was deeply moved. He understood that if the war broke out, it could last for years, and Itachi would likely be forced to join. Naruto was asking him to make a sacrifice to protect his younger brother. Minato recognized Naruto's fierce love for Itachi, but there was a desperation in his voice that struck him. He knelt down and placed a hand on his distressed son's shoulder. "Naruto, do you truly want to protect your brother?" Minato asked proudly, grateful to have such a devoted son. "Yes, but you must promise me that you won't involve him in this war." I know our strength is limited compared to the combined armies of the other villages. I understand you will need every fighter, but just not my brother. He is too innocent. I'll go wherever you send me, I'll do whatever it takes, but please, just don't involve him in this, Naruto pleaded. Is this the Uchiha's love for their precious people? Minato thought. Looking into Naruto's eyes, Minato could see the deep bond he shared with Itachi. This attachment could be both a strength and a vulnerability for Naruto. His desire to protect his brother would fuel his strength, but if something were to happen to Itachi, Naruto might not be able to cope. He needed to teach his son how to manage his emotions, but right now, Naruto needed a father, not a shinobi. I promise, Minato said sincerely. Jiraiya had witnessed many things throughout his life. He had endured 2 great ninja wars and seen both the best and worst of humanity. He had encountered kind souls, cruel individuals, and everything in between. Over his long life, he had trained 4 students, 3 of whom had perished in battle. His heart still ached when he thought of those remarkable kids he had mentored during the 3rd Great Ninja War. Yet, as a shinobi, he had to endure. He still believed that his 4th student, Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage of Konoha, was the child of prophecy destined to lead the world to peace. However, with the 4th Great Ninja War looming, nations were mobilizing their armies, and peace seemed nowhere in sight. He was curious about why he had been summoned to Mount Mayaboko. It was rare for him to be called by the Toads, usually only when the Great Toad Elder had a prophecy to share. That thought alone made Jiraiya uneasy. Whenever the Elder made a prophecy, it altered the entire shinobi world, for better or worse. Before him stood Fukasaka and his wife, Lady Shima. They were the most senior toads in the clan after the Great Elder and also his mentors and allies in battle. Why do you think the Great Elder has summoned me? Jiraiya asked, intrigued. It is regarding the prophecy, Jiraiya boy, Fukasaka replied sagely. Do either of you know anything about it? Jiraiya inquired, knowing that if the Elder had shared information, it would be with these 2. No, the stubborn old geezer just told us to bring you here. I bet he's getting more senile by the day, Shima said irritably. Shima had little patience for the Elder Toad, who was a lazy old frog that preferred to lounge around and smoke. Though he was wise, he often interrupted her cooking, which frustrated her. Ma, have some respect for the Great Elder. Fukasaka chided. You be quiet. Shima retorted. These 2. Jiraiya thought wearily. Despite their strength and wisdom, they often acted like children. As he looked at the giant figure of the Elder Toad, another tired sigh escaped Jiraiya's lips when he noticed the Elder peacefully napping. He could have been writing his Aika Aika, Forest Edition, with millions of fans waiting, but instead, he had to wait for a stubborn old geezer to wake up. It's going to be a long day. In Konoha, Minato and Naruto stood on opposite sides of the training ground. Naruto wore a serious expression, and Minato was pleased to see that his son took his training seriously. All right, Naruto, now that your mother has taught you how to access your chakra, I'll teach you how to control it, Minato instructed earnestly. Control my chakra? Naruto asked, puzzled. Yes. To perform any ninjutsu or genjutsu, you first need to have good control over your chakra. A jutsu is a combination of your physical and spiritual energy, executed through hand seals. I'll teach you chakra control exercises, Minato explained briefly. Naruto nodded firmly, understanding the significance of what he was about to learn. He knew he was receiving a great honor. Many people would give anything to receive training from the Hokage. Naruto understood that even though his father wanted to train him wholeheartedly, as Hokage, he had to dedicate his time to the village. I have to live up to everyone's expectations, Naruto thought with determination, recalling what his mother had said about the village's hopes for him. Konoha was his home, the place where he was born. He would do everything to protect his homeland and become powerful enough to defend it from any threats. Minato noticed the look in his son's eyes and felt a swell of pride. His son was becoming a shinobi for the right reasons, and the determination in his gaze was inspiring. All right, let's do this, Minato said enthusiastically. He plucked a leaf from a nearby tree and handed it to Naruto, who looked at him with confusion. "To-sen, What am I supposed to do with this leaf? Naruto asked, puzzled. Minato chuckled softly and ruffled his son's silky hair, earning a playful pout from Naruto. Well, this is the first chakra control exercise you'll learn. It's called leaf balancing, he explained with a smile. Leaf balancing? Naruto repeated, studying the leaf more closely. This training method involves placing a leaf on your forehead and directing all your chakra onto it, using it as a focal point. This exercise will help you control your chakra. Make the leaf float using your chakra. Here, I'll show you, Minato said briefly. He took another leaf and placed it on his forehead, closing his eyes to concentrate and demonstrate the technique. Meanwhile, Naruto observed every detail of his father. He noticed how Minato centered the leaf on his forehead and sensed the calmness in his chakra. For a moment, everything was still. Then, something began to change. Using his sensor skills, Naruto realized that his father was gradually sending chakra to his forehead. He closed his eyes to focus more, feeling a blue aura radiating around Minato's body, indicating the use of chakra. He sensed a stream of his father's chakra gathering around his forehead. It was slow and steady. When he opened his eyes, he was amazed to see the leaf floating a few feet above his father's head. I get it now, Naruto thought happily, understanding the exercise. Being a sensor was truly advantageous. So, you see, it's done this way. Now you try it, but don't be discouraged if you can't do it right away, Minato advised. You'll see, Too-san, Naruto replied with a confident smirk as he placed the leaf on his forehead. Minato chuckled to himself, thinking, he is a little overconfident. Yet, he was genuinely curious if his son could master it on the first try. Mikoto had mentioned that Naruto had excellent observation skills, and if that were true, he would learn this exercise quickly. Stay calm and focused. I'll send a stream of my chakra like a tidal wave, Naruto thought firmly. Minato sensed the chakra radiating from his son and was surprised by its strength. Naruto possessed a powerful chakra that would only grow in the future. Naruto concentrated hard, closing his eyes. Focus, he thought with determination, slowly sending chakra to his forehead. What happened next astonished Minato. The leaf on Naruto's head began to float slowly above his forehead. At first, it was just one leaf, but then 2, 3, and finally 5 feet above his head, floating effortlessly. He mastered it on the first try. Minato thought in disbelief. Nice and easy, Naruto thought happily, continuing the exercise. He was interrupted by the sound of clapping. He gradually reduced his chakra, bringing the leaf down gently and catching it in his hands. When he opened his eyes, he was met with his father's vibrant smile. I'm really proud of you. You mastered it on your first try. Minato congratulated him, giving Naruto a pat on the shoulder. It was nothing, Too-sen, Naruto said sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. I admit this exercise is quite simple, but it took me a few minutes to learn it. How did you do it so quickly? Minato asked curiously, a smile on his face. Naruto smiled and explained how he understood the exercise and its concept. I used my sensor skills to feel how you directed your chakra. You kept it calm and concentrated it in a small amount to elevate the leaf. The key is not to send too much chakra but to maintain the flow, he explained. He indeed has a keen sense of observation. Mikoto was right, our son is smart, Minato thought proudly. So, you used your sensor skills to understand the exercise and its concepts. Don't you think that was a bit of an advantage? Minato asked, wanting to know his son's beliefs about becoming a shinobi. Not at all. Kachan told me that shinobi use every tool they have to achieve their goals. My sensor ability is my tool, and if I use it for the greater good and to protect my precious people, then I don't think I've cheated, Too-san, Naruto replied honestly. Very well said. Always use the tools you have, no matter how small or insignificant they may seem, they'll keep you alive, Minato advised wisely. Hi, Naruto nodded. Now that you're good at controlling your chakra, we will elevate your training to the next level, Minato instructed. What is it, Too-san? Naruto asked eagerly, excited to see what new challenge his father had in store. Minato chuckled at his son's enthusiasm and walked toward a nearby tree, demonstrating by walking up its trunk using only his legs. Let's see you try this time, he thought with a smirk. At first, Naruto was shocked to see his father climbing the tree, but he quickly calmed his nerves. Every jutsu and technique had a method, he just had to find the key. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but if he could keep his cool, he could surely find a way. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head, and he decided to try it. Minato expected his son to jump and cry out in surprise, but Naruto was acting strangely. His son had stepped forward, placed his left hand on the tree, and closed his eyes. Minato was puzzled by Naruto's actions. What is he doing? Minato thought, confused. He observed Naruto, who was trying very hard to focus, as if he were seeking an answer from the tree itself. His son was truly unique. Minato realized that Naruto's unpredictability was a valuable trait for a shinobi. It meant that his enemies could never anticipate his moves. After a few minutes, Naruto opened his eyes, and a wide smile spread across his face, as if he had just discovered something incredible. What's going on? Minato wondered, now sitting atop the tree, eagerly waiting for a response from his son. He could have asked, but from his experience as Naruto's father, he knew that Naruto had very unique skills and was different from others. He had learned to walk when he was only a few months old. Naruto had his own ways, and Minato wanted him to find his own path. Naruto stepped back a few meters from the tree and stood tall. All right, here we go, he thought firmly. He then made the ram hand seal, and Minato's curiosity piqued at what his son was about to do. Minato was taken aback as he watched Naruto ascend the 15-foot tree without stopping or using his hands. He climbed steadily, maintaining his balance and focus, completing the feat in one smooth attempt. What is he? Minato thought, astonished as he saw his son hanging upside down from the tree, his silky blonde hair flowing in the cool breeze. Naruto appeared relaxed, as if he had just completed a routine task. Yo, Naruto said after a moment, noticing his father's shocked expression. Yo, that's all you have to say? Minato exclaimed, still in disbelief. To-sen. Naruto replied, confused, unable to grasp why his father was so astonished. You don't have a clue, do you? Minato sighed, realizing that his son had mastered a Jounin-level chakra control technique on his first try. He could see that Naruto was a prodigy, with a way of thinking, calm demeanor, and intelligence reminiscent of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. It was just a simple exercise, To-san, Naruto said innocently, unaware of the significance. It was a Jounin-level chakra control exercise that you mastered, Baka. Minato said loudly, though pride swelled in his chest for his eldest son. Really? Naruto asked, his face lighting up with joy. Yes, Minato replied with a wide smile. Yahoo! Naruto shouted happily, jumping from the branch and landing gracefully on the ground. Minato was surprised that his son had even used chakra to land so elegantly, despite his excitement. Forget what I said, he is nothing like Naidame-sama. Oh sure Sway, your nephew has taken after you, Minato chuckled to himself. Naruto Nikken. Naruto turned around just in time to be knocked to the ground by a powerful push. He landed with a thud. Ow, that hurt, he thought, groaning. Looking up, he saw his younger brother Itachi sitting on his chest, a vibrant smile on his face, his cerulean blue eyes sparkling with mischief. Figures, leave it to him to do something reckless, Naruto thought bemusedly. He reached out and poked Itachi in the forehead. Oh, what was that for? Itachi exclaimed, rubbing his forehead with his small hands. That was for knocking me down. Naruto replied, feigning anger. Watch your tongue, Naren, a stern voice called out. Oh, please, anyone but her. Naruto thought fearfully. He was genuinely afraid when his mother got angry. He had a habit of swearing, and she always gave him a proper lesson. Itachi, with a mischievous smile, decided it was payback time. Before Naruto could react, he dashed toward Mikoto. Kachan. Itachi said with feigned tears, running to his mother. Oh no! Naruto thought in alarm. Kachan. Niken said mean words to me, Itachi said innocently. You little sneak! Naruto exclaimed, shocked that his brother had landed him in trouble. Mikoto approached and gave Naruto 3 quick taps on the head. "Ow. Ow." Naruto yelled, feeling the light taps from his mother. "Naruchan, how many times have I told you not to swear?" Mikoto said sternly. "Itachi, you little troublemaker," Naruto thought, glaring at his younger brother, who was happily sticking his tongue out at him. Jumping on your older brother isn't always nice," Minato said, appearing behind Itachi. "Tui-chan." Itachi yelped in surprise, falling over. Now, Itachi-kun. Let's talk," Minato said with a playful smirk. The Namikaze family sat in a small circle in the shade of the training ground trees. Mikoto had brought snacks for everyone, sensing that the family must be hungry. Naruto and Itachi sat on opposite sides, both sporting bumps on their heads, Naruto's slightly larger. They glared at each other, silently blaming one another for their misfortune. Mikoto giggled at the sight of her sons, while Minato simply smiled. "So, Naruchan, I'm really proud of you," he said, beaming with pride. "You've done an excellent job today," Mikoto congratulated with a warm smile. "Yeah. Niken, you were amazing," Itachi said happily. Naruto ruffled his younger brother's hair with a smile. Despite their little mischief, both of them truly loved each other. "I still don't understand how you learned the exercise, Naruto," Minato asked curiously. "Every jutsu and technique has a weakness. I just had to find the key to this technique," Naruto replied wisely. "That's true, but I still don't get how you did it. I never explained the tree walking exercise to you in the first place," Minato said, still puzzled. Naruto looked at his father, realizing he had assumed Minato knew what he was doing. He decided to explain. His mother and brother were also looking at him with curiosity, eager to understand. "I used my sensor ability," Naruto said simply and began his explanation. "Explain," Mikoto urged, and Naruto nodded. "I used my sensor skills to feel the life force of the tree. Every living thing has a life force and chakra. I gradually became aware of the tree's life force, which was very calm. I adjusted and sent chakra to my feet in the same relative proportion as the tree's life force, allowing me to connect with it effortlessly. As a result, I never lost my balance, being in perfect sync with the tree, and I reached the top. It was all about balance and maintaining control with the object," Naruto explained briefly. "I wish I was a sensor," Itachi thought with a pout. He didn't fully understand what his brother had just said, but he was still amazed by Naruto's abilities. He really has excellent observation skills and the ability to understand things better, Mikoto thought proudly. He's right, he has the brains for participating in a war and protecting the village, Minato thought proudly. Naruto looked at the amazed faces of his family members. Itachi was gazing at him as if he were a hero, his mother had tears in her eyes, and his father wore a proud smile. "Really are one of a kind, Naruto. Keep practicing like this and you'll soar high," Minato said happily. A small smile appeared on Naruto's face. This was what he had always wanted. His entire family together with him. He knew his father had done so much for him today, and he decided to say something he had never said before. "Thank you, Tuchan," Naruto said with a small smile. Minato's eyes widened at that suffix. It had been so long since he had felt this close to his elder son. He slowly moved forward to hug Naruto. Naruto hesitated for a moment when his father approached, but his mother gave him a small encouraging smile, and he accepted the hug. Minato embraced Naruto tightly. Words couldn't express how proud and happy he felt. He had such a wonderful family, a loving wife and 2 good sons. What more could a man want from life? He knew there was still a long way to go in improving their relationship, but he felt this was the first step. They broke the hug after a few moments, and Naruto tried to give the best smile he could. He still felt a bit uncomfortable, but for his parents' happiness, he wanted to try. The smiles on his parents' faces were worth it. But then Naruto noticed something that made him a little sad. His younger brother, Itachi, was sitting in a corner. He was trying to put on a brave face, but Naruto could see that his brother was hurt and feeling a bit jealous. "You probably hate me, huh?" Naruto asked kindly, his voice calm and gentle, as if he understood his younger brother's feelings. Mikoto wanted to say something, but Minato placed a firm hand on her shoulder. He knew the brothers were sharing their feelings, and it wasn't wise to interrupt. They would explain Naruto's situation to Itachi later. "That's not how I feel," Itachi said quickly. "It's all right, you can tell me your feelings," Naruto said gently. Itachi tried to speak, but when he looked into his brother's kind eyes, whatever excuse he was going to give faded away. "Father and mother only care about you, Niken," Itachi said sadly, dropping his head. Mikoto felt a pang of sadness at that. She loved both her sons equally. They were both precious to her. Thankfully, Minato was beside her, encouraging her to stay calm, reminding her that Itachi was still a child. "I'll let you in on a secret," Naruto whispered in Itachi's ear. "What?" Itachi asked, confused. "They always talk about you. Even the villagers look up to you and speak highly of you," Naruto said with a kind smile. "Really?" Itachi asked, surprised. "Yes, and you can always count on my love for you because we are family. I will always be there for you, even if it's just as a challenge for you to overcome," Naruto said warmly, running his hand through his shocked younger brother's hair. "Naruto." Mikoto and Minato thought happily, seeing the love between their children. Naruto truly was a wonderful big brother. He didn't scold Itachi but instead understood him and tried to comfort him. Both parents felt proud of their elder son. He really was a good son. "Niken," Itachi said, tears welling in his eyes. "Even if you do hate me, that's what big brothers are for," Naruto said cheerfully. That was enough for Itachi. He soon jumped onto Naruto and hugged him tightly, tears flowing freely from his eyes. He truly loved his big brother. No matter what happened, Naruto was always there for him, guiding him, helping him, taking care of him, and getting him out of trouble. "I don't deserve you, Niken," Itachi said, crying. Minato and Mikoto had already come forward, hugging their younger son and trying to comfort him. "Nah, it's fine. I'm an awesome big brother, aren't I?" Naruto joked playfully. "Yes," Itachi replied with a small smile. Mikoto picked up Itachi as he looked a bit sleepy, while Minato stood by her side. She gave Naruto a light kiss and thanked him for taking care of his younger brother. Naruto waved her off, telling her to take care of Itachi. "Kachun, you do love me?" Itachi asked tiredly. "Of course. You're Tuchan and I love you too, silly. You are the light of our lives," Mikoto said, tears in her eyes. A contented smile spread across Itachi's face as Minato wiped away his tears, and slowly he drifted off to sleep in his mother's arms. Mikoto waved goodbye and headed towards the house while Minato and Naruto remained behind. "Tuchan." Minato turned around, surprised to see a serious expression on Naruto's face. "What is it?" he asked curiously. "You remember the promise, right?" Naruto asked earnestly. "Yes," Minato replied, clearly not grasping Naruto's thoughts. Naruto glanced at his younger brother, cradled innocently in their mother's arms. All the doubts he had harbored before vanished. He was certain of one thing now. Itachi is going to be the bridge to peace. "My job is to be the pillar that supports that bridge," Naruto declared deeply. Minato's eyes widened at his son's words. Was this really his child? Naruto seemed so mature, harboring such a noble dream. It was as if Minato were looking at the protagonist of a story written by his sensei. The fire in Naruto's eyes and the faith he had in his younger brother were astonishing. "Itachi is the savior of this world, and I'll protect him with my life," Naruto said with determination before heading off to continue his training. Minato was left in shock, a realization dawning on him, one he had forgotten for some time. "Naruto, are you the child of prophecy?" Jiraiya was feeling restless. He had been sitting in the same spot for hours, waiting for the elder toad to awaken. If it weren't for the prophecy, he would have left long ago. Even Shima had departed, unable to wait any longer to hear the elder's prophecy and needing to tend to her cooking. This had sparked a heated argument between her and Fukasaku, ending with Shima giving him a light tap on the head before storming off. Now, Jiraiya and Fukasaku stood in the empty hall, waiting for the elder to wake. Seconds turned into minutes, and Jiraiya's frustration grew with each passing moment. After waiting for another hour, he lost his patience. "Wake up!" he shouted at the top of his lungs. "Jiraiya boy, Don't speak to the great elder in such a tone, Fukasaku warned sternly. I'm sorry, sensei, but I've been waiting for 10 hours. Jiraiya replied, exasperated. I understand, but the elder only wakes when he's hungry or when a young female toad is dancing for him, Fukasaku explained. Realization struck Jiraiya. How could he forget that the elder was quite the character? Stupid! Stupid! Stupid, he thought, smacking his forehead in frustration. Fukasaku watched Jiraiya's antics with an amused smile. Even after all these years, Jiraiya often acted like a child. To everyone's surprise, Jiraiya jumped onto the elder's throne and stood on his chest. Henge! In an instant, Jiraiya transformed into a beautiful female toad and spoke in a sultry voice. Please wake up, she whispered seductively into the elder's ear. The elder's eyes slowly opened, and upon seeing the enchanting female toad, a sly grin spread across his face as he was sent flying back against the wall, knocked unconscious once more but with a smile. Jiraiya's transformation broke when Fukasaku gave him a firm tap on the head with his cane. Ow! Ow! Jiraiya yelped in pain. You fool, what did you do? Fukasaku exclaimed angrily. Huh? Jiraiya asked, confused about why his teacher was upset. You knocked him out cold. He won't wake up for hours. Fukasaku said, exasperated. Jiraiya's eyes widened as he realized the consequences of his actions. No! Meanwhile, Naruto stood in the training field at home. Today was a new day, and his training had been going exceptionally well. His mother had even said he was a prodigy in hiding, which made him happy, though he kept his ego in check, remembering his grandfather's advice that pride could lead to downfall. He had mastered the tree-walking exercise and could now run effortlessly atop the trees. Things seemed to be improving with his father. They could now stand side by side and even exchanged more words, a development Mikoto deemed significant. Naruto was determined to train hard to protect everyone in the village. He understood now why the village held such importance. He recalled his time with his grandfather, Kagami, and the values he had instilled in him. Flashback. Naruto stood by the Naka River, spending time with his grandfather, who he admired greatly. Kagami was always kind, though stricter than anyone he knew. Kagami was a man of values and wisdom, calm and fair to everyone. Many expected him to teach Naruto the ninja arts to make him a strong shinobi, but Kagami had different plans. He wanted Naruto to understand the essence of life. Instead of teaching him how to wield a kunai, he aimed to show him the value of every life. Kagami wanted Naruto to experience the small joys of life that he had missed due to the first great ninja war. Having spent his life on the battlefield, Kagami had witnessed countless deaths, fought fiercely, and sacrificed everything to protect Konoha. He had lost many friends in war and understood the horrors it inflicted not only on combatants but also on those left behind: children, women, parents, friends, and siblings. Kagami knew Konoha was on the brink of another great ninja war. Despite his age, he remained one of the strongest and most experienced shinobi in the village, ready to participate in the fourth war of his life. A war changes a person in unimaginable ways, and when he looked at his grandson, his heart ached. The boy was far too young for such a fate. He was far too young to witness the harsh realities of conflict, yet he would have to confront them. Kagami understood he couldn't dictate Naruto's future, but he could strive to ensure his grandson's life turned out better than his own. Hey Grandpa, you were going to show me how to catch fish, Naruto said politely. Kagami was pulled from his thoughts by Naruto's voice. He looked at the curious expression on Naruto's face and a small smile crept onto his lips. He gently ruffled Naruto's silky blonde hair and gestured for him to pay attention. Fishing is a unique experience. It requires a lot of patience, but you'll enjoy it, Kagami said with a smile. Teach me, Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Kagami chuckled at his grandson's enthusiasm. Naruto reminded him of Shursui. The two boys shared a similar spirit. All right, I'll show you, Kagami replied calmly. For the next hour, he taught Naruto everything he knew about fishing. The boy listened intently, which pleased Kagami. After a few minutes of waiting without catching anything, Naruto began to fidget. Why aren't we catching any fish? He asked with a pout. We will catch some, just be patient. A person must remain calm to understand things better, Kagami said patiently. Silence enveloped them as they sat peacefully, enjoying the tranquility of nature. However, something was bothering Naruto, and he decided to voice his thoughts. "Hey Grandpa," he said slowly, his voice barely above a whisper as if he hesitated to bring up the topic. Kagami responded, curious. "What is a war?" Naruto asked, his curiosity evident. Kagami was taken aback by the question. He could see that Naruto was not eager to delve into this topic. He nodded, relieved that his grandson was different from many children who longed for tales of heroism. War is when people forget about each other's feelings and fight for their own desires. Everyone claims their war is for justice or prosperity, but that's rarely true. In every war, people suffer. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor, strong or weak, we all share the same fate, Kagami explained briefly. Then why do wars happen? Naruto asked, his tone heavy with sadness. Humans are complicated, Naruto. We all have a darkness within us. Even you have a bit of darkness, Kagami replied simply. Naruto hesitated. Kagami placed a hand on Naruto's head and smiled gently. But more importantly, you have a good heart. Everyone has darkness, but they also have light within them. People just need to find that light and understand each other. Maybe then there won't be any more wars, he said with a weary sigh. Have you fought in a war? Naruto asked hesitantly, wondering how painful it must have been for his grandfather. Yes, I fought in 3 great ninja wars, Kagami said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Many would boast about their experiences in war, but true soldiers knew there was little to brag about. You must have been a hero, Naruto said, his eyes wide with admiration. Kagami chuckled softly at his grandson's innocent remark. Naruto, I am not a hero. The real heroes are those who never returned home, who gave their lives to protect what they loved. Just like my mentor, Tobirama Senju, he said, a touch of sadness in his voice as he remembered his teacher. You were a student of the second Hokage? Naruto asked in shock, making Kagami chuckle again. Yes, I was part of his team, Kagami replied with a smile. What kind of person was he? Naruto asked. Intrigued. Tobirama-sensei was quite unique. He was strict, but he cared deeply for the village and everyone in it. He even sacrificed himself to protect his team, Kagami said proudly. How did he die? Naruto asked, his voice tinged with sorrow. It was during the first Great Ninja War. Our team was surrounded by a skilled group of Kyumo ninja, part of the infamous Kinkaku unit. We were outnumbered, Kagami explained, his tone somber. Naruto pondered the battle scenario, his analytical mind racing. He had heard of the Kinkaku unit from his father, they were Kyumo's finest. If his grandfather's team was surrounded and outnumbered, the only chance they had of escape was. He acted as a decoy, didn't he? Naruto said sadly. How did you know? Kagami asked, astonished. There was no other choice. Your team was outnumbered and surrounded. Even if they didn't know your exact position, the odds were against you. If you tried to launch a surprise attack, you would soon be overwhelmed, leading to disaster for your team. The only option left was for one member to act as a decoy to buy time for the others to escape. It had to be the strongest member, and since the Naidame was the strongest, he was the logical choice. Naruto explained strategically, stopping short of saying the last part, knowing how close his grandfather was to the second Hokage. He thought exactly the same way I did, but I was much older than him when I faced that situation, Kagami thought, impressed. Naruto, you will make an excellent squad leader, Kagami said proudly. But I don't want to hurt anyone. I have a family. I love Mom, Itachi, Dad, you, and Uncle Shisui. But there are others who might have families like mine, right? Naruto asked thoughtfully. The Konoha Council sat in their war room, tension palpable in the air. Every clan head and key military commander was present. In the center of the room sat Minato, alongside Hiruzen, Jiraiya, the Umbu commander, and Nara Shikaku. Mikoto, head of the medical corps, sat beside Kagami, her gaze fixed on one person in particular, her elder son, Naruto Namikaze. He stood beside his uncle, Shisui, in one corner of the room. People might wonder why a 7-year-old child was attending such an important meeting, but there was a significant reason for Naruto's presence in the war room. It was his duty to be there. He stood calmly in the room, having been briefed earlier on the importance of his presence. The conversation he had with his father lingered in his mind. Flashback. Naruto stood in his father's study, surrounded by shelves filled with books. His father, Minato, loved reading about various subjects, and there were a few jutsu scrolls tucked away, forbidden for Naruto to see without permission. Minato sat in his armchair, a serious expression on his face, though Naruto noticed the worry in his father's eyes. "Naruto, I called you here for a specific reason," Minato began gently, gesturing for his son to sit on the sofa in front of him. Naruto complied, giving his father a serious look. "What is it?" he asked curiously. Minato hesitated, biting his lip. How could he explain this to his 7-year-old son? Naruto should be playing and enjoying his childhood, but fate had other plans. "Naruto, the war is now imminent. The enemy has started mobilizing their forces," Minato said gravely. Sadness washed over Naruto. He didn't want a world war. It would bring destruction and countless innocent lives lost. "I see," he replied quietly. "I understand how you feel. If it were in my power, I would stop this war," Minato said gently. "I know that. What do you need from me?" Naruto asked seriously. He recognized that his father needed him, and his village needed him. Despite being a pacifist, he would not hesitate to protect his home if war was on the horizon. Minato felt a surge of pride as he saw the determination in Naruto's eyes. Deep down, he knew his son would play a significant role in shaping the future of the shinobi world. "There is a tradition in our village that dates back to the time of the second Hokage," Minato explained slowly. "What is this tradition?" Naruto inquired. "During times of war, every clan in Konoha must send its heir and all available shinobi to fight. This custom has been upheld since the first Great Ninja War," Minato summarized. The situation became clearer to Naruto. "And since I'm the elder son of the 4th Hokage and the first heir of the Namikaze clan, I have to go to the front lines," he deduced. A proud smile spread across Minato's face. His son was indeed very perceptive. "Yes, it demonstrates the faith and loyalty of the clan to the village. This rule was established by the second Hokage," Minato affirmed. "I'll go, but Dad, please promise me one thing," Naruto said, his voice trembling. Tears began to well in his eyes. His young heart was scared. He was just a 7-year-old child after all. The thought of going to war frightened him. The possibility of losing his father, his mother, and his little brother weighed heavily on him. He couldn't bear the thought of never seeing his family again. He wasn't invincible or immortal, and he knew anything could happen in a war. Minato sensed his son's distress and moved closer, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Please, don't let anything happen to Mom and Itachi. Don't send my little brother into this war, even if Naruto began, but Minato interrupted. "You're not going to die. You will come back alive," he said firmly. "I will, but you know anything can happen. I've never asked anything of you, but please grant my request this time," Naruto pleaded gently. "I promise to take care of your mother and your brother," Minato assured him seriously. "Promise me," Naruto insisted. Minato looked into his son's desperate eyes. He knew Naruto was still too young to fight, but they had no choice. They were facing an overwhelming enemy force, and Konoha needed every able body, even if they were just kids. This was the harsh reality of the shinobi world. "I promise," Minato said sincerely. "I love you and I'm proud of you," he added with a sad smile. Naruto embraced his father tightly. The past few weeks had brought them closer together. Minato held his son tightly, a few tears slipping from his eyes. He loved Naruto dearly. Despite everything, he was his blood. Minato knew he was sending him into a perilous situation. As Naruto reflected on everything he and his father had shared, he felt a swirl of emotions. Was it respect? He searched his heart, and the answer was clear. Naruto. Namikaze loved his father deeply. Both father and son remained in that embrace for a while, sharing their feelings for one another. However, They were unaware of a pair of sad Sharingan eyes watching them intently, nor did they see the tears falling from Mikoto's eyes. Flashback and a lone tear slipped from Mikoto's eyes, but she quickly wiped it away before anyone could notice. Her pain, however, did not go unnoticed by her father. Kagami placed a hand on his daughter's shoulder, offering her a comforting smile. "It'll be okay," he said gently. "Yes," Mikoto replied slowly. Their conversation was interrupted by Minato's voice. "All of you have been summoned here for a reason, which most of you are aware of," Minato stated firmly. Various nods followed his announcement. Naruto stood in a corner, observing his father closely. "The fourth Great Ninja War has begun," Minato announced seriously. Murmurs filled the war room, tension rising among the gathered shinobi. Minato silenced them by raising his chakra. "Kumo, IW, and Kiri have formed an alliance and declared war on us," he explained calmly. "How dare they? This is an outrage. They will pay for this." Numerous voices echoed in the room, and Naruto could feel the tension building. He felt very uneasy as he was not familiar with such intense killing intent. His parents had trained him to cope with it, but he was still learning and hadn't mastered the art of maintaining a calm facade. He tried his best to appear unaffected, but a hint of worry was evident in his eyes. "Silence!" Minato's stern voice echoed throughout the room, and everyone felt his presence, immediately quieting down. However, Nara Shikaku, the head of the Nara clan and the Jounin commander, wanted to ask a few questions. "Hokage-sama, permission to speak," Shikaku requested formally. Minato nodded, and everyone turned their attention to the Nara, who was known throughout Konoha as the most brilliant strategist and was highly respected. "What is our situation regarding our alliance with Suna?" Shikaku asked seriously. Minato sighed, knowing this moment would come, and that things were about to get more complicated. They have chosen to remain neutral in this war. Suna suffered greatly in the previous conflict, and the Kazekage is unwilling to engage in another war so soon. However, he has assured us that Suna is not against Konoha, but they will neither join our side nor that of our enemies, Minato explained briefly. Another round of frustrated shouts erupted for 5 minutes as everyone expressed their anger at Suna's decision. Only the elders, Danzo and Hiruzen, remained calm, understanding that alliances often falter during wartime. "We should declare war on them too," Tsum Inuzuka, the head of the Inuzuka clan, said angrily. "That would only worsen our situation, Tsum-san. We are already at war with 3 hidden villages, adding another enemy is not wise. While Suna has denied us military support, they have secretly agreed to provide us with a small supply of weapons and supplies," Minato replied with a sigh. "That's just their way of preventing us from declaring war on them," Hayashi Hyuga said arrogantly. "That may be, but any help is appreciated, Hayashi-san." "I also have some good news," Minato said, a hint of happiness in his voice. Many members' eyes lit up with hope at their Hokage's words. "The rebel forces opposing the Mizukage in Kiri have agreed to assist us," Minato announced encouragingly. A small smile appeared on some faces, bringing a sense of relief, though the older members sensed there might be a catch. "What do they want in return?" Danzo asked neutrally. He loathed the entire situation. Konoha was in danger, and he blamed their Hokage's decisions. If only he had been Hokage. "They want our support in their war against the Mizukage after this conflict ends," Minato stated honestly. Before another discussion could begin, Hiruzen interjected quickly. "This is a difficult choice. We don't know what condition our village will be in after the war. But we have no choice. The rebels have promised us 3,000 shinobi to aid us in this war, many of whom are from bloodline clans," Hiruzen explained tactically. That did it. Hiruzen could see the eager expressions on his teammates' faces. Almost everyone was now agreeing with the proposal, as shinobi with Kekkei Genkai were incredibly powerful. This is a logical choice. Who is the leader of these rebels? Inoichi Yamanaka asked curiously. Mei Terumi. She is a formidable kunoichi who has been leading the rebel forces in Kiri for several months. Her tactics have significantly weakened the Mizukage's rule, Minato replied honestly. We agree with Hokage-sama. We shall accept the offer from the rebel forces, Danzo said, perhaps a bit too eagerly. Danzo, you are a troubling character, Minato thought to himself, feeling disgusted. He knew Danzo was already plotting ways to benefit from the Kekkei Genkai shinobi of the Kiri rebels. Yet, even someone like Danzo was needed right now. Despite his own agenda, he too wanted to protect Konoha and had the experience of 3 ninja wars behind him. Minato reluctantly agreed to include Danzo in the War Council. Now, Jiraiya-sensei has gathered a lot of information about the enemy. He'll explain what he has learned from his spies, Minato said seriously. Everyone turned to Jiraiya, the best spy master in the shinobi world. However, Jiraiya's gaze seemed to be fixed on Naruto, as if something about the boy drew his attention. Hiruzen elbowed his student gently, bringing him out of his daze. The third Hokage sighed at his student's antics. Despite Jiraiya's sometimes foolish behavior, he was a powerful ninja, and among his 3 students, Hiruzen was most proud of him. His prized student Orochimaru had turned traitor and left the village, while Tsunade Senju, the best medic in the world, had also departed after the deaths of her brother and fiancé. Hiruzen had high hopes for both, but they had failed him. Hiruzen was pulled from his thoughts as Jiraiya began his explanation of the enemy forces. For the past year, I've been monitoring Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri. The Tsuchikage and the Reikage initiated this plot, and the Mizukage later joined them, Jiraiya stated calmly. It seems Iwa and Kumo have yet to let go of their shameful defeat in the last war, Takon Kurama said wearily. Yes, they aim to destroy Konoha and seize our land. They refer to their combined armies as the Heavenly Alliance, Jiraiya said sarcastically. Many members scoffed at the name, and even Naruto couldn't suppress a small smile, which Mikoto noticed with relief. Do we have any information regarding their strength? Shibi Aburame asked seriously. Their combined forces consist of 45,000 battle-ready shinobi, Jiraiya revealed, shocking everyone in the room. This was a massive enemy force. Even though Konoha had a significant military presence, it was still insufficient compared to their adversaries. How many battle-ready shinobi do we have? Koharu inquired. If we include the Kiri rebels, we have a total of 20,000 shinobi ready for battle, Minato stated, shocking everyone once again. Fear gripped the hearts of those present. Despite having many powerful shinobi on their side, their army was not even half the size of the enemy's. But our forces are very small compared to the Heavenly Alliance, Choza Akimichi argued worriedly, having even stopped eating his chips, a rare occurrence for him. That is indeed true, but they do not possess our will of fire, Hiruzen said, trying to lift their spirits. Hiruzen, wars cannot be fought on morale alone. We need people to fight and protect Konoha, Minato replied, acknowledging the gravity of their situation. Your foolish ideals are no longer applicable, Danzo said harshly. Hiruzen sighed wearily. Despite the venom in Danzo's words, there was an unsettling truth to them. The mood in the room was heavy. Even Minato felt the weight of despair and struggled to find words that could restore his people's confidence. Don't give up. Everyone turned to find the source of the voice. To their surprise, a young blonde boy stepped forward into the center of the room. Naruto. Minato and Mikoto thought anxiously, not wanting their son to make a reckless move. Just as Minato was about to intervene, Hiruzen and Jiraiya placed reassuring hands on his shoulders. Minato looked at them seriously. Sometimes, young kids can do something we cannot, Hiruzen said, and Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Naruto, you have no authority to speak here, Hayashi said irritably, taken aback that the boy would dare to address such an important meeting. I thought Konoha was known for its justice and allowed everyone to speak. As for my authority, Hayashi, I am the elder son of the Hokage and the heir of the Namikaze clan, which gives me the right to speak, Naruto replied firmly, his dark eyes locking onto Hayashi's with surprising intensity for a child. Hayashi gritted his teeth but fell silent under Minato's cold gaze. But today I stand before you as a citizen of this village. Honorable council members, I request your permission to share a few words, Naruto said formally. The room was taken aback that the Hokage's son had managed to silence Hayashi, albeit respectfully. Go ahead, pup, Tsum said cheerfully, reminded of a certain redhead. The other clan leaders nodded, and Naruto offered a grateful bow. Unlike all of you, I don't claim to know the intricacies of war or how to fight against such a formidable enemy, he began. The council members listened intently. It was as if the boy had a natural talent for capturing their attention. But what I do know is that this village was the dream of our ancestors. They sacrificed everything, even their lives, for this village. From the first Hokage to the second, and the White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, every shinobi who fought for this village wanted one thing. Naruto spoke with determination. Kakashi's eyes widened when he heard Naruto refer to his father as a hero. He hadn't realized the boy held such admiration for him. It filled him with gratitude, and he could see a reflection of his fallen comrade, Obito, in Minato's son. Is this really my son? Mikoto thought, overwhelmed with pride for her little boy. What is it? Hamura asked quietly. They wanted what I'm asking from you right now. They wanted us to love this village and believe in each other, no matter the odds. They never wanted us to give up. They wanted us to protect this village and build a future for the next generation at all costs. This was the dream and last wish of every hero who died for this village. All the Hokages and every name on the memorial stone never lost faith in us. They sacrificed their futures to give us a new life, Naruto said passionately. Minato, Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and even the Umbu commander were astonished to see a flicker of hope returning to the people's eyes. If it ends here, we would destroy everything they stood for, Naruto said firmly. Some council members widened their eyes in surprise, recalling their own parents, family members, and friends who had given their lives for the village. We're no different from each other, we face the same danger and share the same feelings. The enemy outnumbers us, and if we each fight for ourselves, we will never win, Naruto stated earnestly. Heads dropped in shame as some members recognized their mistakes. True strength isn't in numbers. Let me ask you one question. If even one of you cannot answer this, I won't say anything further, Naruto said sternly. What is it? Inoichi asked curiously, impressed by the boy's ability to inspire hope where there was none. Do you have someone precious to you? The one person for whom you would gladly give your life? Naruto asked innocently. Every council member, except for Danzo and his allies, nodded. My grandfather and my mother taught me that if we have someone precious to us, then the true strength of a shinobi can emerge. I love this village and every person in it with all my heart, and I'm ready to sacrifice everything, even my life for it. Are you ready to do the same, or will you give up? Naruto asked seriously. Everyone's eyes widened at the truth in the boy's words. They thought of their families, their children. What would happen if they gave up? Would they sacrifice their future just because the enemy had a larger army? They were further shocked when they felt a powerful surge of chakra fill the room. They looked up to see Naruto enveloped in blue flames, his eyes shining brightly. Such powerful chakra, Hiruzen and Jiraiya thought in astonishment. His chakra is visible, the Ino Shikacho trio thought in amazement. Is this boy real? Some wondered in shock. Interesting, Danzo and the elders mused. His power is incredible, Shisui and Kakashi thought, eyes wide. Shibi remained silent, but his eyebrows raised slightly. Hayashi, however, was furious. That's my son, Mikoto thought happily. He'll grow up to be a great shinobi, Kagami thought proudly. You did what I could not, Naruto. You instilled hope in your people. You will become a far greater Hokage than I. No father could ask for a better son, Minato thought with pride. Even if I'm the last one standing, I'll defend this village and my family until the end. No matter what happens, I'll never give up. Naruto declared passionately. His chakra erupted, cracking the wooden floors and leaving cuts on the tables. A powerful gust of wind swept through the room, showcasing the might of Namikaze Naruto. Silence enveloped the room. Everyone was looking at each other, a fire burning in every person's eyes. Determination filled the air as they nodded in agreement. We can win. Let's show them. Konoha is strong. As long as we have Naruto-sama, we can win. Naruto was quite surprised when everyone began cheering for him. The entire room erupted with loud clapping and cheers, celebrating the little boy. Mikoto had tears of joy in her eyes. Unable to contain herself, she pulled her son into a fierce hug. The chakra dissipated, and Naruto looked at his mother curiously. "Did I do the right thing?" he asked. "Of course, silly, you were amazing," Mikoto replied with a giggle. "Nice kid, not too shabby," Jiraiya said with a proud smile. "Way to go there, Blondie," Tsum added proudly. Many people approached and patted the little boy, making him blush with embarrassment. He suddenly felt a bit awkward being the center of attention. "Do you see it, Minato?" Hiruzen asked with a knowing smile. "Yes, Sandaime-sama, we may have found a good candidate for the next Hokage," Minato replied proudly, and Hiruzen nodded in agreement. "Perhaps you are the child of prophecy," Jiraiya mused. Jiraiya stared at the young blonde boy in the center of the room, clearly impressed with how he motivated the council. The desire to win and protect their home was evident in every shinobi's eyes. He saw Naruto hugging his mother, but something felt off. Jiraiya observed closely, and his veteran instincts sensed something unsettling. He had fought in 3 wars and witnessed much darkness, including the downfall of his best friend. One thing he distinctly remembered about Orochimaru was his deceptive smile, the smile that sent shivers down his spine, meant to mislead and conceal the darkness within. And right now, a similar smile was on Naruto's face. Naruto appeared joyful, but there was a mystery lurking in his dark eyes, hinting at something ominous. As time passes and the boy grows, his darkness may increase. His desire to protect is greater than anyone I've ever seen, but his desire to destroy could be even stronger. He has a good soul, but I sense something very dark within him. The more his abilities grow, the more dangerous he might become. A small shiver ran down Jiraiya's spine as he recalled the Elder Toad's words. What if Naruto truly was the child of prophecy? That thought brought him both relief and concern. The boy had a good heart, but his mysterious nature made Jiraiya uneasy. He looked at Naruto, who now wore his innocent smile once again. "What darkness lies within you, Naruto?" Jiraiya pondered warily. In a small room in the grass country, 5 figures sat in a circle. Silence filled the air, broken only by the creaking of the wooden floors. In one corner sat the Sandaime Raikage, his imposing presence felt throughout the room. Beside him was the Tsuchikage, Anoki, who for once seemed serious and not complaining about his back pain. Konan of the Akatsuki sat opposite the 2 Kage, with the Mizukage beside her. She could sense the power of Yagura, the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails. On her other side sat Orochimaru, who wore a devious smile that made everyone uncomfortable. "So, Orochimaru, we have prepared our armies, and they are almost ready. It's time for you to reveal your plans," Anoki said sharply. Orochimaru liked his lips with a snake-like motion, irritating almost everyone in the room. "Of course, Tsuchikage Dano, I always keep my word," he replied with a twisted chuckle. "I beg to differ," the Raikage interjected curtly. "I'm hurt, Raikage Dano. You really don't trust me?" Orochimaru feigned disappointment. No one responded, which made the snake Sannin sigh. "I'll show you that I am indeed your ally in destroying Konoha. Allow me to demonstrate my power," Orochimaru said with a smirk. He made a few hand seals, and suddenly 5 coffins rose from the ground. The Kage's eyes widened in shock at what emerged. Orochimaru chuckled madly, clasping his hands together in excitement. "Gentlemen, I present to you the greatest warriors ever to be born in this world," he announced eagerly. "He finally learned how to do it," thought a shocked Konan, though she kept her expression neutral. "That's..." Anoki stammered in disbelief. Even the Raikage took a step back in fear as he recognized the figures emerging from the coffins. "Edo Tensei?" The Mizukage gasped in amazement. The figures stepped out, and the power of these shinobi was palpable. However, one coffin remained closed. Before them stood 4 magnificent warriors, the best of their time. "Hashirama Dano?" Anoki gasped, his eyes wide in astonishment. Before him stood Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi, said to be the strongest ever born. The first Hokage of Konoha, a master of wood style, and renowned as the greatest medic in history. Beside him stood his brother, Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage and the greatest water style user, capable of creating water from thin air and a master of teleportation. Yugura's eyes gleamed with excitement at the sight of the white-haired Senju. The third figure was none other than Mito Uzumaki, the wife of Hashirama Senju. She was one of the strongest members of the Uzumaki clan, her power immense, capable of even subduing the nine-tailed fox. The last person was none other than Tsukumo Hatake, the White Fang of Konoha. He was said to be stronger than the Sannin and one of the most powerful shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village. "Is this really them?" asked the Raikage suspiciously. "The one and only. I present to you Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, Mito Uzumaki Senju, and Tsukumo Hatake, the strongest shinobi of the Hidden Leaf," Orochimaru declared proudly. He had devoted years to perfecting this forbidden technique, and now he was seeing excellent results. "How do we know that you can control them?" Yugura asked, his tone dangerous. "I can control them. They can fight on our side and help in destroying Konoha. Just imagine the faces of Konoha's shinobi when they have to face their greatest heroes in battle," Orochimaru said with a sinister chuckle. The Kages wore devious smiles, realizing the potential damage they could inflict on Konoha. "Who is in that last coffin?" Konan asked firmly. "Well, that's a secret. You'll find out when the time is right," Orochimaru replied mysteriously. "You will tell us right now," the Raikage demanded angrily. "Is that a threat? You do remember that I can control these four." "It is unwise to threaten your allies," Orochimaru said darkly, his presence filling the room with tension. Everyone took a step back in fear. They knew that even as allies, Orochimaru was a dangerous man, and if he could control these four legends, it was wise to keep him on their side. "We'll let it slide for now," Inoki said bitterly, hating to submit to this young man, but prioritizing their goal to destroy Konoha. "But we do want to know the identity of this person." "Don't test my patience," Yugura warned darkly. "I promise when the time is right, you will find out who it is," Orochimaru assured sincerely. "I can't reveal my trump card right now," Orochimaru thought bemusedly. "Kages, Leader-sama wants to know your strategy for deploying our armed forces," Konan said seriously. Inoki and Yugura gestured for the Raikage to speak first. Meanwhile, Orochimaru made another hand seal, and all the coffins vanished from the room. "Konoha is right in the center of the shinobi world, which is a significant advantage for our war," the Raikage began calmly. "What do you have in mind?" Konan asked curiously. "Before I state my plan, what is our current situation on the field?" the Raikage inquired. The Tsuchikage and Mizukage nodded, indicating that this was their part. "I have divided my force of 15,000 shinobi into 3 divisions. One is stationed in Kusa, one in Taki, while the 3rd division will serve as backup for the first 2, constantly supplying weapons, food, reinforcements, and other important supplies to the frontline troops," Inoki explained briefly. "It seems it was very easy to take control of the people of Kusa and Taki," Orochimaru remarked bemusedly. "My armies are strong. We will not let anything get in our way. I have Kusa and Taki under control. Rest assured they won't be a problem," Inoki stated firmly. "Very well. You have Konoha surrounded from the west. Do you have any special forces who could attack Konoha secretly from Suna's borders?" Konan asked curiously. "Yes, I have a small force of my explosion corps hiding deep in Suna's borders. They can strike Konoha's borders within a few weeks," Inoki explained. "Very good. You have a solid strategy. Leader-sama will be pleased," Konan said stoically, while Inoki nodded nonchalantly. Konan then motioned for Yugura to speak, and he gave a firm nod. "I have divided my army into 2 divisions. One will continue to attack from Kiri and the surrounding islands. The 2nd division has already moved into Nagi Island and set up a base of operations there. They will attack Konoha from the south, while the 1st division will strike from the east. I also have a small force specialized in naval warfare, ready to engage the enemy. The total forces I have allocated for this war are 15,000 shinobi," Yugura explained briefly. "So, that surrounds Konoha from the east as well as the south. A wise move," the Raikage said with a smirk. "What about your forces, Raikage Dano?" Orochimaru asked seriously. "I have also divided my forces into 3 divisions, each with 5,000 shinobi. They will attack Konoha from the north, And my forces will be ready for action in a few days, the Raikage replied seriously. So, we have surrounded the enemy from all sides. Konoha will be forced to stay on the defensive, Konan analyzed. What about the weapons your leader promised us? We have paid you a substantial sum for them, Inoki said sternly. Konan nodded and unsealed a scroll. What appeared intrigued the Kages and Orochimaru alike. This weapon is called a missile. It was personally developed by Leader-sama. It can hit anything within 2,000 yards and can destroy armored targets, Konan explained briefly. How strong is it? The Raikage asked excitedly. It is more powerful than 500 combined explosive tags. If used precisely, it can severely devastate any advancing enemy forces. The blast would leave no survivors, Konan stated stoically. Very good. It will be very useful in the war, Yagura said proudly. Konan observed all the Kages, realizing they were focused solely on their selfish interests, unaware of the true intentions of the akatsuki. What about the Jinchuriki? Konan asked carefully. All the Kages looked at her and Orochimaru with narrowed eyes, distrust evident. The only reason they were allied was their shared goal. They will fight too, but you shouldn't concern yourself with this. We can handle it, Inoki warned dangerously, protective of his weapons. Kumo's Jinchuriki will fight, but only on my orders, the Raikage stated sternly. I have no interest in fighting this war, my armies will do their job. Raikage, Tsuchikage, you haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? Yagura asked with a stern expression. Rest assured, we fully support you against the rebels, both Kage replied in unison. What about the support of your comrades? Yagura inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Our group members will provide tactical support when necessary, Orochimaru stated seriously. Very well, Yagura replied curtly. And while you're engaged in the war, we will take your Jinchuriki and bring peace to this world, Konan thought resolutely. The Kei and the Akatsuki members discussed their plans for a few more minutes before concluding their meeting. However, none of them noticed a small bird observing them closely. Konoha War Room. Everyone sat patiently in their seats, the inspirational speech having significantly boosted morale. Minato looked at his son with pride, knowing it was time for Naruto to fulfill his purpose in this meeting. But before he could begin, the doors swung open abruptly. A figure entered the room, and everyone's eyes widened in surprise and shock at the sight of Jiraiya, a smirk on his face. So, you have finally arrived, still as captivating as ever, Jiraiya thought warmly. Standing before them was none other than Tsunade Senju, the legendary Sannin and a member of Team Hiruzen. Hiruzen was taken aback, unable to believe his wayward student had returned. Perhaps there was still hope. Tsunade stood confidently in the center of the room, clad in a green haori with "Gambler" written on it, her gray pants completing the look. With her hands on her hips and a serious expression, she commanded attention. Despite being nearly 44, she looked stunning. Tsunade-sama, many murmured in shock. Tsunade remained silent, fixing a stern gaze on Minato, who met her gaze firmly and gestured for her to sit. Questions began to arise, as Tsunade had been absent from the village for quite some time. As a Sannin, she had the right to go wherever she pleased, provided she remained loyal to Konoha. Her return, however, was a shock and a relief. As a Kage-level shinobi and the world's greatest medic, her presence significantly increased their chances of winning the war. Now, I request everyone except Shikaku, the elders, Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sensei, Hiruzen-sama, the Umbu commander, Shisui, Mikoto, Naruto, Kakashi, and Kagami-san to leave the room. The purpose of this meeting is to explain the enemy's actions thus far. Further strategies will be developed by us, and you will receive additional instructions from your superior officer in due time, Minato explained briefly. Everyone nodded and bowed deeply to their leaders before gradually leaving the room. Moments later, only the individuals Minato had mentioned remained. He turned to his son. Now was the time. Naruto Namikaze, step forward. Minato commanded. Naruto nodded and stepped forward, kneeling before his father in respect. Tsunade observed the boy with curiosity, surprised to see how much he resembled his mother, though he had Minato's blonde hair. Familiar with both Minato and his wife Mikoto, Tsunade appreciated Minato's leadership style, as he had never forced her into anything and allowed her to live life on her own terms, even if it meant staying away from the village. He understood her pain, and despite protests, he had permitted her absence, for which she was grateful. Now, Minato sought her assistance, and she recognized the danger Konoha faced. Despite her complicated feelings about the village, she chose to stand by its side, honoring the dreams of her brother and lover to protect it and become Hokage. She would not let their dreams fade away. With a curt nod to Mikoto and Kagami, whom she respected for their understanding nature, Tsunade noticed Mikoto's worried gaze fixed on her son. A small smile crossed Tsunade's face. She understood Mikoto's concern. She felt a pang of sadness for the young boy, far too young for the burdens of war, just as her brother had been. As of today, you are being recruited as a shinobi of Konoha. You will serve as the Namikaze clan's heir and fight for the village on the front lines, Minato announced loudly. Hi, Toka-sama, Naruto replied sincerely. However, you have a special responsibility towards this village, which will require sacrifices, Minato continued slowly. The room fell silent as everyone looked at their Hokage with curiosity, while Mikoto narrowed her eyes, wondering what her husband was planning. I am yours to command, Toka-sama, Naruto stated seriously, already aware of what his father was asking. He worried about how his mother would react once the truth was revealed. You will not be joining the regular forces, instead. Minato hesitated, aware of the weight of his decision. He noticed Mikoto's stern expression but felt that the plan required Naruto to take this necessary step. You will be part of a special force I have formed to protect this village, Minato declared seriously. Naruto met his father's gaze firmly. To-san, I accept this order and will fulfill my duty as a shinobi of this village, he said sincerely. Minato smiled briefly at his son, then motioned for him to come forward and handed him a small paper chit. You will be joining boot camp in a few days, where you will undergo rigorous training. For now, I need you to find these two people and bring them to me. Do you have any objections? Minato asked seriously. Mikoto opened her mouth to speak, but Minato shot her a cold look, signaling her to hold her thoughts for a moment. Naruto took a deep breath. This was the most significant decision of his life. He understood the consequences of his actions as he looked at his mother. She appeared very worried, so he offered her a small reassuring smile before turning to his father. I accept, Naruto said sincerely, having made his choice. I'm proud of you. Fight with courage and honor, and make your country proud, Minato said with pride. I will, Naruto promised. Now, find these individuals before evening and report back to me, Minato ordered. Naruto nodded and gave one last bow to his father. He glanced at his mother, assuring her it was okay, just as he was about to leave when he was halted. What makes you think you can fight in this war? Tsunade asked loudly. She wanted to know why this boy was so willing to risk his life. He was far too young for a war, and already sent into special forces? Did his father want him to get hurt? Naruto looked at the blonde-haired woman curiously. Do you know what war is? Tsunade asked sternly. I don't, Naruto replied curtly. Tsunade was surprised by his honesty. She had expected him to protest, but it seemed he was speaking the truth. You think just because your father believes in you, you can fight in a war? War is not a joke. The sounds of explosions, the fear in people's eyes, the loss of friends, would you still want to fight in a war? Tsunade asked, her voice softer now. She didn't know why she was saying all this, but she couldn't bear to see another young boy perish. Naruto reminded her of Nawaki, her little brother. It felt like just yesterday when Nawaki was in Naruto's position. Naruto looked at her with sad eyes, making Tsunade avert her gaze. Tsunade-sama, you are right. I have no idea what war is, and I don't want this war to happen. But if I don't fight, who will? My country, my comrades, my family. And my little brother needs me. I won't back down, Naruto said firmly. Tsunade smirked. The boy certainly had confidence. But now came the most serious question. Do you think you are strong enough to take a life? It's not something to be taken lightly, Tsunade said sadly. I can do it, Naruto replied with a cold determination in his eyes. Everyone was taken aback by his words. I'm strong, far stronger than you realize. The power I have, I will use to protect my brother, and I will confront every enemy who threatens him. None of you can understand why I'm doing this, but I'm not a coward who will give up just because I'm young. Even if I have to face them alone, I'll fight, Naruto declared resolutely. Naruto, what is this nonsense? Mikoto asked angrily, slamming her hands on the desk, causing a few cracks. You want to face the enemy all by yourself? Shisui asked worriedly. Minato looked at his son firmly, knowing he was different from others. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's anxiety grew with each passing moment. It was just as the elder Toad had predicted. If Naruto was indeed the child of prophecy. This world is merciless, but it is also beautiful. I have lived a good life, loved by my parents, my brother, and the villagers. I often wonder what I did to deserve this. Just because I am the son of a Hokage? Perhaps, but they believe in me, my brother believes in me, so I will win no matter what. Naruto said passionately. Naruto, you cannot do everything alone. You can't defeat everyone by yourself. Mikoto said, her worry evident. If I can't, then I'll just die. But if I win, I'll live, Naruto replied firmly as he left the room. Everyone was left in shock, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Danzo was impressed. The boy had the traits of a true shinobi and was no weakling. Perhaps he could sway the boy to his side. Tsunade was also taken aback by Naruto's determination. He was indeed different. Minato, what are you doing with my son? Mikoto asked angrily. Minato looked at his wife calmly. He needed her to understand. Why are you sending him into special forces? He is just a child, Shisui argued. Sensei, I know you have a plan, but don't you think he's too young for special ops missions? Kakashi asked doubtfully. Everyone, I will answer all your questions, but you will listen to me and not interrupt. Am I clear? Minato said sternly, and everyone nodded, except for Mikoto, who continued to glare at her husband. Minato sighed. Mikoto was very stubborn when it came to Naruto and Itachi's well-being. Suddenly, a puff of smoke appeared, and a small bird landed in front of Minato, carrying a scroll. He took the scroll and opened it with his blood. His eyes widened as he read the contents. It's just as we feared, Minato thought worriedly. What is it, Hokage-sama? Hamura asked curiously. A few hours ago, IWA attacked Kusa and Taki and has taken control of both villages. Some of their special ops teams are hiding in Suna to strike us. Last night, Kiri took control of Nagi Island and has surrounded us from the south and east. Kumo's army will be ready in a few days and will attack from the north. The war has already begun, Minato explained briefly. Everyone was shocked by this news. How do you know all this? Even my spies haven't heard anything. What are you hiding? Jiraiya asked suspiciously. Minato looked around the room at the worried faces. Things had just gotten much worse. He knew he had made mistakes, and now they were paying the price. In a way, he and his elder son were similar. Both believed it was their duty to shoulder everything alone. He glanced at the concerned faces of his people, realizing he hadn't even told them about the Edo Tensei or the Akatsuki, among other threats. The people in the room were the only ones he could trust, except for Danzo. But now he had to reveal the harsh truth. He couldn't share this with the other shinobi or villagers, or chaos would ensue. His only hope rested on the plan he had devised and the people in this room. 7 years ago, I started Operation Black Storm. And this is where it all began, Minato said darkly. 7 years ago, I started Operation Black Storm, and this is where it all began. Minato said slowly. The room was filled with curiosity about this operation. Even the Umbu commander, Jiraiya, Hiruzen, Mikoto, and the others were unaware of its details. What is this operation? Danzo asked, intrigued. Danzo, do you remember the losses our village suffered during the Third Great Ninja War? Minato asked calmly. Yes, our casualties were significant. If not for the Sannin and you, Konoha would have lost the war, Danzo replied analytically. But we did recover from that war, didn't we? Hamura inquired. Yes, we did. Our forces are strong now. Even without our Jinchuriki, we still have Jiraiya, Hiruzen, Tsunade, Minato-sama, Mikoto-sama, Kagami, Kakashi, Shursui, the entire Umbu force, and all our troops. We are strong, Koharu asserted firmly. That may be true, Koharu-san, but we are currently surrounded. Our forces will be stretched thin across the Fire Country, and our enemy has a much larger force, including 5 Jinchuriki. We are not as strong as we think, Shikaku stated harshly. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Despite their motivational efforts, the reality was bleak, and hope for victory was dwindling. That is why I launched this Black Ops operation, Minato declared calmly. What do you mean? Mikoto asked, her curiosity piqued as she realized her husband had been hiding secrets. After witnessing our losses, I concluded that the days of fighting head-on were coming to an end. I knew other villages harbored animosity toward Konoha, and if they united, we would be on the brink of extinction. So, as you all know, I implemented reforms in our military forces. Minato began. Everyone listened closely, recognizing that their Hokage had given this matter considerable thought. But I knew it wasn't enough. As soon as I became Hokage, I started creating a secret force, Minato said seriously. Everyone was taken aback, including the Umbu commander. We already have so many divisions. Why create a secret force, and why weren't we informed? Hiruzen asked earnestly. The enemy knows everything about our forces and tactics, just as we know theirs. I initiated this force in secret to give our village an advantage, Minato explained. What is so special about this force? What's its name? Tsunade asked, intrigued. It's called Blacklight, and they are the first and last line of defense for our village, Minato stated truthfully. Everyone's eyes widened at this revelation. The Umbu were the finest soldiers in the village, and they couldn't believe what their leader was saying. But Hokage-sama, the Umbu have protected the village with their lives, argued the Umbu commander. Dragon, that is true, but Blacklight has been conducting operations behind enemy lines since the end of the Third Great Ninja War. How do you think I received information about the enemy so quickly? Not even Jiraiya-sensei's spy network knows about them, Minato replied honestly. How strong are these Blacklight shinobi? Kakashi asked curiously. Each one of them is worth 10 of our chunin. They are the best. Even better than the Umbu. The fact that so many have successfully infiltrated enemy ranks without Jiraiya knowing is proof of their efficiency. I handpicked each one, Minato explained briefly. Tell us more about this force, Kagami said calmly, hopeful that they had such an exceptional team. Blacklight is a group of elite special forces that specializes in modern warfare. It is unlike any force you have ever seen, Minato stated simply. Why is that? Shursui asked curiously. It is a ground, air, and naval combat force. They possess the most advanced weapons and armor. In short, they are the ultimate commandos of this village, Minato asserted firmly. What do you mean by aerial and naval combat? Mikoto asked seriously. They can infiltrate deep behind enemy lines, whether by air or sea. They can fly and swim underwater using special equipment designed for them. Right now, as we speak, Blacklight forces are disrupting the primary supply line of Iwa's 1st Combat Division in Taki, Minato said with a hint of pride. What? Everyone exclaimed in shock. Hokage-sama, while I have the utmost faith in you, all of this sounds too good to be true, Shikaku said suspiciously. The fact that one Blacklight commando is present in this room, and none of you can feel his presence, proves my point, Minato replied confidently. As soon as he said that, a figure rose from the wooden floor. Everyone's eyes widened as they realized there was someone in the room they hadn't noticed. All present were Kage-level or Jounin-level ninja, seasoned by war. The figure wore black Umbu pants, a black flak jacket, black gloves, and black combat boots. But everyone's eyes widened when they saw the Baku mask on his face. There was only one person who had ever worn that mask, the most trusted Umbu of the 2nd Hokage and the previous Umbu commander of Konoha. But he was supposed to be dead. Baku? Hiruzen asked in shock. The man had been his second in command and had died in the Third Great Ninja War. At your service, Hiruzen-hima, the man said firmly, bowing slightly. Baku was a legend in Konoha. He had survived 3 wars and was the most trusted man of the 2nd and 3rd Hokage, as well as the best infiltration and recon special ops soldier. Even in his 60s, his presence commanded respect. "Bakushu, how are you alive?" the Umbu commander asked curiously. "Baku, you died in the previous war. What is going on here?" Danzo demanded firmly. Minato stepped forward to stand beside Baku. "It is true he died in battle, but the enemy deceived us and captured him alive. He was in captivity for a few months before I rescued him from the prison camp," Minato explained briefly. "Is this true?" Jiraiya asked cautiously, still processing the revelations. "Yes, Hokage-sama rescued me," Baku confirmed. "The enemy had captured me for days, trying to extract information until I was finally rescued. During my time in their camp, I realized that despite their losses, they were relentless, and another war was on the horizon. After my rescue by Minato-sama, I shared everything I knew about the enemy's plans," Baku explained briefly. "Hey, are you Mikasa Ackerman?" Naruto asked curiously. The girl named Mikasa had jet black hair that reached her shoulders and a very cute face. Naruto was struck by how much she resembled his mother. She wore a simple gray skirt, white sandals, and a small black t-shirt, but it was her calm blue eyes that captivated him the most. Surprise was the right word to describe Naruto's feelings. He had seen beautiful girls in his village, but Mikasa stood out. She regarded him with a calm expression. "Yes, I am Mikasa. Who are you?" she asked, her tone steady. Naruto was taken aback by her straightforwardness. Most people in the village recognized him, but she seemed either unaware or uninterested. Then he remembered she was an orphan living at the orphanage, known for her aloof personality. "I'm Naruto Namikaze. Nice to meet you," he said with a smile, extending his hand for a handshake. Mikasa's eyes widened momentarily before returning to their calm state. She looked at him intently, and then gently shook his hand. "It is nice to meet you, Naruto-san. Now, can you tell me why the Hokage's son is searching for me?" she asked directly. Mikasa was not one for beating around the bush. If she had something to say, she said it plainly. The fact that the Hokage's son was looking for her could not be a coincidence. Naruto appreciated her straightforwardness, though he was surprised by her sharp question. "Well, Hokama sent me to deliver this to you personally," he said seriously, handing her the note his father had given him. He referred to his father as Hokage, understanding the importance of respecting his position. He knew the contents of the note, and Mikasa's reaction surprised him. She read it calmly, and for a brief moment, he noticed a flicker of shock on her face before she quickly composed herself. After a moment, she looked at Naruto seriously. He noticed her gaze shift to a couple of people observing them, and he understood her silent message. She was perceptive and intelligent. They both nodded and moved away from the crowd. The silence between them felt heavy, and Naruto found it uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Mikasa was deep in thought. The Hokage had asked for her opinion on joining a secret task force to protect Konoha during the war. No further details were provided, but the message was clear. She had 2 weeks to decide and report back. If she chose not to join, the memory of this encounter would be erased, keeping it a secret. She studied Naruto closely. He was enigmatic. He seemed friendly, yet she noticed his sharpness when he understood her unspoken request to find a private place. He walked patiently beside her, unlike most kids their age who would have bombarded her with questions. Despite being the Hokage's son, he appeared comfortable walking and talking with someone like her. After a few moments, they reached a secluded corner, free from prying eyes. Naruto looked at Mikasa seriously. "What is your opinion?" he asked, his voice devoid of playfulness. "I need to think about this. It's a lot to consider," Mikasa replied hesitantly. "Understood. I will relay your message to Hokage-sama. If you make a decision, please report to him at the Hokage Tower," Naruto explained briefly. "I see. Thank you," Mikasa said curtly. A moment of silence passed before Mikasa decided to ask a question. "Are you also joining the force?" Naruto looked at her for a few moments. Her expression was calm, and she seemed genuinely interested. "Yes, I am. I will protect this village at all costs," he declared with determination. Mikasa regarded the blonde-haired boy seriously. His words were resolute, and the look in his dark eyes conveyed sincerity. "Why?" she asked. "What do you mean?" Naruto replied, puzzled. "Why do you want to risk your life in such a dangerous role? You could join the regular forces instead. Why choose to put yourself in harm's way?" Mikasa inquired, wanting to understand his motivations. They both faced a similar choice, but Naruto had already made his decision. Naruto gazed at her, lost in thought. "When I look at these people, I see my family. Each person has a role to fulfill. I was born in this village, so it's my duty to fight for it and protect it at all costs. This world can be merciless, Mikasa, but it is also beautiful. There are so many things worth protecting. My father says I have a special power within me. I don't fully understand it, but my grandfather taught me that with great power comes great responsibility and sacrifice. I am ready to make that sacrifice. The question is, are you?" he asked earnestly. Mikasa's eyes widened slightly at his seriousness. He seemed to know what he was doing. But still, she felt a sense of despair. "Then you will die pursuing this dream of yours," she said harshly. "So what?" Naruto replied, taken aback by her tone. What was going on with this girl? She was even more mysterious than him. Now it was Mikasa's turn to be shocked. Naruto didn't understand the concept of death. "You don't know what death is. You talk about dying for this village, thinking that if you die protecting it, your death will be glorious. But the reality is different. When you die, everything you wanted, your dreams, the people you love, all of them are lost with you. Your body becomes part of the earth, until it completely fades away. The only thing that truly matters in this world is survival," Mikasa said, her tone sharp. "There is a reason why Naruto has the ability to control water, possesses powerful chakra, and has sensor skills. On the other hand, you are the only person in the world who can perform the Hiraishin. It is because..." Hiruzen began, but was interrupted. "I am the son of Tobirama Senju," Minato stated calmly, though a hint of irritation crept into his voice. "Yes, you are Tobirama Ajizan's only son and part of the Senju clan." "Well, what's left of it anyway?" Tsunade said sadly. The Senju clan had fought valiantly in 3 wars to protect Konoha, but in doing so, they had sacrificed their lives. Even the Uchiha had dwindled to very few active members. The other villages had specifically targeted the shinobi of these clans, knowing that if the founding clans of Konoha were wiped out, it would be easier to destroy Konoha. "Why was I never told about this?" Minato asked sternly, casting a harsh look at all of them. "It was your mother's dying wish," Jiraiya said seriously. "My mother?" Minato asked, shocked. "Of course, where do you think you got those looks from?" Jiraiya replied with a bemused tone. "Jiraiya, this is not the time," Tsunade said sternly. Jiraiya chuckled a little in embarrassment while Hiruzen and Tsunade smacked their foreheads. "What was her name?" Minato asked sadly, wishing he had known more about his mother. Tsunade stepped forward and placed a hand on the young man's shoulder. He was family after all. "Her name was Toka Senju. She was a kind-hearted woman, quite the opposite of your father. She was P-Argent during the last days of the First Great Ninja War. Unfortunately, your father sacrificed his life to save his team," Tsunade explained sadly. She remembered how, as a child, she could never forget her uncle and aunt. Tobirama was strict but loved her deeply, and Toka cared for her as if she were her own daughter. "What happened to her?" Minato asked quietly. "There were complications during your birth, and she faced a difficult choice, either give birth to you and risk her life, or save herself. She chose to save you at the cost of her own life," Tsunade said gently. A lone tear slipped from Minato's eye. The thought that his mother had sacrificed herself for him filled him with sadness and helplessness. She was a good thinker, and she knew your father had made many enemies, even some within the village. Unlike you, your father was not popular among the Uchiha. She feared for your safety. The Senju and Uchiha have always been on thin ice since the founding of this village. After your father's death, there were very few powerful Senju left, and with the risk of another war looming, she asked us to keep your identity a secret. She didn't care that you would not be known as Senju, she only wanted you to live and have a happy life," Tsunade explained gently. "But why save me?" She could have lived. She could have had another chance at life. Minato asked sadly, feeling responsible for her death. If only he had died, his mother would have been alive and lived a happy life. It's not your fault. Women are strange beings. They love us men despite all our faults and mistakes. They are the reason we exist, and your mother was someone who wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice her life for the son she loved more than anything, Jiraiya explained kindly. You know, Naruto's personality is similar to Tokosama's, kind and gentle, but strong-willed too, Tsunade said with a chuckle. Minato's heart eased a little at that thought. Maybe one day he could meet his mother and thank her for everything she did for him. The Namikaze were a small family, and when I discussed this with your foster parents, they readily agreed to keep it a secret until they passed. But they loved you as if you were their own, Hiruzen explained seriously. Minato nodded, but questions still lingered in his mind. Tsunade-sama, does anyone else apart from you three know about this? Minato asked seriously. The trio immediately bit their lips. Besides them, there was still one person who knew the entire truth. There is one other person who knows this truth, Hiruzen said darkly. Who is it? Minato asked firmly. Orochimaru. With Naruto. Naruto and Mikasa walked silently through the alleys of Konoha. They walked closely together, but there was little verbal communication between them. Naruto felt a bit annoyed. This girl was very quiet. She never spoke unless he asked for directions. He was not a spoiled brat and had treated her well, so why was she ignoring him completely? You must be wondering why I'm not talking to you, Mikasa said calmly. Naruto was surprised she could read his thoughts so easily. Mikasa simply gave him an understanding look. I generally don't talk to strangers. No offense, she said curtly. Why is that? Naruto asked curiously. We live in a devious world. Everyone wants something from you. There is always a catch, and if you want to survive, the only one you can truly trust is yourself. It's not just shinobi who lie and steal. Ordinary people do it knowingly or unknowingly too. You always have to watch your back when you don't have family and friends to protect you, Mikasa explained briefly. I won't say I understand how you feel, because I grew up with a family. But I don't have any friends, Naruto admitted sadly. Mikasa was curious after hearing that. Naruto was the son of the Hokage. He could practically be friends with anyone he liked. Most kids would love to be friends with someone like him. Why is that? She asked. Everyone my age wants to be my friend because I'm the son of the Hokage. They are only interested in me because I'm the heir of the Namikaze clan. They see me as Naruto Namikaze, not as a person. It's better to have no friends at all than to have ones who are only interested in your fame and power, Naruto explained briefly. Mikasa looked at Naruto with sadness. It seemed that things were not so good for him after all. But that was life, one filled with hardships and loneliness. I see, Mikasa said softly. Is Armin your good friend? Naruto asked gently. Yes, he is the only family I have left. He is my best friend, Mikasa replied, a hint of happiness in her voice. You both are lucky to have each other as friends, Naruto said, his tone tinged with sadness. Mikasa felt a sudden urge and edged a little closer to Naruto, gently grasping his hand. If you would like, we can be your friends? I understand if you don't want to, she said hesitantly, but her words were cut off. Mikasa was taken aback when Naruto enveloped her in a warm hug, thanking her repeatedly. Naruto felt a surge of happiness. Throughout his life, he had been surrounded by family and a few clan kids, but most were only interested in politics and the influence he had as the Hokage's son. He had never experienced true friendship until this moment with Mikasa. She treated him like a normal person, unaffected by his status, and even playfully challenged him when he mentioned wanting to take her friend into blacklight. Her emotions were genuine. Beneath her stoic exterior was a person he could connect with. Perhaps this was what it felt like to make a first friend. Meanwhile, Mikasa was surprised. All her assumptions about Naruto had been wrong. He was calm, understanding, and treated her with respect, despite her being an orphan whom nobody knew. This feeling of happiness was something she hadn't experienced since that incident and after meeting Armin. Would this friendship even work? Would the Hokage or the villagers accept it? I would like to be your friend, Naruto said happily. Mikasa placed a hand on his back, unsure of how to respond. She didn't want to be rude, but the sudden physical contact made her uncomfortable. Noticing her discomfort, Naruto immediately released her from the hug, offering an apologetic look. "I'm sorry, I got carried away. It's just that you are the first friend I have made in my life," he admitted honestly. Mikasa wanted to warn him, but she couldn't find the courage to speak up. "It's okay. But please don't do it again," she said seriously. "Got it," Naruto replied earnestly. "Get your act together, Baka," he thought to himself, feeling a bit embarrassed but also pleased by the moment. "Armin should be here somewhere," Mikasa said thoughtfully. Suddenly, they heard voices coming from a corner of the alley. The pair nodded and moved toward the source of the commotion. "Look what he's got," said a chubby boy. "An old hat? A crybaby like you shouldn't have this," taunted another boy. "Come on, be good and hand it over to us," urged a thin boy. Naruto and Mikasa spotted a brown-haired boy surrounded by 3 others. He clutched a small hat tightly, clearly being bullied. "This belongs to my grandfather, I won't give it to you," the brown-haired boy declared fiercely. "Then take this," the leader of the bullies said, delivering a hard shove to the boy. The shove sent the brown-haired boy tumbling to the ground. Naruto's anger flared at the sight. He had to intervene. "Hey, you bullies!" he yelled, rushing toward them, fists clenched and ready to confront them. But before he could reach them, a blur zipped past him. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as he realized it was Mikasa. The bullies froze at the sight of her approaching, and Naruto watched in awe as she swiftly dealt with them. They were no match for her. She subdued them effortlessly, standing before them with a fierce look in her eyes. "If I ever see any of you near Armin again, you'll regret it," Mikasa warned, her voice low and threatening. "Understood, Mikasa," the leader stammered. The bullies, now bruised and disheveled, scurried away. Note to self, never anger her, Naruto thought with a chuckle, then remembered they were looking for Armin, who was indeed the boy they had just rescued. "Are you all right?" Naruto asked, concern etched on his face. He extended his hand to the brown-haired boy, who nodded gratefully and accepted Naruto's help to stand. "Thank you," the boy said, his eyes widening in surprise as he recognized Naruto. "You're Naruto Namikaze?" he asked, astonished. "Yeah, are you by any chance Armin Arlert?" Naruto asked sheepishly. "I am Armin, but what are you doing here?" Armin replied, still in shock. "He has come to deliver a message directly from the Hokage," Mikasa stated seriously. Armin and Naruto exchanged glances as the bullies fled, and Mikasa leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Naruto pulled out a note and handed it to Armin, who took it eagerly. Armin's hands trembled as he began to read, clearly struggling to control his nerves. "Is this really true?" Armin asked, astonished. "Yes, and we need to report back to the Hokage with our answer in 2 weeks, Mikasa confirmed. Armin studied Naruto with a calculating gaze. "If we are asked to join, then since you come from 2 powerful clans, you must have some special ability." "You've been asked to join, right?" he asked sharply. "So he has the brains," Naruto thought, impressed. "Yes, I've already agreed to this to protect the village," Naruto replied firmly. "I can't join, I'm sorry," Armin said sadly. Naruto was taken aback by this response but somehow anticipated it. "But are you afraid, or do you not care what happens to this village or our country?" Naruto asked, his voice tinged with bitterness. "Don't say that. My parents and grandparents died in the line of duty. But what did they get in return?" Armin shot back, frustration evident in his tone. "What?" Naruto asked, shocked. He hadn't known about Armin's family. They died protecting this village, and all they received was their names carved on a memorial stone. "I grew up without the love of a family, in an orphanage. You don't know how that feels, how much it hurts." "They were all foolish people," Armin said bitterly. Naruto, surprised, grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. "Don't ever say that. I can't fully understand your pain, but I won't allow you to insult the memory of those who sacrificed for this village. Your parents and grandparents fought for our peace, and calling them foolish is a disservice to their sacrifice. I'm sorry your life has been hard, But they gave there today so you could have it tomorrow, Naruto explained, his voice firm. But they left me all alone, Armin said sadly, tears welling in his eyes. You are not alone. You have Mikasa and now you have me. I won't abandon you, Naruto said sincerely. But I'm just a nobody, Armin asked, confused. You are Armin Arlert and from now on, you are my friend. You are not a nobody anymore, Naruto said with a smile. Armin felt a wave of happiness wash over him at those words. Suddenly, the trio heard noises coming from the main street, growing louder by the second. We should check out what's going on out there, Mikasa suggested quickly. Sure, both boys replied in unison. They ran toward the main street and found a crowd gathered. Many shinobi in their uniforms were preparing to leave, while families cried and children clung to their parents. What is happening? Mikasa asked respectfully. An old man looked at her, his voice heavy with sadness. The shinobi are heading to the front lines. They are leaving today to fight in the war. Many of them may not return. It's so early, Armin said in shock. So it has already begun, Naruto thought grimly. Please, father, don't go. I want to spend time with you, pleaded a small girl with raven hair. A middle-aged man bent down and embraced her warmly, tears glistening in his eyes. It's all right, Nano-chan. Your dad will be back soon. I'll bring you lots of gifts, he promised gently. You promise? Please don't leave like Kachan, the girl said sadly. I promise, he replied, his voice heavy. Naruto clenched his fists tightly and began to walk away from the crowd. Mikasa and Armin quickly followed. Hey, Naruto, where are you going? Armin asked urgently. It's all because of the enemy. If we defeat them, we can protect our people and our village, Naruto said, anger rising in his voice. He slammed his fist against a nearby wall, causing cracks to spiderweb across its surface. Mikasa and Armin stared in shock. So he has some physical strength, Mikasa thought, intrigued. What are you going to do? Armin asked softly. Armin, Mikasa. I'm going into the blacklight. I'll gain the power to fight the enemy. And I will take them down, Naruto said, his tone dark. Armin and Mikasa stepped back, feeling the surge of Naruto's power. It was overwhelming, and the intensity in his eyes hinted at a fierce determination. Before they could respond, Naruto dashed off without another word. Armin wanted to follow, but Mikasa placed a hand on his shoulder, giving him a firm look. They exchanged glances, knowing they faced a decision that would change their lives forever. Minato Namikaze stood at the gate of his home, thoughts racing through his mind. His life had changed today, and he was uncertain about what that meant for him and his family. One thing was clear, he would always be a Namikaze. His mother, Toka Senju, had wished for him to live a good life, and he had honored that wish. His foster parents had cared for him, and no matter what, he would always be a Namikaze. He didn't want to reveal the truth to his family just yet. There were too many issues at hand. He sensed Mikoto's presence in the house, along with his younger son, Itachi. I guess she wasn't able to find Naruto, Minato thought wearily. He opened the gate and entered the house. As he stepped through the front door, he saw Mikoto sitting on the couch, her gaze fixed on him with intensity. Even her Sharingan was activated, glaring at him. We need to talk. Meanwhile, Naruto sprinted toward the eastern side of the village, determined to reach one specific place. Entering the Uchiha compound, he made his way to Kagami's house. There was only one person, besides his mother, with whom he could share everything. His father had never been very close to him, but this person had supported him throughout his childhood. After a few moments of running, he reached his grandfather's house. Opening the door, he found the person he was looking for. Shisui Uchiha sat calmly before him. Good to see you, Naruto-kun, he said with a warm smile. Aji-sen, I need to talk with you, Naruto said slowly. Of course, have a seat. I'll get you some water, and then you can tell me what's troubling you, okay? Shisui offered gently. Thank you, Naruto replied gratefully. If anyone understood him after his mother, it was Shisui. He had always been kind and supportive to both him and Itachi, acting more like an older brother. Naruto knew he could count on Shisui for help, especially now when his thoughts were conflicted. On one hand, he knew his family didn't want him to enter the blacklight. On the other, he felt a strong urge to protect his country. He didn't want to break his mother's heart. She meant everything to him, but he also couldn't sit back and do nothing. Shisui returned with a glass of water, ready to listen. Naruto gave a thankful nod and drank the offered beverage. "So, what is troubling you?" asked Shisui calmly. "You see." 30 minutes later. "So it's like that, huh?" asked Shisui patiently. "Yes," said Naruto slowly. "Naruto, as you are right now, you are not fit to be on the front line, much less in blacklight," said Shisui honestly. "That is why Naruto began to protest but was cut off. "And despite this, you still want to go and fight?" asked Shisui seriously. "Yes, I do," said Naruto firmly. Shisui looked at his nephew seriously. The boy had enormous power, and if what he had seen and heard during the council meeting was true, then perhaps it was for the best. "That's fine then," said Shisui with a smile. "Huh," said Naruto in shock. "You still don't know anything about your power, but there is still a way for you to fight," said Shisui patiently. "But what about Mom?" asked Naruto curiously. "Always remember this, Naruto, it doesn't matter what people say you should be, but what's important is what you want to be," said Shisui sagely. "Uncle," said Naruto in awe, his uncle really knew how to guide him. "Well, I haven't taught you much in your life. If you like, I can teach you something that will help you fight and protect yourself and your comrades," said Shisui happily. "Really?" asked Naruto eagerly. "Yes," said Shisui with a smile. "Then what are we waiting for?" said Naruto excitedly. Shisui chuckled at Naruto's enthusiasm. It was time for him to teach his nephew and contribute to making him a true shinobi. Both uncle and nephew walked toward the training ground of their house. Shisui was thinking about all the possible things he could teach Naruto and what would be best for him. Meanwhile, Naruto was thrilled. His uncle was finally going to teach him. He knew Shisui was renowned as the best teleporter in their village after his father. People had even given him the nickname Shisui of the body flicker. He also excelled in ninjutsu and shurikenjutsu, and his Sharingan was said to be the strongest in the Uchiha clan. "So, what are you going to teach me?" asked Naruto curiously. "How much time is left before you are deployed?" asked Shisui seriously. 2 weeks. "After that, I have to leave," said Naruto sincerely. "Have your sister and Minato-sama taught you anything?" asked Shisui curiously. "Yes, they've already taught me the tree walking and water walking chakra control exercises. I know the entire theory about chakra too," explained Naruto briefly. "That's very good. It will make it easier for me to teach you ninjutsu," said Shisui firmly. He then took out a small piece of paper and handed it to Naruto. "What is this, uncle?" asked Naruto curiously. "This is a chakra paper. But before I tell you any further, tell me what the 5 basic types of elements are and their applications for ninjutsu," asked Shisui seriously. There are 5 basic types into which the nature of chakra can be transformed, known as the 5 elements nature transformation. These 5 types are also called elements and are not only the origin of the names of the 5 great shinobi countries but also the foundation of all elemental ninjutsu. The 5 basic natures are all connected in a circle, each being weaker than one and stronger than the other. They are fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning, explained Naruto briefly. Very accurate. Every person has chakra that has an affinity towards one of these types, a characteristic that seems to be genetic, since whole clans sometimes share the same affinity. Most members of the Senju clan, for example, had an affinity towards earth and water. They were some of the most skilled earth and water manipulators in the world, the most skilled being the second Hokage, who was said to be the most powerful water user of his time, explained Shisui briefly. "What affinity does the Uchiha clan have?" asked Naruto curiously. "We excel in fire ninjutsu. We are the best fire-style users in the shinobi world," said Shisui proudly. "So since Mom is an Uchiha, does it mean I can have fire chakra nature too?" asked Naruto curiously. "Maybe. Let's find out. Channel your chakra into that paper. If your affinity is fire, it will burn. If your affinity is water, it will get wet. If your affinity is earth, it will crumble. If your affinity is wind, it will be sliced. And if your affinity is lightning, it will wrinkle," explained Shisui briefly. Naruto nodded and channeled his chakra into the paper. What happened next shocked Shisui. The entire paper became so wet that it disintegrated into small pieces. Shisui activated his Sharingan and saw that there was so much water chakra in the paper that its entire molecular form was disturbed. He also noticed some pieces crumbling to dust, while others burned away. Impossible, thought Shisui in shock. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. Such a high affinity for water had not been seen in any shinobi of Konoha since the second Hokage. More than that, Naruto possessed affinities for earth and fire too, but water was his primary affinity, and its potential was incredible. "Uncle, what does this mean?" asked Naruto curiously. It took Shisui a few more seconds to recover from his shock. He then looked at Naruto with a thoughtful expression. There was only one clan in the entire world that inherited such natural talent in water style, and they were the Senju. Shisui had thought that since Mikoto was Naruto's mother, he would have fire as his strongest chakra, but it was the opposite. He still had fire as an affinity, but water was stronger, not to mention earth. You have 3 affinities, with water being your strongest, followed by earth and fire, said Shisui patiently. That is amazing, isn't it? Asked Naruto happily. Yes, it is, said Shisui with a small smile, though he sensed something was off and decided to investigate it later. So it means it's better if I learn water-style ninjutsu? Asked Naruto curiously. Yes, it is. But judging from your chakra levels and stamina, you will only be able to learn small techniques at first, explained Shisui briefly. So, do you know any water ninjutsu? Asked Naruto quickly. I don't have an affinity for water, but I do know one water ninjutsu that you are fit to learn now, said Shisui sharply. What is it? Asked Naruto eagerly. It is called water clone technique. It creates clones out of water that have 1/10 of the original person's power. Like other solid clone techniques, the clones can be used to perform tasks the user is unable or unwilling to do for themselves. However, the range of the clone is limited, as it cannot travel very far from the original body without losing control. Like other clone techniques, if the water clones are injured enough, they will revert back to normal water. Now, normally this technique requires a source of water, Shisui explained briefly. He then led Naruto toward the lake near his house and pointed for him to stand on the water. Shisui watched in surprise as Naruto effortlessly balanced on the surface, using very little chakra. The boy's water talent was remarkable. This is a C-rank ninjutsu, and it can be performed with the tiger seal. Watch carefully, Shisui said seriously. He made the ram hand seal and 2 identical clones rose from the water, standing in front of Naruto. Now you try, but use only a limited amount of your chakra. Don't overdo it, he warned. Naruto had observed his uncle perform the ninjutsu and, using his sensor skills, gathered information about the right amount of chakra to mold. He made the tiger hand seal and focused his chakra. Shisui's eyes widened in shock when 20 water clones of Naruto emerged from the lake, smirking at him. Baka, I told you not to overdo it, Shisui said, a hint of irritation in his voice. But I didn't use all my chakra, Naruto protested. What? Is this his power? It's amazing, Shisui thought in disbelief. So did I do it right? Naruto asked again. Yes, this jutsu is easy, but it becomes very difficult to perform without a water source nearby. With time, I believe you'll be able to perform this jutsu anywhere, Shisui explained. Aji-san, I want to learn the fireball jutsu, which I have seen Kachan do many times. She said an Uchiha isn't complete until he learns that jutsu. Before I go to war, I want to become a true Uchiha too, Naruto requested. Shisui was pleased to hear this. He was glad Naruto valued the Uchiha clan's traditions. Alright then, the jutsu you want to learn is called Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. It is one of the prized jutsu of the Uchiha clan and is a C-rank offensive ninjutsu. In this technique, chakra molded inside the body is converted into fire and expelled from the mouth either as a massive ball of flames or as a continuous stream of fire. The scope of the attack is altered by controlling the volume of chakra used. The released flames will engulf their target and leave a crater on the ground surface, Shisui explained seriously. Can you show me how it's done? Naruto asked eagerly. Shisui nodded and stepped in front of the lake. Naruto and his water clones moved aside, but what he did next surprised Shisui. I want half of you to watch the hand seals, while the rest of you will try to determine the correct amount of chakra needed for the attack, Naruto instructed firmly. Hi, the water clones responded. So he is using his clones to gather information. Water clones cannot pass information after they are dispelled, so while they are active, he wants them to observe my jutsu and report back to him. This way, he can analyze the jutsu with the help of 20 minds, which will aid him in understanding its dynamics better. Ingenious, Shisui thought proudly. The real Naruto placed his hand on the water's surface and closed his eyes. Shisui saw the water clones nod and give the signal to perform the jutsu. He quickly performed a set of hand seals. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. Naruto's water clones watched as Shisui formed a perfect fireball, about the size of a large rock, and sent it soaring over the lake. The water beneath the fireball evaporated due to the intense heat. So, this is the secret behind this jutsu, Naruto thought with a smirk, sensing that Shisui had molded chakra in his lungs. Shisui stopped the jutsu and observed as Naruto conversed with his water clones, who shared what they had learned about the hand seals and the attack. After dispelling the clones, Naruto felt a bit tired, having used some of his chakra, but he still had plenty left. Shisui watched closely and was quite surprised as Naruto performed all the hand seals correctly, his speed impressive for a first attempt. Naruto took a deep breath and molded what he believed to be the right amount of chakra. He felt a warmth in his chest and, with great speed, opened his mouth. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. A fireball, half the size of Shisui's, was released from Naruto's mouth. The attack was small but powerful, causing more steam to rise from the lake as the fireball ignited the water. His attack isn't perfect, but it is powerful. The fact that more water is burning compared to my own shows his chakra is more potent than mine. He is a prodigy, and if he keeps practicing, he may master this jutsu in a few weeks, Shisui thought with a smile. That's enough for today. You did a good job, Shisui said happily. Naruto stopped his fireball and began to pant heavily, noticing some burn marks on his lips. Shisui stepped forward and picked him up. I'm feeling tired, Naruto said sleepily. Let's get you home, Shisui replied gently. The next day, Naruto slowly opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling, realizing he was in his house. The training had taken a toll on him. He hadn't mastered the fire ninjutsu, but it was a good attempt. He felt someone sleeping beside him and turned to find it was none other than his father. He gently tapped his father's shoulder. Minato slowly opened his eyes and saw his elder son awake and looking at him curiously. Last night had been very rough. He and Mikoto had the biggest fight of their lives, but he didn't blame her. The fact that Naruto returned home, unconscious and with a few burn marks, only fueled Mikoto's anger. Shisui had to endure her rant for 30 minutes while he was sent out of the bedroom. Only time would tell when she would calm down. Morning, Naruto, Minato said with a smile. Let me guess. She's upset, Naruto chuckled. Minato laughed softly, but their amusement quickly faded when they heard a new voice. That I am, Mikoto said, her tone sharp. Naruto looked at her, standing at the door with her Sharingan activated and a fierce expression on her face, making him even more anxious. Kami-sama must hate me, Naruto thought with a dry chuckle. Mikoto stepped forward and lightly tapped Naruto on the head. You idiot, what were you thinking? She asked, her voice filled with frustration. Kachan. I can explain, Naruto replied slowly. In a small clearing in the forest, 300 young trainees stood in rows. All of them wore the same uniform, representing the 8th Trainee Corps of the Blacklight Forces of Konoha, the most formidable Umbu force in the world. The cadets donned black pants and combat boots, with dark brown jackets over small dark blue shirts. Each wore a Konoha headband around their foreheads. The silence was palpable. Not a single cadet spoke as they stood at attention. These boys and girls were young, and today their lives would change forever. The sound of firm footsteps echoed in the field as a man walked among the cadets, his dark eyes critically assessing each one. They are far too young, he thought calculatingly. Han, known as Commander Fox, had fought in 2 great ninja wars, and was one of the most decorated shinobi in Konoha's history. He understood the harsh realities of war, and seeing the young faces before him deepened his disdain for it. These children were the best soldiers of their country, move into a world where many would face grave danger. His gaze landed on a brown-haired boy who wore a nervous expression despite his efforts to conceal it. Han approached the boy, who immediately saluted. "Who are you?" Han asked stoically, beginning the process that had been followed in Blacklight since its inception. "Armin Arlert, from Konoha, sir," the boy replied, his voice trembling slightly. "Why are you here?" Han asked sternly, his tone commanding. "To fight for Konoha and defeat our enemies," Armin said quickly, cursing his luck as Han let out a disappointed snort before lifting him off the ground to meet his gaze. "The only one who is going to be in trouble is you, Arlert," Han said, his voice laced with disdain as he set Armin back down. Han noticed the sound of fists clenching nearby and smirked as he caught sight of 2 cadets glaring at him. "So, they are your friends," he thought, amused. The cadets seemed wary of him now, which was precisely what he wanted. This introduction process was essential for every Blacklight cadet. Here, their resolve would be tested, and their beliefs would be challenged, provided they survived. More than 100 of them likely would not. That crafty Minato, Han thought firmly. If the council knew what these kids would endure, they would have his head. He fully supported Minato. In this world, the strong survived while the weak perished. He stepped in front of a young girl with dark hair tipped in light blue. She wore a mischievous expression, and Han sensed she was one of the more dangerous ones. "Who are you?" he asked loudly, causing some of the other girls to flinch. "Yo, old man. I'm Anko Mitarashi, here to kick some butt," she replied cheerfully, but she quickly dodged as Han feigned a punch toward her face. Good reflexes, Han thought, impressed. Though he was just joking, her speed was commendable. Before Anko could react, Han vanished from her sight, and she felt a cold metal point at her neck, sending chills down her spine. "Call me old, and you'll regret it," he said, his tone serious. He released a hint of his killing intent, and Anko's cheerfulness vanished. "Yes, sir," she replied quickly, thinking, "creepy" was the only word that came to mind when she thought of her instructor. Before the shock of Anko's encounter could wear off, a loud yawn echoed through the clearing, surprising Han. He quickly turned to find the source. He approached a young blonde girl, who stood out among her peers. Han had to admit she was strikingly beautiful and could become an excellent spy. "Oi, what was that?" he asked angrily, lightly tapping her on the head. The blonde girl rubbed her head, but instead of fear, she wore a lazy expression. "Come on. It's still 3 a.m., sir. I'm feeling sleepy," she said honestly, yawning in front of Han. In his entire career, Han had never encountered such a mix of personalities. One was a nervous wreck, another was bold, and now he faced a sleepy girl. What crime had he committed that he had to train such inexperienced recruits to be Blacklight soldiers? He decided to test this girl right now. "Who are you?" Han asked sternly, and the girl's lazy demeanor vanished instantly. "Ranjika Matsumoto, from Tenshin Village." "Here to save my country, Commander," she replied earnestly, and Han felt a flicker of satisfaction at her resolve. "You wouldn't be able to save anything." Han scoffed, ruffling the girl's silky blonde hair roughly. "You have no right to say that," an angry voice interjected. Han turned to see a young boy with silky blonde hair. He wore a face mask, but those cold black eyes were unmistakable. Han stepped in front of the boy, his expression fierce. Kids like these were often the first to fall in battle. "An Uchiha, perhaps?" he mocked, flicking the boy's forehead. "Now that the war has begun, names don't matter, Commander," the boy replied coldly, surprising Han with the emptiness in his gaze. "Just who are you, boy?" Han asked, intrigued. Something must have happened to this child to make him so cold at such a young age. "I'm no one. The only thing I want is to protect my brother, and I will do whatever it takes to keep him safe," the boy declared fiercely, and Han felt a satisfied smile forming behind his mask. "I see. But still, what's your name? This is an order, Han insisted. Naruto Namikaze. Everyone's eyes widened at that name, disbelief washing over them. The elder son of the Hokage and heir of the Namikaze clan was here. Even Han was taken aback by the boy's determination. He had heard reports of Naruto's bond with Itachi and his reasons for fighting. Murmurs spread through the crowd, and Han raised his presence sharply, silencing them immediately. As he said, names don't matter. I asked some of you why you are here, and only his answer was somewhat satisfactory. I'm Commander Fox, and it is a disgrace that I have to train worthless recruits like you, he said, disappointment evident in his tone. Many cadets glared back at him, anger simmering. As I suspected, they are very raw. They need to pass the test, Han thought firmly. You think you are Blacklight? You are nothing but cattle. We don't need the weak, we need soldiers. From today, you are no one. You don't want to be anyone. Whatever you were in the past, rich, poor, clan heir, or anything else, none of that matters. From now on, you are expendable soldiers, ready to be sacrificed for our nation, Han declared harshly, and many of the kids felt a chill at his words. But we thought we were in Blacklight now? Asked a young girl with purple hair. Listen, the day you kill every emotion in your heart, then you become a Blacklight. When you're ready to turn against your friends, your family, and even yourself, then you become a Blacklight. Can you do that? Han asked sharply, and the girl took a step back, fear evident in her eyes. No one answered. Could they truly do such a thing? Talking about dying for their country was one thing, but to act without hesitation required a resolve they did not possess at that moment. You are right, Commander. We are worthless, but I broke the heart of the person I loved most. I'm sure many of us have done the same to get here, so throw whatever obstacle you want. We will become Blacklight, and nothing can stop us, Naruto declared fiercely, and Han noticed. Confidence returning to many of the cadets. Always the loudmouth, but still. Mikasa thought warmly, a small smile forming on her face. The same smile appeared on Ranjiku's face as she looked at Naruto intently. She was curious about him. He had supported her, albeit indirectly, and she wanted to know more about him. Namikaze Naruto. You seem quite interesting, Ranjiku thought with a mischievous smile. Show off, I'll show him who's the boss here, Genma thought furiously, determined to prove his worth and not let Naruto overshadow him. Namikaze, I bet you won't have the same confidence by tomorrow, Han said confidently, now standing in the center of the crowd. Enough talking. Since you all are so cocky, I have a reward for you. Give me a 2-mile run right now. Tired was an understatement for the cadets of Blacklight. They had never faced such a grueling day in their lives. Han had pushed them to their limits, starting with running, then exercising and back to running again. He had made them work all day without food or water. Many had already collapsed from fatigue and dehydration. As expected, Han had told them this was just a warm-up for the challenges to come, though none of them knew what that truly meant. Mikasa was tending to Armin's injured leg. He had tripped over a rock and twisted it, but instead of receiving any medication, he was ordered to keep running. How's the wound now? Does it hurt? Mikasa asked, concern etched on her face. She felt a little relieved when Armin managed a small smile. It's better than before, thank you. Don't worry, I'll be fine by tomorrow, Armin promised lightly, and Mikasa nodded hesitantly. Silence fell over them as they watched the other cadets talking or trying to eat the meager food provided. Many of them were asleep at their tables, while others were eating as if they hadn't had a meal in days. Mikasa couldn't understand why they were being treated to such a delicious dinner. Everyone seemed happy, enjoying their food, but she had a nagging feeling about it all. From what she had observed, there were hardly any soldiers at the base, just Han and a few of his subordinates. The facility itself was quite small for training 300 cadets. Armin had mentioned that he hadn't seen any training equipment either, which made her increasingly uneasy. Her gaze was fixed on Naruto, or rather, the person he was talking to. Armin noticed where Mikasa was looking and a small smirk appeared on his face, recognizing a hint of anger and jealousy in her eyes. I never knew you could impress someone like her, Naruto, he thought, amused. Meanwhile, Naruto was engaged in conversation with Ranjiku, who had pulled him away from the others to chat. He noticed many boys casting envious glances his way, while the girls looked at Ranjaku with similar feelings. He was taken aback when she kissed him on the cheek. It was something he never expected. He was grateful for his mask, as it concealed his embarrassment. Didn't need to do that, Naruto said nervously. He had to admit Ranjaku was attractive, but his thoughts were still occupied by a certain raven-haired girl who was watching them with an intense expression. Ranjaku wrapped her arm around his neck and laughed. "You stood up for me against the commander, and I'm grateful for that," she said cheerfully. "It wasn't just for you. He insulted Armin too, and all of us." "I couldn't hold back my anger," Naruto replied honestly, earning a warm smile from the blonde beside him. "That's what I like about you," Ranjaku said mysteriously, causing Naruto's eyes to widen in surprise. "What?" he asked, confused, and Ranjaku playfully ruffled his hair. "You're just like me. You speak your mind, and I appreciate your honesty," she clarified, making Naruto let out a relieved sigh that made her giggle. Their conversation was interrupted when a few other cadets joined them. Naruto recognized two of them: Anko, the girl who had been scolded by the instructor, and a purple-haired girl who had asked a question earlier. Two boys stood beside them, one with spiky black hair and a bandage across his nose, and the other with light brown hair covered by a bandana. Another boy was chewing on a senbon and also wore a bandana. "Nice speech there, smart guy," said the boy with the senbon in a teasing tone. "Well, I said what I thought." "Nothing more," Naruto replied cautiously, sensing that the boy wasn't here to make friends. "Yeah, thanks to your loud mouth, we had to exercise for an extra hour." "How do you justify that?" the boy asked, a hint of anger in his voice. "What's your name?" Naruto asked sharply, noticing the tension rising. "Genma Shiranui." "Like I said, Genma, I'm here to protect my brother. If the instructor punishes the whole group, that's his issue, not mine. In the Umbu force, there's no room for complaints," Naruto retorted firmly. Genma grabbed him by the collar. "Listen clearly, Namikaze, this isn't your house, and you're not the Hokage's kid here. So keep your mouth shut, or else," Genma threatened, tightening his grip. "Guys, calm down, there's no need for a fight," Anko said sternly, supported by the purple-haired girl. "Hey, Genma, there's no need for this. It was the commander's decision to punish us, not his fault," said the spiky-haired boy with the bandage. "Shut it, Kotetsu." Genma snapped, and just as another boy, Izumo, was about to intervene, someone else stepped in. Before things could escalate further, both Naruto and Genma were suddenly pulled down to the floor, with someone sitting on top of Naruto while Genma had a firm foot on his chest. Looking up, Naruto was shocked to see it was Mikasa. "Mikasa," he said, surprised, but she looked at him with a stern expression. "You shouldn't engage in pointless fights," she said flatly, which only fueled Naruto's anger. "You have no right to say that," he replied furiously, catching a glimpse of shock in her blue eyes. "Fine," Mikasa said curtly, getting off him and walking straight out the door, leaving everyone stunned by how effortlessly she had taken down two boys. Wow. She's impressive, Genma thought, acknowledging her beauty as well. Maybe he could steer her away from the Namikaze. Armin offered his hand to Naruto, helping him to his feet. He then looked at the other cadets calmly. "We are all comrades here. If anyone has been offended, I apologize on behalf of Naruto and Mikasa," Armin said, his voice steady. Genma averted his gaze as everyone turned to him, disappointment evident in their expressions for starting a fight. "Alright, no harm done. I'm Kotetsu, and this is my friend Izumo," Kotetsu said, extending his hand, which Naruto and Armin shook warmly. "Nice to meet you, I'm Yugao Yuzuki. Genma Shiranui. Aoba Yamashiro. Shizun Kato. Yamato Noera. Hana Inazuka. Anko Mitarashi." Naruto and Armin greeted each of the cadets cheerfully. More and more cadets came forward, and within a few minutes, everyone was introducing themselves. Despite the rocky start, they all understood that they would be fighting alongside each other, and it was best to be on good terms. Most of them had basic shinobi training and some special skills, which was why they had been chosen. But if they couldn't understand one another, How could they defeat the enemy? 30 minutes later, Naruto, Armin, and Ranjaku were sitting in a small corner. The earlier conversation had been friendly, and even Genma and Naruto had paused their rivalry, though they remained a bit wary of each other. Ranjaku seemed to be joking with Armin until they both noticed Naruto sitting silently. "Mikasa," Armin said knowingly, and Naruto looked surprised that his friend could read his thoughts so easily. "I was rude to her. I shouldn't have said those things. I was so angry," Naruto admitted, disappointment heavy in his voice. "Naruto, you need to understand. Mikasa may seem a little cold, but she cares deeply about you. If you and Genma had fought, both of you would have ended up in detention, and she didn't want that," Armin explained briefly. "Is she your good friend?" Ranjaku asked curiously, having gathered that these three were close. "She is my first friend. But sometimes I can't understand her," Naruto said sadly, a part of his heart still aching. Even after all these days, he couldn't forgive himself for hurting his mother. Those tears were etched in his memory, and he couldn't forget that he was the cause of them. His mother had loved him all his life, and even if what he was doing was right, he still blamed himself for breaking her heart. The only thing keeping him going was the desire to protect Itachi and the village. He had grown close to Mikasa and Armin, who had been so good to him without expecting anything in return, and he felt he had messed up once again. "You don't know about her past, but I'm sure one day you'll understand her," Armin said mysteriously. "What do you mean?" Ranjaku asked, intrigued. "It's something you should ask Mikasa herself, or rather, she will tell you when she's ready," Armin replied calmly. "Could I become one of your friends? You two are good people, and Mikasa is also a decent girl," Ranjaku said eagerly, but was cut off when Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder. "You are more than welcome in our group. Just no public displays of affection," Naruto joked. Armin chuckled at the sight of Ranjaku hugging Naruto tightly, and the embarrassed look on his friend's face made him laugh even more. "No promises," Ranjaku said playfully. All three friends laughed, feeling a sense of camaraderie. Perhaps they could help each other through the challenges ahead. Mikasa sat quietly in a corner of the base, the night deepening around her. Most of the cadets had returned to their barracks, and only a few minutes remained before curfew. No one was allowed to step out of their rooms after that. Her mind was preoccupied with the incident at dinner. Had she done the right thing? She wouldn't lie. Seeing Naruto with Ranjaku had stirred something within her, though she couldn't quite pinpoint why. She knew they were just friends, but she wished he had spent more time with her and Armin. They didn't even know Ranjaku until today, and he had been so rude when she stopped him from fighting Genma. Mikasa was puzzled by Naruto's change. Before they left Konoha, he had been friendly, kind, and gentle, but now he seemed like a shadow of his former self. Something had altered him, and while he was still a good person, he felt more distant and cold than before. Her thoughts were interrupted when someone sat beside her. She was surprised that anyone could find her in the darkness. It was Naruto. "How did you find me?" Mikasa asked curiously, startled when Naruto reached out and gently wiped away the tears from her cheeks. She hadn't even realized she was crying. "I have a knack for sensing where people are," Naruto replied softly, and Mikasa looked away. "Is that a good or a bad thing?" she asked coolly, hearing Naruto let out a weary sigh. "I'm sorry for what happened back there," Naruto said sincerely. He hadn't wanted to hurt her, but he knew he had made her cry. "You don't have to apologize. Besides, who am I to say anything to you?" Mikasa replied nonchalantly, though she was surprised when Naruto took her hand gently. "You are my friend, and it was my fault. I was angry at Genma, and if you hadn't intervened, I would have fought him, which would probably have led to detention. I just couldn't control my temper," Naruto admitted honestly. Mikasa looked at him seriously, and his eyes conveyed that he truly meant what he said. "I see. Then it's all right," Mikasa said, a small smile appearing on her face. They sat together in silence, gazing at the moon in the sky. They didn't know what fate awaited them, but they were determined to face it together. "You mean a lot to me. And you are as precious to me as my family," Naruto said warmly, causing Mikasa's eyes to widen. Did he really mean that? "Naruto. I know I can be an idiot, and sometimes I speak without thinking. It's just," Naruto began, but he was interrupted when Mikasa squeezed his hand gently. "It's all right. You don't need to explain everything to me. You are my friend, and I'll stay by your side always," Mikasa said firmly, sensing a smile behind his mask. "Besides, you're a bit of a fool and you'd mess up without me," she added jokingly, noticing a challenging glint in Naruto's eyes. "And you'd be lost without me, Emo," Naruto teased back, catching sight of Mikasa's cheeks turning slightly pink. "Fool. Emo. Moron. Emo." Their laughter echoed around them, a reminder of how much they relied on each other. For Naruto, Mikasa was a friend, a guide, and someone who kept him grounded when he acted impulsively. Armin was usually supportive of every decision he made, but they needed someone as level-headed as Mikasa. For Mikasa, Naruto was a close friend. Though she wouldn't admit it, he was just as important to her as Armin. She knew she wasn't perfect and could be a bit tough, but her only goal was to protect her two friends. "No matter what happens, I won't let anything happen to you." The wild sound of the wind rushed past his ears, the atmosphere so cool it felt almost eerie. He could vaguely see birds soaring through the air. Was this a dream? "Naruto!" The loud shout jolted him awake, and he looked around frantically to find the source of the voice. "Naruto!" The first thing he noticed was that he was in the air, plummeting downward. To his horror, he realized he was truly falling from the sky. He glanced down and saw Armin a few feet below him, surrounded by clouds. His heartbeat raced as panic set in. Where were they? "What is happening?" Naruto yelled, fear coursing through him. Never had he felt so terrified before. "I don't know that we're falling from the sky," Armin shouted back, his voice trembling. This was no dream, it was real. They were falling from thousands of feet above the ground. What was happening? Only God knew how frightened he was, and seeing tears in Armin's eyes made him even more anxious. "We're going to die, Naruto. We're going to die," Armin cried, convinced their end was near. Even as shinobi, falling from such a height meant certain death for anyone, especially for kids like them. What chance did they have of surviving? Armin's vision began to darken, and he felt unconsciousness creeping in. "Am I really going to die like this?" he thought sadly, wondering how he would face his parents in the afterlife. Suddenly, he was shaken violently. He opened his eyes to see Naruto gripping him tightly, shouting at him. "Calm down, I'll get us out of this alive," Naruto promised, though Armin could see the fear in his friend's eyes. Still, he trusted Naruto. As the ground rushed closer, they had about 40 seconds before impact. Armin heard Naruto take a deep breath. "Armin, I'm going to do something crazy," Naruto said nervously. A small chuckle escaped Armin's lips despite the situation. "Aren't we all a bit crazy?" Armin joked, feeling grateful to have his friend by his side. "I don't know if this will work, but I can sense a lot of water in the air. If I can just HRSS it, maybe we can survive this crash," Naruto thought, focusing intently. He pushed ahead of Armin, ignoring his friend's shouts as he concentrated on his plan. He had one chance: either they would live or die. He didn't care about his own fate. He had promised to protect Armin, and he would do everything in his power to keep that promise. Armin was taken aback when he felt a surge of chakra, and when he looked down, he was astonished to see Naruto enveloped in blue flames. "What is happening?" Armin thought in shock. "Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu, water clone technique," Naruto shouted, and suddenly, hundreds of clones surrounded them, forming a protective barrier. But to his horror, Armin noticed that Naruto was falling faster than before. His eyes widened when he saw blood trickling from Naruto's nose, and his eyes seemed to be closed. Did he use all his chakra? Armin thought, panic rising within him. The clones were in chaos, unsure of how to handle the situation. "Clone army, prepare for crash landing. Surround yourselves around me and Armin right now," Naruto commanded. Armin was amazed as the clones nodded and formed a protective circle around them. The ground rushed closer, and he closed his eyes, hoping for survival. His heart raced, and he was drenched in sweat. Were they really thrown from the sky? Where were Mikasa and Ranjaku? All these thoughts overwhelmed him, and he shut his eyes, wishing for it to be over soon. When he finally opened his eyes, his clothes were soaked, and his body ached. Armin rubbed his eyes, trying to make sense of his surroundings. The last thing he remembered was falling from the sky with Naruto. He jolted upright but fell back to the ground, his legs unable to support him. The only thought in his mind was finding Naruto, no matter what. He realized he was floating on a small puddle of water, and the clones must have been destroyed on impact. Looking around, he noticed he had landed in a small field surrounded by tall trees. If Naruto had fallen into those trees, his chances of survival were slim. I can't think like that. Nothing will happen to him, Armin thought fiercely, slowly trying to rise. Suddenly, something dropped from his pouch. He looked down to see a small scroll. What was a scroll doing in his pocket? He picked it up and examined it closely. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. It was just a simple scroll. What was he supposed to do with it? Don't act hastily. This world is full of lies, Armin recalled Mikasa's words, always urging him to be cautious. Right now, he didn't think it was wise to open the scroll. What if it's a trap? I can't take such a risk now. I need to find Naruto first and get him to safety, Armin thought firmly, tucking the scroll back into his pouch. With these thoughts in mind, Armin got to his feet. He wasn't in top shape, but he was grateful to be alive instead of crushed. There seems to be no one around, and I can't stay out in the open for long. I have to head into the forest and search for Naruto, he said seriously to himself. He began walking toward the forest, his legs aching but thankfully not broken. So many questions raced through his mind, the foremost being who had dropped them from the sky. That thought sent shivers down his spine. If not for Naruto, he would have been lost. But the way Naruto had saved him raised even more questions. Just yesterday, they had gone through the introduction ceremony, everything had seemed fine, and they had slept peacefully in their barracks until this morning when he woke up falling from the sky. Were they thrown down on purpose? I'll go mad if I keep thinking like this, Armin thought in frustration. This was his problem, he always overthought things, which only made him more anxious. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed across the area, pulling Armin from his thoughts. He clenched his fists, ready to fight. They had only received basic shinobi training in the past few weeks, but he felt capable of defending himself. Or so he thought. He heard hissing noises all around him, and when he looked back, he was shocked to see a giant snake emerging from the ground, eyeing him like prey. Holy cow! Armin shouted, panic setting in as he took off running. He didn't look back, he just ran as fast as he could. The sight of the giant snake behind him intensified his fear. He considered climbing a tree, but it would take too long, and the snake was right on his tail. Suddenly, he lost his balance and fell hard to the ground, pain jolting through his body. Looking back, he was terrified to see the snake looming over him, its gaze predatory. Armin tried to get up but realized his leg was twisted. I won't let you take me, he yelled defiantly, throwing a few stones at the snake. The snake absorbed the hits without flinching, and Armin's fear escalated as it opened its mouth, ready to strike. I'm sorry, Mikasa Naruto, he thought, bracing for the worst. But just then, a bright arrow shot through the air, striking the snake and causing it to collapse to the side. Yo, a mysterious voice called out. Armin looked up, surprised and relieved to see his savior. You. Naruto was in pain, terrible pain. Slowly, he opened his eyes, the last thing he remembered being surrounded by his clones before everything went black. To his surprise, he found himself lying upside down on a branch of a tall tree. Where am I? He thought groggily, his vision still blurry and his body aching. Suddenly, he noticed blood dripping onto the ground, coming from himself. He lifted his hand to touch his face, shocked to find it covered in his own blood. A jolt of pain shot through his left hand, and he struggled to suppress a scream. It seemed his landing hadn't gone well, and he had sustained some significant injuries. Looking around, he saw trees everywhere, realizing he was in a forest. The absence of anyone nearby made him nervous. I need to find Armin quickly. I can't leave him alone in a place like this, he thought firmly, trying to move. But one wrong move caused him to lose his balance and fall to the ground with a sickening thud. This time, he couldn't hold back his scream as he felt the pain of his injuries. Armin sat silently in a small cave, still in disbelief over the day's events. First, they had fallen from the sky like angels, then his friend had gone missing, and finally, a giant snake had nearly taken his life. If not for her, he would have been gone. And he hated that. Ranjaku, why did you save me? He asked irritably. The blonde girl sighed tiredly and sat beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Do I need a reason to? She replied flatly. Armin averted his gaze, unable to bear the shame. You should have let me die, he said seriously. Ranjaku grabbed him firmly, looking him straight in the eye. Why would I leave a friend to die? I don't understand, she said, frustration creeping into her voice. The sadness in Armin's eyes made her realize there was more to him than she knew. She didn't know anything about his past, so making assumptions would be pointless. This is hell. This world is hell, Armin said, his body shaking. Ranjaku hugged him tightly, unsure of what was happening but sensing he had endured a terrible day. It'll be all right, she said soothingly, wiping the tears from his eyes. Only the strong survive in our world. There is no place for the weak. My friends tried to be strong for me, protecting me even when I felt weak. They saved me time and again, and now you had to save my life. I can't bear that, Armin said sadly, and Ranjaku finally understood the root of his struggle. Armin had deep-seated self-esteem issues, shaped by a past he had yet to share. He had always relied on others, and that was hurting his pride. It's not a bad thing if your friend helps you, Ranjaku said patiently. No, I want to fight alongside everyone. I want to protect them too, and not just be a burden. That's all there is to it. Today, I nearly faced death twice, Armin said seriously. What happened to you? Ranjaku asked, curiosity piqued, and what she heard next shocked her to the core. Both Naruto and I were thrown from the sky, Armin said dramatically, and Ranjaku's eyes widened at the revelation. Impossible, she said in disbelief. It's the truth. If not for Naruto, I'd be dead. He created so many water clones from thin air. It was incredible. And now he's out there in the forest all alone, and I can't do anything. Armin yelled angrily, and Ranjaku quickly placed a hand over his mouth. Shoo, do you want to get us killed? This forest is extremely dangerous. I woke up today hanging from a cliff, Ranjaku said seriously, and now it was Armin's turn to be shocked. What did you say? He asked, his voice trembling. Was this happening to all the cadets? Armin, we need to stay here. This forest has some very dangerous creatures. On my way here, I noticed the bodies of some cadets, Ranjaku said darkly. Armin felt a chill run down his spine at her words. He was now genuinely worried about his friends. He just wanted them to be safe. Ranjaku noticed his distress and decided to comfort him. I didn't find Naruto or Mikasa's bodies. They are alive, she said reassuringly. That's a relief. Armin replied, though he still felt the urgency to find them no matter what. Armin, can I ask you something? It's about Naruto's power. I know he comes from two powerful clans, and his father is a Hokage. But only the second Hokage had the ability to create water from thin air. Don't you think it's strange that Naruto has the same ability? Ranjaku asked curiously. Armin pondered Ranjaku's theory. He had never seen anything like that before. He knew Naruto was strong, but he had no idea he possessed abilities similar to the second Hokage. Maybe. I don't know, Ranjaku. We'll ask him when we find him, Armin said firmly. Ranjaku was glad to see that her friend had gained some confidence, even if it was just for the sake of saving his friends. It was a good sign that Armin was growing. Armin then remembered something he wanted to ask Ranjaku since their battle with the snake. He had also not seen anything like that before. Ranjaku, what was that weapon you used to defeat that snake? He asked curiously. This time, a small smile appeared on Ranjaku's face as she made a hand seal. In the next moment, a shining bow and arrow appeared in her right hand. Oh, that's amazing, Armin said, his eyes wide with awe. Ranjaku giggled at his reaction. He was kind of cute. This is the ability I inherited from my father. I can control my chakra and shape it into a weapon. I can fire multiple arrows at once and take down enemies, Ranjaku explained happily. Is that why you were chosen as Blacklight? Armin asked. Ranjika gave him a sheepish smile, rubbing the back of her head in a comical manner, which made Armin smile a little more. I hope so, she said shyly. Ranjiku. Armin said slowly, looking at her with a kind smile. Huh. I'm glad you're here. Naruto was slowly limping through the forest. His entire body felt like it had been through a grinder. Blood trickled from his head. To say he was injured would be an understatement. He was badly hurt, and without medical help, he wouldn't last long in this forest. But it would be worth it if he could save his friends. His vision blurred, and with each step, pain shot through his legs. His left hand was definitely broken, but he wasn't sure about the condition of his legs. I can't give up. I can't leave Mikasa and Armin here. Naruto thought wearily, coughing up a little blood. Drops of blood fell onto the grass beneath him, and when he looked down, he was shocked to see a trail of blood leading ahead. What is this? He thought nervously, a bad feeling creeping in. He cautiously began limping in the direction of the blood trail, anxiety gnawing at him. He had no weapon to defend himself, and after using nearly all his chakra to create those water clones, he felt vulnerable. As he turned a corner, what he saw next would be etched in his mind forever. He had never encountered such a horrifying sight before, and he felt nausea rise within him. Before him lay a body, badly mangled. It appeared to be a cadet from Blacklight. The young boy, around his age, had suffered horrific injuries. He coughed again, placing a hand on his chest to steady himself. Slowly he reached for the edge of the body's jacket to identify who it was. The face was so disfigured, combined with a foul stench, there was no way he could recognize this cadet without any identification. Shinko Zaika. Naruto recalled. He remembered this boy, one of the trainees in his batch. But who could have done this to him? There are no signs of claw marks or bite marks from any animals. It's as if someone tore him apart with their bare hands. This is terrible. Naruto thought, fear gripping him. Suddenly he sensed a presence nearby, and within moments, those signatures multiplied. His heartbeat quickened as dread filled his mind. I am surrounded, he thought nervously, trying to calm himself. The only question that remained was whether these signatures belonged to friends or foes. He heard silent footsteps approaching from the nearby bushes, and he instinctively prepared to defend himself. But what emerged was something he had never imagined in his wildest dreams. What is this? Naruto thought frantically, his eyes widening in shock as multiple figures emerged from the bushes. He was surrounded, and his enemies were not animals or creatures. They looked human, or at least they appeared to be. The sight of them crawling on hands and knees was unsettling. They were all young men in tattered clothing, but as Naruto looked closer, a chill ran down his spine. These individuals were wearing Blacklight uniforms. What are you? Naruto asked, fear creeping into his voice. A few of them turned their gaze toward him, their eyes hungry and predatory. In that moment, Naruto truly saw their faces. They were gaunt and wild, with sharp teeth and long, unkempt hair that suggested they had been living in this state for far too long. They appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old. A chilling howl erupted from the group, and Naruto noticed the blood on their hands, along with remnants of something that once resembled flesh. The horrifying realization struck him. Shinko had been devoured alive by these creatures. Suddenly, one of the figures lunged at Naruto like a feral animal. He barely managed to evade the attack, but two others seized his leg, their teeth gnashing dangerously close. Get away from me! Naruto shouted in pain as he kicked them off and leaped a few meters back, heart racing. These beings were no longer human. They had become something primal. He didn't know what had happened to them, but he knew he had to escape before he became their next meal. Ignoring the pain in his legs, he sprinted away, the sounds of their growls echoing behind him, their movements reminiscent of wild beasts. What should I do? Naruto exclaimed, panic rising within him. He had never faced a situation like this before. With no chakra left to defend himself and no allies in sight, he realized that trying to reason with these creatures was futile. They were intent on hunting him. Naruto and Mikasa cautiously navigated the forest, with Mikasa supporting Naruto, who was visibly injured and frustrated by her assistance. Mikasa noticed his agitation even through his face mask. "Is something wrong?" she asked, remaining vigilant for any threats. Naruto hesitated, his gaze fixed ahead. He was grappling with the sudden loss of their comrades, many of whom were already dead or dying. "Naruto!" Mikasa's voice pulled him from his thoughts. She had surprised him today with her decisive actions. She had fought without hesitation, and while he understood it was to protect themselves, he couldn't shake the confusion. "Why?" he asked quietly, wrestling with his feelings. He didn't want to think about the kiss they had shared earlier. "Huh? How can you kill so easily?" "They were humans, not just mindless beasts," Naruto said, frustration bubbling over. Mikasa sighed, her expression weary. "There was no choice. Didn't you see? They had lost their minds. They couldn't tell the difference between animals and humans, much less comrades," she explained plainly. "But there had to be another way." Naruto protested, grappling with his own feelings. He didn't regret defending himself and Mikasa, but he was confused about why it felt so wrong. "Do you feel guilty about it?" Mikasa asked, her tone flat. For a moment, Naruto was taken aback. It was as if she could read his thoughts. "No, we were defending ourselves. I don't regret it, but it feels strange," he admitted, anger still simmering beneath the surface. Mikasa stopped and faced him, recognizing the sheltered life he had led. He was grappling with the harsh realities of the world, just as she had years ago. "What could have been done doesn't matter. Who lives or dies isn't up to you. This is war. You did the right thing today. If you hadn't acted, I might not be here. The only thing that matters is survival," she said earnestly. Naruto nodded slowly, accepting her words. "But don't you think it's strange?" he asked, still wrestling with the weight of their actions. "They looked like humans but—" Naruto said, confusion evident in his voice. Mikasa gazed into the forest, an unsettling realization dawning on her about the Blacklight troopers. She had encountered something similar years ago, and the memory still haunted her. They had been poisoned. Mikasa explained carefully. "What do you mean?" Naruto asked, curiosity piqued as the situation grew more perilous. "A few years ago, there was an outbreak in the Fire Country, or rather, it was engineered," Mikasa replied flatly. "Engineered?" Naruto echoed in shock, wondering who could be so cruel. "I don't know all the details, but during the Third Great Ninja War, Orochimaru experimented with a poison that destroys a person's mind, turning them into mindless drones. Ready to attack anything in their path," Mikasa said darkly. She noticed Naruto's horror at her words. "This is madness. It's inhuman," Naruto said, his fists clenching tightly as he struggled to contain his anger. "When he defected from Konoha, he unleashed this poison on a small village to sow chaos in the Fire Country. Over time, the poison affected the villagers, and soon they began to turn on each other without hesitation. By the time the daimyo intervened, it was too late. The entire village was ultimately destroyed to prevent the disease from spreading," Mikasa explained briefly. Naruto was appalled by this revelation, unable to fathom how someone could inflict such suffering on innocent people. His gaze shifted to Mikasa, and he noticed tears streaming down her face. He gently cupped her cheeks and wiped away her tears. "Mikasa, how do you know all of this?" he asked softly, and the look in her eyes provided the answer. "It was my village that was destroyed. My entire family was lost. When I saw those Blacklight troopers, I realized they were poisoned just like the people from my village," Mikasa said tearfully, and Naruto's heart ached for her. He felt a wave of weakness wash over him, his vision darkening and his legs trembling. "Not yet. Not yet," he thought stubbornly, determined to be there for her. He lifted Mikasa's face gently, wiping away her tears. Despite feeling faint, he wanted to stay awake just a little longer. "I'm all alone in this world. I can never go back home. Why was I the only one who survived?" Mikasa asked sadly, surprised when Naruto wrapped her in a gentle embrace. "Mon, as long as we're together, you won't be alone. You have friends now, friends who would do anything for you. I am your family from now on," Naruto promised sincerely. A small smile appeared on her face as she returned the embrace, feeling a sense of relief. He was a good friend, and despite his attempts to appear cold and emotionless, she knew this was the real Naruto. Mikasa, Naruto said quickly, and she instinctively reached for her kunai. I know, she replied curtly, and in a flash, she threw her kunai into the bushes a few meters away. A startled eep was heard, followed by a commotion as 3 figures tumbled out of the bushes. Mikasa smacked her forehead in exasperation when she recognized them. We could have hurt you. Idiots, she said irritably. Naruto sighed tiredly when he saw it was Kotetsu, Izumo, and Shizun. The teasing expressions on their faces made him feel a bit embarrassed. Well, it would have at least made for a good show, Kotetsu joked playfully, only to be lightly bopped on the head by Shizun. Kotetsu, don't say things like that. Don't make fun of their pain, Shizun scolded seriously, while Izumo chuckled at Kotetsu's indignation. I think you might want this back. And next time, don't aim for my sensitive areas, Izumo said with a low chuckle, handing the kunai back to an embarrassed Mikasa. Their conversation was interrupted by a thud, and they were shocked to see Naruto had collapsed to the ground. It seems I finally found my friends. Mom, he murmured. In a small training field, 2 figures stood on opposite sides, both with striking red eyes. Mikoto looked at her younger son firmly. They nodded, and in an instant, Mikoto performed a series of hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A large fireball erupted from her mouth, hurtling toward Itachi, who stood his ground. The fireball engulfed him completely, and Mikoto's concern grew. It won't be that easy, Mom, a voice whispered from behind her, and a small smile crossed her face. She admired her son's skill with the Sharingan, surprised to see he had activated it and reached the 2-tomo stage. Quite good. But not enough, Mikoto said proudly as Itachi felt a gentle hand on his back. How? He asked, astonished that his genjutsu had failed. Experience. I've fought in a world war, so I can easily see through your tricks. But you're improving every day, and I'm very proud of you, Mikoto said warmly, ruffling his spiky hair, earning a pout from the young boy. I'll do better next time, Itachi promised earnestly, and Mikoto smiled. I'm sure you will. Now training's over. I need to return to the hospital. The final preparations for the war are almost complete, Mikoto said seriously, and Itachi nodded. As Mikoto turned to leave, Itachi gently grabbed her hand. She looked back at him, curiosity in her eyes. Will Big Brother be okay? He asked, worry etched on his face. There had been no news of Naruto for weeks, and the silence troubled him deeply. Mikoto bit her lip, her heart heavy. It had been far too long since she had heard from her son, and the uncertainty weighed on her. Forgive me, those words echoed in her mind, accompanied by the pain that lingered. She knew their last meeting had been a disaster, and it was her fault. He'll be fine. He is strong enough to protect himself, Mikoto said flatly as she began to walk away. Is that why you always look at his picture at night? Itachi asked seriously, stopping her in her tracks. Mikoto's hands clenched tightly, and she felt a lump in her throat. The loneliness in her heart was painful. She was so worried about her son. Where was he? Was he even alive? Did he have enough food and water? Was he all alone? So many questions with no answers in sight. Even Minato had refused to tell her where Naruto was after their last meeting. To say he was disappointed would be an understatement. Naruto, if you step out of that gate, then don't you ever come back. Itachi was shocked when Mikoto gathered a large amount of chakra in her hands and slammed them hard on the ground, repeatedly striking it in frustration. Kachan. Itachi said worriedly, rushing after her. He saw her hands were injured, and he regretted asking her about Naruto. Since his brother had left, their mother had tried to be strong, training him while fulfilling her responsibilities as the second in command of the medical division. I am sorry. I am so sorry, Mikoto said tearfully, feeling. Itachi gently grasped her hand. For a moment, she saw a reflection of Naruto in him. He had always been there for her, and she felt lucky to have such wonderful boys. In her anger, she had made a big mistake, one she deeply regretted. She was frustrated and angry, and this led to a significant blunder. She had damaged her relationship with her elder son, and she hated herself for it. I'm not a good mother. I just couldn't understand him, nor could I understand that he went to war to protect our family. How could I make such a mistake? Mikoto yelled in frustration. Itachi grabbed her hand firmly, looking at her with a serious expression. All I ever wanted was for both of my sons to be safe and live peaceful lives. Was it wrong to think like that? Mikoto asked pleadingly, and Itachi gently wiped away her tears. No, it was completely right. But you have to consider the feelings of others. If we only focus on our pain, we become selfish. Right now, this war is being fought because people can't understand each other's feelings. But Naruto understands your pain, and no matter what happens, he'll love you forever, Itachi said seriously. Mikoto's eyes widened at his words. She remembered Naruto's last words to her and realized he understood her pain and had apologized, yet he still chose to do what was right. He had the courage to fight for his beliefs, and she was proud of him for that. Hi. I'll apologize to him when he gets back, Mikoto said softly, and Itachi smiled at her. He looked up at the sky, the light blue reminding him of his kind and gentle brother. He would believe in him no matter what. I really hope you come back soon, Naruto-ni-chan. It was nighttime, and a small group of soldiers sat around a flickering fire. The cold air of the forest and the unsettling sounds from the darkness made it hard for them to sleep. Mikasa rested beside an unconscious Naruto, her worry growing as he remained unresponsive. Even watching Shizen heal him did little to ease her tension. How is he? Mikasa asked quickly as Shizen paused her medical ninjutsu. He's barely alive. So many injuries. I'm still astonished that he's hanging on, Shizen replied flatly, causing Mikasa to feel anger rise within her. Will he make it? Izumo asked urgently, hoping to avoid any more conflict in their situation. Kotetsu glanced at Naruto, recalling how they had become friends during their training. If there was one thing he knew about Naruto, it was that he was incredibly resilient. He'll make it. He may be a pain sometimes, but he's tough, Kotetsu said seriously, and Izumo nodded in agreement with Shizen. I've healed all of his external injuries. Even his broken hand is fine now, Shizen said slowly, surprised by the shock on Mikasa's face. His hand was broken? Mikasa exclaimed, her eyes wide. He didn't tell you that. Naruto, you fool, Shizen said irritably, placing a comforting hand on Mikasa's shoulder. I'll make him regret hiding his injuries when he wakes up. You moron. Mikasa said angrily, frustrated that he would keep such things from her. You know, that really made you look foolish, Kotetsu remarked nonchalantly, only to be sent flying into a nearby tree by a combined punch from Mikasa and Shizen. Izumo smacked his forehead at the sight. Even though they were skilled shinobi, they were acting like children. What the heck? Are we kids? Have I gone insane? Izumo wondered aloud, causing both girls to sweat drop at his antics. All the young shinobi sat silently around the fire, feeling lost in their current predicament. Mikasa. His external wounds are healed, but I can't say the same for his internal injuries, Shizen said seriously, her words revealing the depth of Mikasa's concern for Naruto. What do you mean? Kotetsu asked curiously, keeping his eyes on the perimeter. You said you were attacked by a few strange creatures. One of them bit Naruto, and it seems this has led to poison entering his chakra network, Shizen clarified. Can you heal him? Mikasa asked quickly, memories of that night flashing in her mind. She couldn't bear the thought of losing Naruto. There's no way to heal him. And even if I could, this poison is incurable, Shizen said mysteriously. Can you put it in simpler terms? Izumo asked flatly, causing Shizen to let out a tired sigh. Instead of harming his body, the poison is changing him. I've never seen anything like this before. It's as if it is absorbing the poison and altering something within him. I'm not a trained combat medic, and I know only basic medical ninjutsu. So it's beyond my abilities to say anything for certain, Shizen said flatly, and the other members felt a sense of relief upon hearing that Naruto was not in danger. Rain poured heavily from the sky as two figures stood on opposite sides of a forest clearing, the ground littered with wooden spikes that had erupted from below. Han observed his opponent carefully, sensing the intense energy radiating from Naruto. It was remarkable for someone so young. So, his power stems from feelings of hatred and anger. Witnessing his friends getting hurt must have triggered the awakening of his Sharingan. Given that his mother is an Uchiha, it was bound to happen someday. But Mokutan? Han pondered, intrigued. He had moved past his initial shock at the sight of the wooden spikes. One thing was certain, many mysteries surrounded the Namikaze boy, and he was determined to uncover his true power. Meanwhile, Naruto glared at his enemy, fury boiling within him. How dare the commander harm his friends? His vision shifted, and he could see Han's chakra color within him. Confused by the changes, all he wanted was to defeat this man, no matter the cost. This is how foolish kids like you meet their end. Negligence leads to mistakes, and mistakes lead to death in war. It's a pity you survived while all your comrades fell. Isn't that right? Han taunted, striking a nerve. Naruto's voice was barely audible, but Han could see the young cadet was deeply affected by the fate of his friends. What happened next took him by surprise. With astonishing speed, Naruto performed a series of hand seals. Han, a veteran of war, recognized the tiger seal and braced himself. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Naruto shouted. Fire jutsu of the Uchiha clan. And a perfect fireball, quite impressive, Han thought, bemused. He stood his ground as the fireball hurtled toward him. With a swift slash of his sword, he split the fireball in two, the flames barely grazing him. However, he had to leap onto a tree as wooden vines sprang from the ground, aiming to ensnare him. Just as Han landed on the tree, Naruto leaped in front of him, attempting a roundhouse kick aimed at his face. Han anticipated the attack, catching Naruto's leg firmly and, in the next instant, sending him soaring through the air until he crashed into a tree. So he truly possesses Mokutan. But he can't control it. He's attacking me with Mokutan without even realizing it. Still, his Sharingan helps him spot me, and his speed is commendable. Let's escalate this, Han thought resolutely. He formed a hand seal, and 30 earth clones emerged from the ground, standing before Naruto. Han chuckled as he noticed the anger rising in the boy's eyes. I thought you wanted to kill me. Or is that all you've got? Is this your hatred? Han asked, disappointment lacing his voice as he spat on the ground. Shut up. Naruto replied, frustration boiling within him. Why couldn't he defeat this man? You're weak and naive. How can you become a shinobi when you can't even protect one of your friends? You're all talk. Just a worthless piece of trash, Han sneered, signaling his clones to attack. Naruto ducked as one of Han's clones lunged to punch him, but before he could counterattack, another clone kicked him squarely in the chest, sending him crashing several feet away. Pain coursed through his body as he hit the ground, a trickle of blood escaping his mouth. His eyes widened in shock as he lay there, noticing Mikasa beside him, her body covered in blood. Trembling, he reached out to touch her face, wiping the blood away. Mikasa, he said, tears welling in his eyes, his heart heavy at the sight of her. Fight. Naruto's eyes widened at the faint voice to his left. He turned slightly to see Izumo looking at him weakly, holding a kunai in his hand. If you win, we live. If you lose, we all die. Izumo said weakly, sliding the kunai toward Naruto. As the kunai approached, realization struck Naruto. He had been naive. Mikasa was right. This world was merciless, and survival was all that mattered. He heard Kotetsu's and Shizun's weak breaths nearby, feeling relieved that they were alive. I won't let anything happen to you. I'll protect all of you, Naruto vowed firmly. His hands stopped shaking as he understood what he had to do. He was free now, his friends were alive, and he would fight to the end to save them. Han was satisfied to see Naruto rise again, holding the kunai firmly in his hands. The chaotic chakra that had once flared uncontrollably was now calm and stable. You want a war? I'll give you a war, Commander. Naruto declared coldly. He's serious this time. Let the real battle begin. Han thought, commanding his clones to attack. One clone attempted to kick Naruto from behind, but with incredible speed, he evaded the attack and, in a flash, sliced the earth clone in half with his kunai. The other clones were taken aback as one of their own crumbled to dust. I don't have the numbers to defeat them. But I can at least do this, Naruto thought quickly, forming the tiger seal once more. Another fire attack? Han mused, curiosity piqued, but he never expected what would happen next. Han had never imagined witnessing such a display in his life. He truly thought his eyes were deceiving him. In a span of 10 seconds, 7 water clones appeared around Naruto, and the shocking thing was that it was no illusion. I never believed the reports that he could create water clones out of thin air. But now, I definitely think he is somehow related to the Senju brothers. This can't be just a coincidence, Han thought suspiciously. Stick together, yelled Naruto loudly, and the clones stood firmly in front of him. Naruto's clones quickly performed a set of hand seals and launched their attack in unison. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Large fireballs were sent straight at Han's clone army, but as expected, his clones cleaved the fireballs in half. However, in the next moment, a hail of kunai flew through the air, instantly causing 8 earth clones to crumble to dust. Naruto and his clones jumped high into the air and performed another set of hand seals. The real Han noticed something was off. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Several fireballs were again fired at Han's earth clones, but this time they dodged the attacks. They were quite surprised when a large fireball struck 10 of Han's clones from behind, destroying them. Achin. He knows that even with his clones he can never take my clones head-on, so he is using diversion tactics and striking my clones from behind. He purposefully distracted my clones with the fireballs the first time, and just when they thought the attack was over, he struck them down with his kunai. He used the same tactic again with one of his clones attacking from behind. He is becoming a true ninja. Han thought proudly. 19 out of 30 earth clones were down, and Naruto was panting heavily. His chakra was almost depleted, and his clones were in the same condition. He had only one choice now. Banzai! He charged head-on and jumped right on top of one of Han's clones. His water clones did the same. Han's clone retaliated with a hard punch to the face, but Naruto held on and drove his kunai into the clone's head. He backflipped away just as another attacker tried to slice him in half with a sword. For some reason, he could now see the movements of his opponents more clearly. Naruto fired his kunai straight, striking the unprepared clone right in the eye, causing it to crumble to dust. He looked around and saw only 4 of Han's earth clones left, surrounding him. All of his clones had been destroyed, but they had taken down a few of Han's clones in the process. He could no longer see the color of Han's chakra, and his own chakra was spent. Naruto realized he had no weapons left, and his enemies raised their swords to strike. Even Han watched closely as his clones prepared to finish off the Namikaze. He couldn't understand why Naruto wasn't surrendering. The swords came down quickly, but to Han's astonishment, Naruto's right hand transformed, now entirely covered in wood, gripping the swords firmly. It seems his bloodline is changing his body. Was it due to the poison that Shizen mentioned? He certainly has no idea what's happening. I bet he doesn't even realize he has activated his Sharingan. The desire to protect his friends is driving him this far, Han thought tactically. With a fierce yell, Naruto used all the strength he had left, tearing through the swords and seizing the opportunity to take down all the clones in a flash. His legs felt weak, and his hands slowly returned to normal. What was that? Wondered Naruto nervously, but he was jolted from his thoughts by loud clapping behind him. Impressive, brat. But, said Han deviously, and in the next instant, Naruto received a harsh kick that pinned him to the ground. He struggled to get back up, but was shocked when Han stabbed his sword into his shoulder. The pain was unbearable. Ugh! Naruto screamed as the sword pierced his flesh. Shinobi Rule 1, never leave your back exposed, Han said harshly, proving his point with a kick to Naruto's chest that made him cough up blood. Before he could react, another kick landed on his face, followed by one to his chin that sent him crashing into a tree. A true shinobi never lets his guard down. You were living carelessly in enemy territory, and now you think that by defeating a few of my weak clones, you are strong? I'll show you the reality of this world. Han said angrily, kicking Naruto in the face as the boy drifted into unconsciousness. A cold splash of water struck him, violently bringing him back to consciousness. The first thing he noticed was that he was tied upside down from a 30-foot tree. He immediately tried to move but found himself completely bound. He was horrified to see 4 other people tied beside him. Naruto's heart sank as he recognized Mikasa, Shizune, Izumo, and Kotetsu in the same predicament. "What is this?" he said in fear, feeling the pain from the bruises on his face. "Terrible," said a weak voice beside him. It was Kotetsu. "Kotetsu." "Ah," Naruto replied, wincing as the bruises made it hard to speak. "Oh, looks like someone's awake," a terrifying voice said. Both boys looked up to see Han himself. "Team!" Kotetsu growled, wanting to attack but unable to move. "Naruto!" Mikasa's terrified scream made him look at her. Tears streamed down her face as she saw the dark bruises on his face and the blood leaking from his shoulder. "Who did this?" Mikasa demanded angrily. When she heard Han's sickening chuckle, she realized who he was. She could never forget this man. "Looks like we have a feisty one here. Let's see your anger," Han said with a twisted smile, slowly descending from the tree. "What is this?" Shizune and Izumo asked as they began to wake up, shocked when Han cut Mikasa's rope and lifted her with one hand, pinning her to the tree. "You sick beastie, I'll kill you!" Naruto yelled angrily, freezing in fear as Han pulled out a kunai and lightly cut Mikasa's cheek, drinking the blood from the tip. Shizune couldn't take it anymore and immediately turned away, but this made Kotetsu and Izumo sick as well. "You don't realize, do you? All of you are captured and have no right to demand anything. I can do whatever I want to you and no one would care." "Ah, that does sound like a good idea," Han said with a sinister grin. A cold shiver ran down the spines of all the cadets. They were truly terrified. Han was right. They were in a place where he could do anything and no one would know. "Stop it. What do you want from us?" Izumo asked quickly, unable to bear the thought of anything happening to either Shizune or Mikasa. He didn't want such horrors to befall any woman. Naruto struggled against his bindings, but he froze when he heard Shizune start to cry. "We'll make it out of here." "Shizune, hang in there," Naruto said, trying to reassure her. But it seemed Shizune had reached her limit. The fear was overwhelming. "First, survive this," Han said with a crazed laugh, and he cut their ropes in an instant. "No!" Mikasa yelled in horror as she watched her friends tumble from the 30-foot tree. "Kotetsu, Izumo now!" Naruto shouted, and the 3 boys quickly surrounded Shizune, forming a protective barrier around her despite her terrified screams. As they fell, the ground rushed up to meet them, and the inevitable happened. They crashed down, cries of pain echoing as they hit the ground. Shizune was horrified, seeing her friends in such distress. Naruto's vision began to fade, and he realized many of his bones were likely broken. Kotetsu and Izumo were also in bad shape, bleeding and barely conscious, while Shizune stood frozen in shock. Even Mikasa's screams faded into the background as he struggled to move, pain shooting through his body. Han leaped down from the tree with Mikasa in his arms. As soon as they landed, she kicked him hard, and he fell to the ground. "You'll pay for that," Han groaned, slowly getting back up despite the pain. But Mikasa didn't care. She ran to her friends. When she saw their condition, more tears streamed down her face. "Stay awake. I'll save you, Naruto," she cried, knowing they needed medical help urgently. "Take Shizune. And get out of here," Naruto said weakly. Mikasa looked at him defiantly. "We'll hold him off." "Just go," Izumo said, trying to get up but collapsing again. Before Mikasa could protest, Han grabbed her by the hair and lifted her high into the air. "That's for attacking me. But since you have guts, I'll give you a choice. You want to save your Naruto more than the others, don't you?" he taunted. Neither of the boys spoke as they watched tears stream down Mikasa's face. "Then kill Izumo and Kotetsu. And I promise I'll save Naruto, and I'll even let you and Shizune go," Han said, placing a kunai in Mikasa's hands before jumping onto a tree branch. Mikasa's hands trembled, her eyes darting between Naruto, Izumo, and Kotetsu. The latter 2 lay there, seemingly resigned to their fate, willing to sacrifice themselves. But could she bring herself to do such a thing? Could she take a friend's life to save another? Looking at Naruto, she realized neither of them would ever forgive themselves if they committed such an act. No, Mikasa said firmly. Excuse me? Han asked, surprised. But Mikasa threw the kunai straight at him, which he caught effortlessly. Leave us alone. I won't betray my friends. Mikasa shouted angrily. How dare you? We won't harm our friends. Do what you want to us, but we won't give in. Shizune declared fiercely, surprising the boys with her resolve. Talking about sacrifice and dying for comrades was one thing, but only the brave could truly prove it. Han jumped down from the tree and stood before the cadets. Pass, he said proudly, and what happened next shocked them all. Everything around them shifted, and they found themselves tied to a tree, their wounds healed except for some bruises on Naruto's face. Genjutsu, Mikasa said flatly, looking at the others. Right? Ackerman. All of you passed the survival and psychological test, Han stated, and the cadets immediately became alert at the sight of their intimidating commander. What was the meaning of all this? Why did you attack us with that exploding tag? Kotetsu demanded angrily. I was following orders. Blacklight is the best Umbu force in this world. The things we do are dark, bloody, and corrupt, but it's for the sake of Konoha and the Fire Country. This is not a force for the weak, and all of you were placed in life-threatening situations. Only those who are skilled or can overcome their fears survive. The weak do not, Han explained flatly. You killed them? Shizune shouted furiously, and the others nodded in agreement. It's better to die here than on the battlefield where one mistake can cost your entire squad their lives. If even one member is weak, you will all perish. It's harsh, but that's the reality, Han said without remorse. They were people, not just pawns. Naruto retorted angrily. You don't understand yet. This is the reality of our world. The strong survive while the weak are left behind. It has happened countless times in the shinobi world. The most important lesson is to always be alert. No matter how safe you feel, there's always someone waiting to strike in a war, Han advised firmly, and the cadets nodded, overwhelmed by the weight of his words. Why did you put us through such torment with the genjutsu? Mikasa asked slowly, relieved that her friends were safe. There will be times when you get captured, as many of our missions take place behind enemy lines. And the enemy would use every tactic to break you. That the whole purpose of this test was to determine your true loyalty, Han said flatly. By putting us in miserable conditions and turning us against each other. Naruto replied, his voice filled with accusation. Yes, in such situations, people often try to save themselves and betray their comrades. If you had done that, you would have faced dire consequences, just like some of the previous cadets who succumbed to the pressure and revealed their comrades' secrets under a genjutsu. The ones who attacked you were those traitors. They were willing to harm their own to save themselves, and traitors face severe punishment, Han stated firmly. The young shinobi took a step back, the thought of becoming like those traitors sending chills down his spine. Was it the same poison that spread in my village? Mikasa asked seriously, and Han nodded. Can those cadets be healed? Shizune asked nervously, realizing the gravity of their punishment. No, they cannot be healed. There is no mercy for traitors or anyone who threatens your country. As members of Blacklight, it is your duty to follow orders at all costs, Han replied resolutely. What are we supposed to do now? Mikasa asked quietly, fatigue weighing heavily on her. You can either continue your training in Blacklight or be transferred to regular forces with no memory of this experience. The war has begun, and many of our brothers have already fallen. In 4 years, 60% of Blacklight soldiers will be lost. By the end of this war, only a handful will remain. You have witnessed the reality of the battlefield over these 2 days. Knowing this, can you still fight for your country? Reflect on that and tell me your answer, Han said patiently. If I stay in this force, then I'll die. This is frustrating. Kotetsu thought to himself. It's hell out there, and we'll have to face it every day. Can I really do this? He wondered nervously. Death, misery, terror. As long as it means protecting you and Armin, I don't care, Mikasa thought resolutely. I promised everyone that I would protect them. No matter what happens, I won't let them down, Naruto thought seriously, images of Mikoto, Minato, Itachi, and his village flashing in his mind. I can't leave my friends alone in this war. I'm scared, but I won't abandon them. Shizun thought anxiously. Damn it. The cadets muttered in unison, and Han couldn't help but smile behind his mask at the determination on their faces. Can you lay down your lives if ordered to, for the sake of your country and your comrades? Han asked seriously. We just want to save our friends. That's all we want, Naruto replied flatly, and Han regarded each of them with a serious expression. I see. I'm impressed by your resolve. This is a true salute from Commander Fox of Blacklight, Han said firmly, bowing deeply to the cadets, who hesitantly returned the gesture. Han looked at the young warriors. No, they were no longer children. They had faced their fears, and even in the worst conditions, they had fought alongside each other. With soldiers like these, Konoha had a chance of winning this war. If trained properly, Naruto's Mokutan could indeed change the course of the conflict. Their fate now rested on the shoulders of these fine shinobi. But one thing was certain. Minato, today your son has become a true soldier. 4 years later, the sound of footsteps echoed in a small room, sharp black eyes observing every detail, from the map in the center to the 8 soldiers standing at attention around it. Han looked at the young adults surrounding him. A small smile crept onto his face. It had been 4 years. He still remembered the day these recruits had joined Blacklight. Back then, they were inexperienced. He focused on a brown-haired boy, who stood at 5 feet 4 inches tall, wearing a bandana and a cap that covered his chin. His bright eyes were the same as before, but he was no longer the weak boy he once was. Izumo Kamizuki, a strong soldier both physically and mentally. Highly respected and trusted by his comrades. Han's gaze shifted to the person standing next to Izumo, and he sighed as he noticed the cocky smile on the boy's face. This boy was of the same height but had a muscular build and spiky black hair. He wore that confident grin, as if to say he had become a member of Blacklight and no longer needed Han's guidance. Kotetsu Hagane. A troublesome but talented fighter with sharp detection skills. The veteran Umbu commander walked forward, giving Kotetsu a light tap on the head. He sighed in relief when he noticed the girl next to Kotetsu, who was giving him a firm gaze that made him drop the cocky smile immediately. The girl had shoulder-length black hair and a beautiful face. However, anyone who underestimated her due to her kind demeanor would be making a grave mistake. Shizun Kato, the best medical ninja of Blacklight, a master of medical ninjutsu, and a true prodigy in her field, surpassed only by Tsunade Senju and Mikoto Uchiha. But the most important thing about her was that she could keep Kotetsu in line, which was quite a relief for Han. Standing next to Shizun was possibly the most beautiful female in the entire Blacklight force. The girl had silky blonde hair that cascaded down her back, and her face had matured, losing the baby fat it once had. Her charming eyes could captivate anyone who looked her way. Ranjaku Matsumoto, a true marksman and one of the best infiltrators in our force. Despite her bubbly personality and carefree attitude, he had to admit that she could become dead serious when the situation demanded it. If only she weren't so enamored with a certain Namikaze, she could have become an even greater shinobi. Next to Ranjaku stood a raven-haired boy, shorter in stature but no less skilled as a Blacklight soldier. Armin Arlert. While he may lack physical strength, his extraordinary battle tactics and strategic mind would impress even Nara Shikaku. Han finally reached the last 2 cadets, and pride swelled within him. They were the best he had ever trained. Before him stood a striking girl, the most dangerous kunoichi of the group. With shoulder-length silky black hair and calm blue eyes that could intimidate anyone, she was a force to be reckoned with. Mikasa Ackerman. A master of all ninja arts. The best genjutsu specialist in her class, her speed and strength are unmatched. Though she remains level-headed, her feelings for a certain Namikaze sometimes lead her to act unpredictably. And there he was, standing at 5 feet 5 inches tall, his teenage face partially obscured by a black mask. Proudly wearing the Konoha headband, his silky blonde hair framed his face, some strands even covering his eyes. Looking at him reminded Han of the late Naidame Hokage. Namikaze Naruto, a master of ninjutsu, genjutsu, and shurikenjutsu. He has the potential to change the tide of the war, but people admire him not just for his abilities but for his selfless attitude toward his friends and comrades. His motivation to win this war is unmatched, and sometimes, even I believe he might just succeed. These were the next generation of Blacklight troopers. After facing countless hardships and enduring a world of pain, these kids had become some of the most powerful ninjas born in the Fire Country. Most of them were only 13 years old, yet they could take on entire squads of enemies. Now it was time to test that theory. It has been 4 years. Back then you were nothing, but now you are the best fighters in our army and the only hope Konoha has in this war. You have all made sacrifices and endured pain. Every drop of sweat, every hardship, and every comrade loss during training has led to this moment. It's time you fulfill your duty to your homeland, Han declared firmly. In an instant, all 8 soldiers bowed before Han with utmost devotion, without hesitation. We are ready to follow any orders you give us, Mikasa said resolutely, and the others nodded in agreement. Han gestured for the young troopers to stand. He picked up a small cane and pointed it toward the world map at the center of the group. This war has cost us dearly. While you were training, our comrades died defending every inch of our country. It wasn't just Blacklight, hundreds of Konoha shinobi have fallen in the line of duty. Despite this, Blacklight has managed to hold Iwa's entire army at bay from entering the Fire Country, Han explained briefly, noticing the disheartened expressions on the young teens' faces. How many soldiers have we lost in this war? Armin asked sadly, and Han could see the others were eager for the answer. Counting all divisions, we have lost 5,000 shinobi to date. That is a significant portion of our army. However, we have also inflicted heavy losses on the enemy. Minato-sama and other Kage-level shinobi have fought valiantly, preventing Kumo and Kiri's armies from breaching Fire Country's borders, Han replied patiently. Why did we have to wait for 7 months in this base? Our comrades were dying, and we just sat and did nothing. Why, Commander? Naruto asked, his voice filled with frustration as his fists clenched tightly. In war, every step must be taken carefully. One mistake can lead to the destruction of your entire army. The Hokage didn't want the new Blacklight forces to rush into battle until he launched Operation Flash, Han explained gravely. What is this operation? Shizen inquired, curious. Their extended training had been mandated by the Hokage, allowing them time to prepare rigorously. The 2nd Division, under Hiruzen-sama's leadership, has been engaged in constant battles in River Country, aiming to infiltrate IWA from there, along with Blacklight forces from the Kusa and Taki fronts. However, they faced numerous challenges. There was a lack of food and supplies, and many of his men fell ill due to the unstable environment of River Country. Iwa's bombing squadron has also decimated their advance forces. To sum it up, they are in dire straits, Han said, his tone heavy with concern. The young soldiers were horrified to hear about the conditions their comrades faced. What can we do to help them? We cannot let them suffer any more losses. Ranjaku said urgently, and Han saw the determination in the young blonde's eyes. Unfortunately, we cannot provide them with support right now. They will have to either retreat and join the 5th Division to minimize losses or continue fighting, which would only lead to more deaths, Han stated stoically. This time, Kotetsu slammed his fists on the table. If they are being overwhelmed, let us go to River Country. We can help them defeat the enemies, Kotetsu insisted firmly. It's not that simple. We made a plan, but the enemy had the advantage, and it failed. Retreating from River Country is the only option Hiruzen-sama and his division have right now. That leaves us. Armin interjected sharply, impressing Han with his tactical insight. You guessed right, Arlet. It is now up to Blacklight to break Iwa's defenses in Taki and Kusa. Until now, we have only been defending, but now we must advance into IWA on our own. It will be a few weeks before Hiruzen-sama and what remains of his forces can join us in this invasion. Until then, it is up to us. The 5th Division is providing support right now, and you will play a vital role in this invasion. Han declared seriously. Is this connected to Operation Flash? Naruto asked sharply, and Han was relieved to see the boy still had the ability to control his emotions. Yes. Since it is up to us now, Minato-sama believed it was best to involve you in this invasion. You all are fresh and healthy, quite the opposite of the troops on the front lines. You've received more intensive training, making you strong enough to confront the enemy. Under the guidance of the veteran soldiers on the front, along with your determination to win, we planned to launch this invasion. That's why you weren't sent to war earlier. We needed you for this, Han explained briefly, and the shinobi in the room began to understand why they had been held back. Leave it to Dad to come up with a solid plan. I hope you and Mom are okay. I won't let you down. Naruto thought seriously, knowing he had to ensure their operation succeeded. Everything he had endured over the years was for this moment. When do we leave? Izumo asked firmly. Han looked at the kids for a moment. People often said Blacklight were the strongest ninjas, but Han didn't see it that way. A ninja's strength is not measured by power, but by endurance. All of you are like my own children, and I swear I won't let anything happen to you, Han thought seriously. Killing their emotions was beyond any human capability. Where they were going was going to be hell, and he just hoped the gods would give these kids enough courage to bear the pain ahead. Right now, Iwa's entire 1st Division is preparing for a massive assault on Shangshi Hill. If we lose Shangshi, Iwa's army will have a clear path into Fire Country, and this war could end in a matter of days. But we won't let that happen. We will stop them at all costs. Han declared with determination. How many men do we have? Naruto asked seriously, aware of the grim situation. Day after day, reports of more Blacklight troopers falling had reached them. Iwa's army hadn't even touched Fire Country soil, yet many of his brothers were dying for it. 120 Blacklight troopers, Han replied flatly, and everyone's eyes widened in shock as the reality set in. It's a suicide mission, isn't it, Commander? Armin asked sadly. Are we going to die on our first mission? Is that all we trained for all these years? Ranjaku asked, disappointment evident in her voice. She had high hopes, and the thought of facing an entire division was breaking her heart. Self-sacrifice is the mark of a true ninja, fighting and dying in the shadows. This is what you were trained for, Han said firmly. Then what's the plan for defending Shangshi? I won't go down against some pathetic IWA shinobi. Kotetsu said defiantly, and Han chuckled slightly at the boy's spirit. We have established 3 positions. The vanguard will be at the 1st position and will be the first to encounter Iwa's entire division, suffering the most casualties. Therefore, we will only deploy 30 troopers there. When that position falls, we will retreat to position 2, where the garrison force will be stationed. Most of our forces will hold this position, and if everything falls apart, we will retreat to the last position where our medical ninja will be. That will be our final stand. There will be no retreat from there. It will be a fight to the end, Han explained briefly. What about air support? Armin and I can provide it. We're both marksmen. Armin with the kunai launcher, and I can take out multiple enemies with my abilities, Ranjaku suggested smartly. I'll need to stay at the last position with the medics to heal the wounded, Shizune added analytically. Kotetsu and I are mid-range fighters, so it makes sense for us to help the garrison set up defenses and assist the vanguard in retreating, Izumi said logically, and Kotetsu nodded in agreement. You've all grown up so fast, and I'm proud to be your teacher. It will be my honor to fight alongside you in this battle, Han thought nostalgically. I'll join the vanguard and hold the enemy forces as long as possible, Naruto said seriously, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Are you crazy? The vanguard will be wiped out. Let the experienced soldiers handle that. Armin exclaimed, noticing Mikasa looking at Naruto sternly. I'm a sensor, and I can relay the enemy's strength and strategy to you all. I'm the only one who can do that, and it's the most logical choice. There's no room for personal feelings here. We are at war. Naruto insisted, silencing any arguments from his friends. He was right. They had no choice. Then I'll join the vanguard too. Mikasa said firmly, and Naruto grabbed her arm. Hey, you're the best soldier in our group. We need you in the garrison when the vanguard falls. Leave this to me and Commander Fox, Naruto said firmly. If you join the vanguard, I'll join too. If you go to the garrison, I'll go there as well. You'll send yourself to an early grave without me, Mikasa replied flatly, causing Naruto to look embarrassed, which made everyone chuckle. You didn't have to say it like that, Naruto said, feeling a bit flustered. This is what I was worried about. Mikasa's feelings for Naruto are very strong, and putting her in the vanguard could jeopardize the mission. Besides, I need a skilled soldier in the garrison, and there's no one better than her, Han thought strategically. Mikasa, you will join the garrison at the second position. Naruto and I will be in the vanguard along with some experienced soldiers. You will fight alongside the garrison forces, which will mostly consist of inexperienced soldiers. I need someone like you there to protect your comrades, Han stated firmly. But Mikasa began to protest. That's an order, Ackerman, Han said authoritatively, leaving Mikasa with no room to argue. Armin, Ranjaku, you will provide air support when the vanguard tries to fall back. Han said slowly. If we are able to fall back, he thought darkly, not wanting to reveal to the others that there was a very high chance of the vanguard being wiped out. The young soldiers would face a great blow if either he or Naruto died. It was better to keep their hopes high for now. Shizune, under no circumstances will you join the front lines. You are a medic, and until everyone around you is safe, you will not die. No matter what happens, you must stay at your post, is that clear? Han instructed sternly, and Shizune bit her lip in frustration. All her friends were on the front lines, and anything could happen at any moment. But Han was right. If she acted recklessly, the enemy would target her first. It was a standard tactic. Eliminate the medic, and the rest of the platoon would quickly succumb without anyone to heal them. Hi, Shizune said slowly. Everyone's eyes were now fixed on the map, specifically on the small area known as Shangshi, a hill between Kusa and Konoha. If the enemy captured Shangshi, they would unleash their bombing squadrons from that vantage point, leaving the Blacklight forces with no choice but to face the onslaught. If Iwa's tailed beasts intervened, it would spell disaster within weeks. They all knew Blacklight would not retreat, they would fight the enemy to the last man. If only the invasion from River Country had succeeded, Hiruzen could have cut off the supplies to Iwa's 1st Division, allowing Blacklight to advance rapidly. But not everything had gone according to plan. Konoha was holding strong on every front, but Blacklight faced the worst enemy. IWA was known for its brute strength, attacking in overwhelming numbers, and now they were up against an entire division with no guarantee of reinforcements and minimal air support. 120 Blacklight soldiers stood against 4,000 IWA shinobi, Naruto thought worriedly. His Mokutan skills were far from perfect. Without anyone to train him in that bloodline, he had to learn on his own, and his progress was slow. He would need to rely on his ninjutsu, genjutsu, and shurikenjutsu. Looking at the faces of his friends, he understood the gravity of their situation, and no amount of training could truly prepare them for this. He was surprised when a soft hand gently grasped his left hand. It was Mikasa, and one look in her eyes conveyed her reassurance. It'll be all right. A small smile appeared on his face as he nodded in gratitude. One thing was certain, no matter what happened, Mikasa would always be there for him, and he held her hand tightly. We move in 10 minutes. Get your gear. But neither Naruto nor Mikasa noticed the anger in a certain blonde's eyes. Mikasa stood before the mirror, reflecting on how much she had changed, both physically and mentally. She now possessed the power to protect her comrades, to protect Naruto and Armin. Thinking about the blonde made her feel conflicted. Why was he willing to go so far? A sudden knock on her door pulled her from her thoughts. She opened it slowly, surprised to find Naruto standing there. He wore dark pants and black combat boots, with a dark t-shirt and a dark green cloak emblazoned with the wings of freedom. His face was covered by a black face mask, and a headband reminiscent of the second Hokage adorned his forehead. A small tanto was concealed beneath his cloak. He was ready for battle. Mikasa was taken aback by his appearance, but what struck her most was the determination in his eyes. "Can I come in?" he asked gently, and she realized she had made him wait. She opened the door fully, and they stood just inches apart. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small letter, handing it to her. "What is this?" she asked, curious. She attempted to open it, but he gently grasped her hand. "It's for my mother. If something happens to me, I want you to give this to her," Naruto said seriously. He noticed the defiant look in her eyes. "Shut up. We haven't trained this hard just to die. If you're in trouble, just call for me. No matter what happens, I won't leave you behind," Mikasa promised earnestly, and a small smile crossed Naruto's lips. "I'll hold you to that. Mikasa, don't let your personal feelings cloud your judgment. The commander believes you can help our comrades. Promise me that no matter what happens, you won't abandon your post for anything or anyone," Naruto said firmly, and Mikasa understood why he was there. She started, but was silenced when Naruto gently pressed her against the wall, their foreheads touching. "What you want doesn't matter. Act rationally. We are up against an entire division, and there is no room for mistakes. Do you understand?" he asked sharply, and Mikasa looked away. "I understand, but," she replied quietly, and to his surprise, she hugged him tightly. "Mikasa, don't die," she said, worry evident in her voice. A small smile returned to his face as he hugged her back gently. Whenever he was with her, he felt a sense of peace, and that reassured him of the rightness of his path. He gently grasped her waist, and he sensed her breath hitch for a moment. "Mikasa." The raven-haired soldier slowly broke the hug, but she was taken aback when she looked into his eyes. Genjutsu, Sharingan. The last thing she saw was a pair of dark red eyes before her world faded to black. She didn't notice a small three-pronged kunai being slipped into her pocket. Naruto stood in one of the best armories in the world, practically drooling at the sight of so many weapons. The veterans were playing music that made him feel invincible. Sharp kunai, exploding tags, shuriken, swords, armor, glasses, 3D gear, kunai launchers, every weapon a shinobi could desire was at his fingertips. Hell yeah! He couldn't contain his excitement at the sight of Konoha's finest weapons, and he was free to choose anything he wanted. The veteran soldiers chuckled a little when they saw the expression on the 13-year-old's face. "Wow, rookie." Almost every veteran had the same thought when they saw Naruto's fascination with the weapons. They knew he must be tough, or else Han wouldn't have let him join the vanguard, but still, the boy was just a kid. "Slow down or you'll burst," said a soldier nearby in a teasing tone. In the next moment, a kunai whizzed past his ear, cutting a few strands of hair. He was certainly surprised by this. "Watch it." Naruto shot back defiantly, and the other soldiers erupted in laughter. The kid had guts. Even the soldier who had mocked him chuckled and stepped forward, offering Naruto his right hand instead of a punch. "Welcome to the vanguard, brother. Let's take down some IWA forces," said the man confidently. He had light black hair, a muscular build, and his face was covered by a bird mask. He looked to be around 20 to 25 years old. Naruto shook his hand firmly and returned the gesture with a salute to show his respect for the veteran. "I'm Phoenix that will send those IWA forces back to their caves," Naruto declared, and the man nodded in approval before moving on. Naruto began packing a large number of kunai and shuriken, sealing them in a scroll. He then started filling a small tin can with water when a voice interrupted him. "You won't need that, kid," said another soldier, leaving Naruto confused. "Then what should I take?" he asked, puzzled by the suggestion. "Take lots of sake and snacks," the soldier joked. The baffled expression on Naruto's face made the hawk-masked soldier laugh. Kids were so easy to tease. He wished he could have captured the look on Naruto's face when he mentioned snacks. But Naruto was surprised when the hawk-masked soldier received a light tap on the head from a striking blonde woman. She was stunning curvy figure, shiny blonde hair tied in a ponytail, and a confident demeanor. "Enjoying the view, kid?" teased the hawk-masked Umbu again. This time, Naruto was grateful for his mask, otherwise, the woman would have seen the blush creeping onto his face. He heard a slight tisk, and in an instant, the hawk Umbu was sent sailing toward a nearby wall with a flick of the woman's hand. Note to self, never cross her. Naruto thought nervously, watching as the owl-masked female Umbu gave him a victory sign. Leave the rookie alone. He's new. Get ready. The commander will be here in about a minute, she said seriously. The other soldiers began gearing up quickly, as no one wanted to upset Han. They're not what I expected, Naruto murmured, and the woman laughed heartily. We're like a family here. We bicker and argue, but we always have each other's backs. And we're all young, except for a few older folks. When we're not on missions, we're friends, not stuck-up types. You'll fit in just fine, she reassured him, easing his nerves. Thank you, Naruto replied gratefully. Don't mention it, that after all, blondes have to stick together. Just take the 3D gear, kunai launcher, soldier pills, and plenty of kunai and shuriken. Leave the rest, it'll just slow you down. And about the water, I suggest you leave it behind since we're jumping from 10,000 feet, the owl-masked woman said flatly. 10,000. What? Naruto exclaimed in shock, but she simply ruffled his hair and walked away. Naruto quickly started sealing his gear and donned his 3D equipment. He knew they were jumping from the sky, but he had never jumped from such a height. They had only trained for jumps from a maximum of 8,000 feet. Well, there's a first time for everything, he thought hopefully. He stuffed kunai into the side pockets of his pants and put on a dark black flak jacket. He organized his scrolls containing weapons and first aid supplies in various pockets of the jacket. Lastly, he checked the 3D gear hanging from his legs, ensuring all the gas pipes and hooks were ready for use during the jump. Attention! As soon as the loud voice rang out, every soldier stood at attention in 3 rows. Since Naruto was the shortest, he found himself at the front. The music stopped immediately. Han stepped forward, dressed in full shinobi armor with a large sword on his back. The fox mask on his face, combined with the 3D gear, was enough to instill fear in any ordinary shinobi. IWA has begun its march and will reach Shangxi in 3 hours. Their bombing squadron has already taken off, and it will be up to us to destroy the early units of the bombing squadron as well as the first few waves of ground forces. We'll be jumping from 10,000 feet to catch them by surprise, Han explained briefly. Commander, how many of us will be at the front, and how many will assist you in setting up our defenses? Asked a cat-masked soldier quickly. A small squad of 5 members Hawk, Owl, Bird, Eagle, and Phoenix will set traps and hold the enemy forces as long as possible before falling back after inflicting heavy damage, Han ordered firmly. There was a moment of hesitation among the soldiers, which did not go unnoticed by Han. He looked at them seriously, urging them to voice their concerns. Sir, what abilities does Phoenix have? We don't know anything about him, the owl-masked woman asked seriously. He is a sensor and a master of ninjutsu, genjutsu, and shurikenjutsu, Han replied. I trained him, so don't worry, he's the best cadet of his batch, Han said flatly, and the other Blacklight members nodded quickly. Naruto recognized 3 of his teammates, the young woman who had helped him and the 2 who had joked with him earlier. They all gave him a firm nod, accepting him as a teammate. Even the unknown Eagle Blacklight showed him respect with a nod. The rest of you will be with me, and we will set up our post in 5 minutes. Our task will be to cover the recon squad during their retreat. Any questions? Han asked seriously, receiving firm salutes in response, indicating his men were ready. Let's roll. With great speed, the Blacklight troopers started moving toward the aircraft that would take them to the battlefield. Just as Naruto was about to move, Han placed a hand on his shoulder. You okay there, kid? Han asked flatly. I've trained my entire life for this. I won't let my comrades down, Naruto replied quickly, though Han noticed a hint of hesitation in his voice. Something wrong? Han asked curiously. Naruto took a deep breath. Han had been his teacher, and despite their differences over the years, he had become quite close to him like a foster father. I'm a little afraid of this battle. I don't think I'm capable enough to be with the recon squad, at least, Naruto admitted hesitantly. Han gently poked him on his mask. Afraid of battle? Han asked softly, knowing that Naruto was young and that this battle would be daunting. Yes, Naruto said honestly, bracing himself for a scolding, but instead, Han ruffled his hair in a fatherly manner. Then you've gained something invaluable as a shinobi. The fear of battle will keep you alert. A true shinobi is a soldier who can endure, and one who is afraid of battles to some extent. Even I feel fear, Han advised sagely. You're lying, Naruto said flatly, receiving a light tap on the head in response. I can't see the future, nor do I know the true strength of my enemy. So being a little afraid will help you stay alert. Just watch your corner and get your comrades back to safety. I believe in you, Naruto, Han said affectionately, noticing a tear slip from the young blonde's eye. Naruto gave him one last salute and ran toward his comrades, whispering two words that touched Han's heart deeply. Thank you, Dad. The wild winds of the sky hit his body with full force. If not for his glasses, he wouldn't have been able to keep his eyes open in such an atmosphere. All around him were clouds, and the air was so cold that he shivered. Looking at the dark clouds above, he sensed rain was coming soon. Naruto looked below. There was nothing but thousands of feet between him and the ground, and approximately 6,000 feet between his squad and their targets. He saw his squad giving him a thumbs up, indicating it was time to jump, and his heartbeat quickened. A small smile crept onto his face as he remembered how he and Armin had been thrown from the sky a few years back and had survived. He believed it would be the same this time. Hey, Naruto will go in first and try to take out their fighters, said the owl-masked female, the squad leader. No, I'm skilled in shuriken jutsu. It'd be better if I go in first and take them out. If I miss any targets, you guys can cover me. This way, we won't suffer any injuries. I can sense there are 12 of them down there, Naruto insisted seriously. The leader considered his suggestion for a moment. Owl, we should let him lead. The commander said we can trust him. Let's give him a chance. We can clear up the targets if he misses, said the hawk-masked Umbu encouragingly. Naruto gave him a thankful nod. After a moment of thought, Owl gave a firm nod to Naruto. Show them what you can do, kid. Naruto nodded, and the next moment he jumped from his aircraft without hesitation, feeling the full force of the air around him as he began his descent toward the ground. He felt the rest of his squad jump a few seconds after him, and he knew he had to ensure their trust in him was not misplaced. As he descended, he activated his Sharingan, the two tomos spinning quickly to pinpoint the exact location of his enemies. Using his sensor skills, he quickly identified the bombing squadron of IWA. The 12 were flying in close formation, unaware that anyone would jump on them from 10,000 feet, believing it to be impossible. Minutes passed as he continued his descent, and now he could clearly see Wa's bombing squadron a few hundred feet below him. His hands moved to the left pocket of his pants, slowly retrieving a kunai from his pouch. There were no shivers, no haphazard movements, just him and his target. He recalled what Shursui had taught him about this form of art. What's he going to do with one exploding kunai? Wondered the owl-masked female, who was a few hundred feet above Naruto, ready to assist if he missed. The targets drew closer, and the squad tensed as Naruto neared them without attacking. Is he okay? Bird signed to Owl, but she gestured for him to wait 10 more seconds before moving in. Time passed, and Naruto was now just 30 feet above the IWA squadron. What happened next shocked the entire Blacklight squad. He flipped suddenly in the air, and in the blink of an eye, the enemy's entire bombing squadron was obliterated along with the aircraft carrying them, while Naruto zipped through the chaos like a gust of wind. What was that? I didn't see him throw the kunai. Eagle said, bewildered. He did move. But there's something truly mysterious about this boy. He is not an ordinary kid. Prepare for landing, Owl said firmly, and the others nodded in agreement. Naruto watched as the trees approached rapidly, the ground coming closer at an astonishing rate. Maintain balance. Keep a calm mind and control the gas release. Fire the hooks within 5 seconds as you near your target, he reminded himself. This was a lesson from Han, and he knew how challenging it was to master this exercise. It had taken him 3 years to do so. He fired the cables of his 3D gear, which connected with the trunk of a towering tree. Using a small burst of gas, he propelled himself forward. This was the secret of the 3D gear. Once the hooks connected, the user had to use gas to maintain speed. Too much gas would throw him off balance, while too little would slow him down, risking a dangerous fall. Some cadets had suffered serious injuries during this training, so he had to be extremely careful. His timing was perfect as he channeled chakra into his feet and released the hook that had swung him through the air. Another tree came into view, and he fired his hook again, connecting it to the center of the trunk. Pulling himself upward, he executed a quick 180-degree rotation and released the hook, landing his feet on the bark. In a flash, he began running down the tree, the chakra in his feet allowing him to move with agility. A few moments later, he performed a backflip and landed gracefully on the ground. A perfect landing. I'm glad I was able to run down quickly, thought a relieved Naruto. This was the tricky part. If he hadn't used his speed to redirect himself toward the ground, the force of his landing could have caused serious harm. But he had balanced himself well, and with the help of his chakra, he managed to lessen the impact and land safely. Mikasa was flawless in these types of landings. She seemed to feel no pain at all, unlike Naruto. The 3D gear was essential for these jumps, especially in challenging terrains like Shangshi Hill. He heard the sounds of landing and turned to see his squad had arrived beside him. He had to admit they were impressive. His blonde team leader stepped forward, bending slightly to meet his gaze. "What did you do up there?" Owl asked seriously, noticing the confusion in his eyes. "Didn't you see? I used the Shadow Kunai technique and multiplied one exploding tag into 12, firing them at the IWA squadron. You must have seen that." Naruto replied skeptically. "That was just pure speed?" thought the male Umbu in awe. Everything had happened so fast that they hadn't even seen him perform the hand signs. "Are you related to the Namikaze or Uchiha clans?" "Only those clans are known for such speed, along with the second Hokage," Owl remarked, quickly piecing together the clues. "You're quite perceptive, Owl. I'm Namikaze Naruto, heir of the Namikaze clan and son of the fourth Hokage," he admitted, noticing the shock in his comrade's eyes. "You're the son of Hokasama?" the leader asked, astonished. She had known the Hokage's son was in Blacklight, but discovering he was the one was surprising. "Well, at least that's what my mother always told me," Naruto joked, easing the tension that had built up. "Glad to have you here. That explains your speed. Your father's practically the fastest shinobi in the world. And you have Uchiha blood in your veins too. One last question, do you have the Sharingan?" Owl asked quickly. In response, he revealed his dark red Two-Tomo Sharingan. Well, we've got a powerful comrade here. With your strength, we'll be able to take down more enemies, Bird said firmly, and Naruto nodded confidently. Eagle then pulled out a small map and laid it on the ground, gathering the squad around it. "All right, we are here, and our trench line is 10 clicks up from here. There are 3 paths for Iwa's forces to climb this hill. Eagle, you take the south side and destroy the entire path to prevent their movement. Bird and Hawk, block the east side. This will buy us a few hours. Let's hope we get reinforcements by then. Phoenix and I will head to the north side since the south is covered by mountains and valleys," Owl explained quickly. "What's on the north side?" Naruto, the Phoenix, asked seriously. Owl pointed to the open fields on the map. "It's an open field, so we'll be fighting the enemy there. First, you and I will set up traps and the rest of the squad will join us. We'll hold the enemy forces from the cover of the trees. Our mission isn't to annihilate them but to gather intelligence on their strength, tactics, and weapons. Once we have that, we need to retreat immediately or we could be in serious trouble." "Understood?" Owl asked sternly, and the other members nodded in agreement. "Yes," they all shouted in unison. "We'll meet at the north side in 30 minutes. Go!" Naruto and his squad leader were currently inspecting the open field on the north side to find suitable places to set traps. He was quite impressed by this woman. She could be friendly and cheerful while also being incredibly formidable. She reminded him of Ranjaku. Over the years, they had become good friends, but he was spending more time with Mikasa. Sometimes, he noticed something unusual in the way both Ranjaku and Mikasa looked at him, but he couldn't quite grasp what it meant. They were just friends, right? Girlfriend problems? Owl teased, and when she heard Naruto's confused, "Huh?" she realized just how oblivious he was. "I don't have any girlfriends." "Well, I do have some girlfriends but hey, you're teasing me," Naruto accused, pointing his finger at his leader, which earned a small giggle from her. "Oh, do you care about them?" Owl asked seriously, handing Naruto an exploding kunai, which he carefully hid in the ground and covered with grass. Yeah. Mikasa and Ranjaku are my precious friends, and they are strong too. But sometimes they look at me so strangely, as if I'm some trophy to be won. I don't understand, Naruto said, frustration evident in his voice. Owl listened to the boy's dilemma as she set up a tripwire that would cause significant damage if triggered. She was from the Yamanaka clan and the sister of Inoichi Yamanaka, and she had heard quite a bit about Naruto from her brother. Unlike the rest of her clan, she was a deadly fighter who didn't rely heavily on her clan's techniques, but she possessed the intelligence that the Yamanaka were known for. You'll understand someday. Just make sure you don't break their hearts and follow your instincts. In time, it will guide you, Owl, also known as Hisana, said in a sisterly manner, and Naruto gave her a grateful nod. Captain, if it's not too much trouble, can you tell me your name? Naruto asked kindly. Hisana Yamanaka, sister of Inoichi Yamanaka and captain of the first squad, she replied with a smile, and Naruto nodded appreciatively. Nice to meet you, Hisana-san, Naruto said with a smile as he set up a few tripwires of his own, attaching kunai and shuriken to another trap to ensure it would be effective against their enemies. Now for the final trick. Naruto, you said you were good at genjutsu, right? Hisana asked quickly as she realized time was running short. They had set up all the traps they could, and this one was going to be significant, likely taking out many enemies. Yes. I can cast some decent genjutsu, but against sensor ninjas, they can barely last a few seconds since they can detect even the slightest change in chakra, Naruto explained, and Hisana nodded in understanding as she performed a series of hand seals. Doton, Yomi Numa, Earth Release, Swamp of the Underworld. Naruto activated his Sharingan and copied the jutsu. Everything was fair in war, and he was eager to learn from his captain. To his amazement, she created an enormous swamp of sticky mud. If anyone fell into it, they would be in serious trouble. It was large enough to ensnare many IWA shinobi. He just needed to execute the proper genjutsu. His hands moved quickly to form hand seals, and Hisana watched in fascination as the young boy performed his genjutsu. Megan, Niju Kokoni Arezu no Jutsu, Demonic Illusion, Double False Surroundings Technique. Hisana was further surprised when the entire swamp transformed into the appearance of the field as it had been before, looking so real that for a moment, she believed it was genuine. How was it? Naruto asked sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Hisana affectionately ruffled his hair. That was amazing. The entire recon squad was hiding in the trees, fingers poised on the triggers of their kunai launchers. Tension filled the air, and a bead of sweat rolled down Naruto's face. He was stationed on the left flank alongside Hawk, while Hisana and the others covered the right flank. Suddenly, he sensed a massive number of chakra signatures, and his eyes widened as he recognized the nature of their chakra. They are coming, Naruto whispered quietly, and the others nodded, preparing for battle. The young Namikaze's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the enemy army. If anyone claimed IWA had a small army, he would have strongly disagreed. Looks like this is the first wave. We've got approximately 100 to 120 shinobi on the right flank. They are being cautious. It would be better if we hide our chakra signatures entirely, Hawk advised, and everyone nodded, stealthily reducing their chakra signatures. Naruto, how many are there on the left flank? Hisana asked quickly. Hawk pointed Naruto toward a large section of Iwa's army that was slowly approaching, now only about 80 to 90 feet away. Wow. There are more than 300 shinobi. They've almost sent an entire battalion of 500 soldiers to show us their strength. Those cave dwellers. Hawk said irritably. Keep it down. It can't be helped now. They are maintaining tight formations, hoping we would attack from all sides. They seem to have a large number of weapons, but I don't see too many swordsmen. Naruto, can you sense any sensor ninjas? Hisana asked tactically. Naruto focused on locating a sensor among the enemy army. Searching through so many shinobi was challenging, but he sensed two unusual chakra signatures on the right flank. Captain, there don't seem to be any sensors in their group, but there are two really strange chakra signatures on their flank. It feels like they are suppressing their chakra. Something isn't right. Naruto said suspiciously, his gaze shifting toward the two shinobi on the far right. Something felt off, and he could sense it in the air. I have a really bad feeling about this, Naruto thought worriedly. Naruto, relay all the information to Commander Fox and ask for further orders. They are nearing the swamp. Once they cross that point, things will get chaotic, Bird said quickly, and Naruto nodded. Commander Fox, this is Recon Squad. The enemy has started moving, and it seems their first wave has approximately 500 shinobi. I can also sense many more signatures behind this wave. They plan to attack us with an even stronger wave after this. Additionally, there are two very strange chakra signatures in the first wave. What are your orders? Naruto reported quickly. Good work. Cause as much damage as you can to the first wave and then fall back immediately. Staying out there any longer will be suicide. Han said flatly. Naruto relayed the orders to Hisana through hand signals as the enemy approached their perimeter, and she responded with silent gestures. Let them come closer. And as soon as they start falling into the swamp, I'll trigger all the traps. Naruto, you two will hold the advance forces while the rest of us fall back to higher ground. Then we'll cover you as we retreat back to the trenches. Clear? Hisana asked quickly, noticing an IWA shinobi teetering on the edge of the swamp. Clear, they all replied. They held their breath, fingers poised on their triggers, tension rising with every heartbeat. And then it happened. A cacophony of terrified screams erupted as nearly 100 IWA shinobi fell into the muddy swamp. What is this? Ambush! Get us out of here. Panic spread across the battlefield, and Naruto felt a chill as he witnessed the chaos unfolding before him. The shinobi struggled in the mud, their chakra being drained, rendering them powerless. This was real war, and he now understood why people despised it. Madness surrounded him, and the horrified screams echoed in his ears. Even though they were enemies, they were still human lives being lost. This had to be done, but it felt horrific. Hisana activated all the explosive tags, and the scene became even more chaotic. Gahey! Help me! In mere seconds, hundreds of explosive tags detonated, and waves of kunai and shuriken rained down upon the helpless IWA shinobi. They were caught in the center of it all, unable to react. Naruto's heart raced as he witnessed the aftermath. The ground was littered with fallen bodies, remnants of the battle strewn about. What is this? He thought in horror, realizing the magnitude of destruction before him. In one swift motion, they had decimated most of the first wave, and he steeled himself for the madness that lay ahead. Now! Hisana's commanding voice rang out across the field, and in an instant, Hawk and Naruto leaped into the fray. As he descended, something shifted within Naruto when he saw the faces of his comrades. They were good people, and he had to protect them at all costs. Naruto, take the right flank. Hawk shouted, and the IWA shinobi were taken by surprise as the two charged forward. Fire! Naruto pressed the trigger of his kunai launcher, sending a flurry of kunai flying toward the IWA shinobi. He lost count of how many he struck, but his Sharingan recorded the chaos as a haunting memory. Each time he pulled the trigger, a life was extinguished. The kunai flew so swiftly that only someone with a Sharingan or Byakugan could track them. The IWA shinobi had neither, and the result was devastating. Bodies fell one after another until Naruto's kunai launcher ran out of ammunition. He snapped back to reality, staring at the 50 bodies that lay just a few feet away. Change sides. Load the last magazine now. Hawk shouted, and Naruto regained his composure. But the remaining IWA shinobi charged at them, their faces filled with fury, intent on revenge. Kill them! Hawk, they're making a charge. Fire your weapon now! Naruto yelled in panic as the enemy closed in. Hawk struggled with his weapon, a small blade stuck in the mechanism, leaving him vulnerable as 3 IWA shinobi lunged at him. Hawk! Seeing his comrade in danger, Naruto acted quickly, firing at the IWA shinobi attacking Hawk. The sound of kunai clashing against the ground echoed as Naruto's attack took out the enemies near Hawk, allowing him to regain his footing. But it was too late. Gah! Naruto gasped as a sharp weapon sliced across his back. He fell to the ground, pain coursing through him, and turned to see IWA shinobi closing in, ready to strike. He attempted to fire his launcher, but to his dismay, it had run out of ammunition. Sheet, he thought angrily, but then a wave of kunai struck the IWA shinobi surrounding him, causing them to collapse. "Get out of there, idiots!" Hisana shouted furiously, firing another round of kunai at the approaching enemy forces. A surge of adrenaline coursed through Naruto as he slowly got back on his knees and performed a series of hand seals. Water release, water bullet technique. Using a significant amount of his chakra, Naruto unleashed hundreds of water bullets that pierced through the enemies, sending them tumbling down. He panted heavily, trying to rise again, but a cold shiver ran down his spine as he heard the command. Charge! Naruto's Sharingan widened in disbelief as an entire wave of 1,000 IWA shinobi charged toward him. Their second wave had already begun as they had overwhelmed Iwa's first wave of 500 soldiers. Suddenly, Naruto was grabbed roughly and lifted into the air. He realized it was Hawk, who was carrying him back to the rest of the squad. "We're getting out of here now," Hawk said firmly, firing the hooks of his 3D gear. But before they could connect, Naruto sensed a strange amount of chakra in the air. He looked up and was shocked to see many exploding tags falling from above. "Incoming!" Naruto yelled loudly, performing a quick set of hand seals. Earth release, mud wall jutsu. A small earth wall formed around Naruto and Hawk just as an exploding tag detonated a few feet above them. Everything went silent, and the bright rays of the sun illuminated his mask. Groggily, he saw the Owl Mask team leader pulling him from the debris. A constant ringing echoed in his ears, and he could barely see Bird and Eagle in front of him, firing jutsus at the approaching enemy forces. It was as if someone had struck him hard on the head. "Where am I?" Naruto thought hazily, but Owl tapped firmly on the side of his. "Naruto, get back in the fight. They're upon us, we have to go back now," Hisana urged. Naruto regained his energy and quickly got back up. He saw Hawk picking up his weapon and was about to help Eagle and Bird fall back when suddenly chains erupted from the ground, wrapping around him, Hisana, and Hawk. "Gah!" They screamed in pain as the chains drained their chakra, sapping their strength. A thud sounded a few feet ahead, and they saw an exploding kunai glowing ominously. Before it could detonate, Bird jumped on top of the tag. In an instant, a spray of debris filled the air, and Naruto's heart sank. "Bird! Slow down or you'll regret it. Welcome to the vanguard, brother. Let's take down some IWA soldiers." Flashes of memories flooded Naruto's mind as he stared at the remnants of his comrade. Bird had sacrificed himself to save the squad. He was gone. The shock barely wore off when a slicing sound echoed, and a head rolled toward them. It was Eagle. A part of Naruto's soul shattered as he witnessed two of his comrades fall in an instant. Their blood stained his body, and he froze, hazily seeing two figures emerging from the shadows. He didn't care, he just wanted this nightmare to end. "It's over," Naruto thought sadly, his shoulders slumping in defeat. However, Hisana was in shock, recognizing the two figures that emerged from the dust and smoke. "We're sorry, young ones," said a deeply apologetic voice. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as he recognized who had captured them. "Tsukumo Hatake," Hawk said in terror. "Mito Uzumaki," Hisana uttered in fear, struggling against the chains to no avail. The two legendary shinobi stood before the massive IWA army. Hisana knew she couldn't let such vital information slip from her superiors. She looked at Naruto. He had just witnessed hell, and two of his comrades had died right before him. There was only one choice. Hawk seemed to be struggling but was fit to run. "I won't let any more of my comrades die here," Hisana thought firmly. With great effort, she lifted both hands and formed a quick hand seal. To Hawk's shock, the chains around him and Naruto fell to the ground. He found Hisana controlling both legendary shinobi with her clan jutsu, but it was clear she couldn't hold them for long. "Get out of here. I'll hold them off. Get this information to Commander Fox now," Hisana said painfully, feeling Mito breaking free from her jutsu. She knew she was no match for the Shodai Hokage's wife and could only delay her long enough for her comrades to escape. Naruto's eyes widened in shock at Hisanna's words, and a surge of anger filled his heart. "We won't leave you behind," he declared adamantly. Hisanna smiled slightly at the affection in the boy's heart. He was far too young, but someday he would understand her choice. "Hawk," Hisanna said weakly. Hawk nodded and quickly picked up Naruto, despite the boy's struggles. "It was an honor to fight beside you, Captain," Hawk said firmly, activating his 3D gear and launching into the air with Naruto in his arms. "But, Hawk, what are you doing?" Naruto screamed in fear, but Hawk didn't respond, continuing to flee. Naruto glanced back at his captain and saw her utter a few words just before the IWA shinobi brutally attacked her. A small kunai slipped from Hisanna's hands, and the next moment, there was a loud explosion and chaos erupted. Tears streamed down Naruto's face as he realized his squad was gone, and he heard the angry shouts of IWA shinobi closing in behind them. Hawk was surprised when Naruto stopped trembling. The next moment, a murderous intent washed over the area, emanating from Naruto. Murderous red eyes glared at the hundreds of IWA shinobi, focusing on the two legendary shinobi whose bodies were still recovering. "I'll make you pay. I'll wipe every last one of you from the face of this earth," Naruto shouted, his voice filled with rage. That day, an Avenger was born. Why? Pure anger flooded his mind. His hands were clenched so tightly that blood seeped from his palms. For the first time in his life, he felt ashamed of himself. Why did she have to die? I'll never see her again. They're all gone. Why did you leave her behind? Naruto asked in a hollow voice, desperately seeking an answer. It was the only choice. It was her or all three of us. She sacrificed herself for both of us. Hawk said remorsefully, and in the next moment, Naruto broke free from his grip and landed on the ground. He attempted to punch Hawk, but the umbu caught his hand before it could connect. "We don't leave comrades to die. Why couldn't we save her?" Naruto asked, his voice trembling with tears. More tears slipped from his eyes. "Because you were afraid." Those words shook Naruto to his core, and his eyes widened in shock. He realized Hawk was right. He had been afraid, and it had slowed the squad down. "Because I wasn't strong enough to protect my comrades." Hawk admitted shamefully, and Naruto understood the truth in his words. Both of them felt responsible for the loss of their entire squad. Because of them, Hisanna, Bird, and Eagle had lost their lives. If only we had been faster, we wouldn't have been cornered, and Hisanna, Bird, and Eagle wouldn't have had to come back to save us. "It's my fault they died," Naruto said defeatedly. Hawk grabbed the young boy's shoulders and looked him straight in the eye. "Naruto, this world is full of lies and deception. As long as there is love, there is hatred. Hisanna gave her life to protect her country and her comrades. There will come a time when we will have to do the same," Hawk explained briefly. He was exhausted from running continuously for 30 minutes. The gas in his 3D gear had run out, and running 7 kilometers straight on Shangshi Hill was no small feat. Their pursuers were regrouping, giving them a moment to catch their breath. "Can this ever end? What should I do?" Naruto asked quietly, and Hawk looked at him firmly. "Use your anger. And become stronger. Anger will keep you going. Until today, you didn't hate the IWA shinobi, but look what they did to Hisanna and the others. They waged an unnecessary war against Konoha, and so many of our brothers died. This is unforgivable. Channel your anger into strength, Naruto," Hawk said seriously. The look in Naruto's eyes changed. "I swear I'll make them pay for what they did to my team. I hate them, I hate every one of them," Naruto declared bitterly, and for a moment, Hawk felt a twinge of wariness as the intensity of Naruto's emotions was palpable. This will at least keep him from breaking down during battle. Hawk thought seriously, but something felt off. Even without his Sharingan activated, Hawk could see the deep-seated anger in Naruto's eyes. It was as if everything he had believed in had been shattered today. The harsh reality of their world had transformed him. Their conversation was interrupted when two birds landed nearby, and they were surprised to see Armin and Ranjiko hopping off and rushing toward them. Ranjaku gasped in horror at Naruto's condition. His body was covered in blood. What had happened back there? She ran forward and hugged him tightly before he could react, tears slipping from her eyes at the sight of him alive. Ranjaku, Naruto said in a hollow voice. The warmth of her embrace felt different, stirring something in his heart. Was this the power of love? Are you two all right? Armin asked worriedly, and Naruto averted his gaze from his friend, instead returning Ranjaku's embrace. Yeah. What are you two doing here? You were supposed to provide air support for the garrison force. Hawk said seriously, and Armin was prepared for this question. We were sent to rescue your squad by Commander Fox. He figured you would need help considering the last information Naruto gave him, Armin explained briefly. Hawk felt relieved that the commander had sent them. He wasn't sure if he could make it back in time. Ranjaku broke the hug and gently removed Naruto's umbu mask. The first thing she noticed was the anger in his eyes, the desire for revenge, and she began to piece together what had happened. Where's the rest of your squad? Ranjaku asked carefully, and she saw the anger intensifying in his gaze. They're gone. Those monsters killed them, and I'm going to make every last one of them pay. Naruto said angrily, and Ranjaku felt a wave of sadness wash over her. I'm sorry. I know you must be in pain, but you shouldn't let so much anger consume you, Ranjaku said earnestly, and this time she saw a look of betrayal in his eyes. You don't understand. I was naive. I thought I could change the world. I believed I could protect my comrades. Look where that got me, Naruto replied adamantly, and Ranjaku began to heal the wound on his back with her medical ninjutsu. This was not your fault. Your squad gave their lives for you, remember that. Ranjaku said warmly, caressing his cheeks affectionately. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as he recalled Hisanna's last words. Don't give up. Naruto realized what Ranjaku was trying to convey. Even Hisanna wanted him to persevere, but he couldn't shake the memory of her brutal end. All that's left of my team is the anger they left me with. The only thing I feel is anger, Naruto said firmly, and Ranjaku sighed tiredly. Is that so? What memories do you have of your squad? She asked straightforwardly. Slow down or you'll lose your mind. Welcome to the vanguard, brother. Let's take down some IW scum. We're all like family. We bicker and argue, but we always watch each other's backs. Don't worry, you'll fit in just fine. Those memories. What were they? His heart felt lighter as he recalled those happy times, but he couldn't forget the moment they died. It replayed in his mind over and over again. No matter what pain comes your way, never give up. Don't let the kindness and love in your heart be replaced by anger. Hatred can blind you, leaving a void in your heart. A void you feel right now, Ranjaku said calmly, and Naruto was genuinely astonished by how deeply the blonde understood him. Not even Mikasa had seen into his heart like this. Why did he matter so much to Ranjaku? I miss them. It hurts so much, Naruto admitted, his voice breaking, and Ranjaku offered a small smile. You still have friends who will help you heal that void. As long as we are here, you won't be alone, no matter what happens, Ranjaku assured him firmly. Naruto surprised her by stepping forward and slowly removing his face mask, causing her heartbeat to quicken. What are you doing? Ranjaku asked hesitantly, but her heart soared when she finally saw his face behind the mask. Thank you, Naruto said gratefully, and the sight of his smile filled her with joy. She jumped into his arms, hugging him tightly. I love you, Ranjaku thought to herself, hoping that someday they could be together. Armin smiled at Naruto's happiness, but one person in the group saw the truth behind that smile. It was the smile of a devil. Naruto Namikaze. You truly know deception. Your hatred is the greatest in this world, and no one can erase it, Hawk observed, and Naruto responded with a sinister grin, revealing that he had not changed. His path of hatred had only just begun. So that's what happened? Han asked quietly, and Naruto nodded. Hawk stood beside him as they recounted the events. Yes. The captain and the others died in the line of duty. We dealt devastating blows to Iwa's army, and I believe they'll attack us at night. Even with Tsukumo and Mito with them, they know that if 5 of us could cause so much destruction, imagine what 27 Blacklight could do, Hawk said with a devious smirk, and Han had to agree with his logic. Commander, how can those two be alive? They died decades ago, Naruto said, confusion evident in his voice. Edo-tensei, Han replied, frustration creeping in. Naruto's confusion deepened. It's a forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage. It summons the souls of the dead back from the other world, and the caster uses these souls to do their bidding. The danger of this technique is that the dead cannot be killed. No matter how much you attack them, they will regenerate. The only way to stop them is by sealing them, Han explained briefly. Minato had warned him and the other commanders about this. There had been reports of Edo-tensei appearing over the years, and so far, only Tsukumo and Mito had emerged. Diamen that Orochimaru. Who is controlling them? Hawk asked curiously. Orochimaru. Then we'll stop him and end this technique, Naruto said with determination, but Han shook his head. Killing the caster won't stop the technique. We need to seal them, and Naruto, I will need your help, Han said seriously, surprising the young Namikaze. I may be strong, but I'm no match for those two. I might not be of much help, Naruto admitted honestly. You're wrong. Tsukumo is a great fire-style user, and Mito is a water-style user, according to the records. I'm a wind-style user, and while I might be on par with Tsukumo in Kenjutsu, I can't compete with him in fire ninjutsu. This is where you come in, Han said sharply, and Naruto began to understand. You want me to keep them busy with my water-style ninjutsu, and when the time comes, trap them with my wood style so you can seal them quickly while the rest of the Blacklight hold off the IWA forces, Naruto deduced, feeling confident in the plan. You've become quite clever, young Namikaze, Han praised, and Naruto met his gaze firmly. They want to use force to destroy us. I will use my hatred to wipe them from the face of this earth, Naruto declared fiercely, and Han nodded in agreement. What was that moment with Ranjaku earlier? Hawk asked, still a bit confused. She doesn't need to worry about me. If I hadn't done that, she would lose her focus in battle, and that wouldn't help us. Nothing in this world can fill the void that Hisana's death left in my heart, Naruto said sadly. Hisana had been the first person to welcome him, treating him like a brother instead of just a rookie. Though their time together was short, he cherished it deeply. Hisana. No matter what happens, I swear I will avenge you all, Naruto thought sorrowfully, his Sharingan beginning to spin ominously. Han observed the boy for a moment. If one battle had changed him so much, what would this war do? He recalled their fight in the Valley of Death, where he had glimpsed Naruto's hatred. One thing was certain. His hatred is far stronger than his love. The more his hatred grows, the more powerful he becomes. I can see it in his eyes. This boy will change the world, either as a savior born from love or a destroyer born from hatred. Only time will tell. After all, Naruto was a descendant of the famed Uchiha, known for their hatred. In a small park in Konoha, a lonely boy walked with his hands behind his back, lost in thought. Itachi didn't understand why there was so much chaos in the world. 5 years had passed, and the war still raged on. Now 11 years old and studying at the academy, he had watched many of his seniors head off to battle, but he had never been sent to the front. He even asked his father to let him join the war, but his request was denied. Konoha needed shinobi right now, but his generation was not being sent to war. You are far too young and in case of an attack on the village, we will need even the help of academy students. This was the vague reason given to him by the captain of the police force, but even he could tell that was not the truth. He hated wars, they only brought misery and pain. His entire family was at the front lines, risking their lives every day. Why was peace not possible in their world? I'll go mad if I keep thinking like this, thought a frustrated Itachi. His sharp ears picked up the sound of crying coming from a nearby corner. He rushed toward the sound and, to his surprise, found a little boy, barely 7 years old, crying. The boy held a small picture in his hand. He looked so familiar, with spiky brown hair and dark black eyes, wearing a small yellow t-shirt and tight shorts, with a small scarf around his neck. Itachi approached and gently placed a hand on the boy's head. The young boy looked up at him, and Itachi saw the grief in his eyes. "Why are you crying?" asked Itachi comfortingly. The boy just looked at the picture in his hand, and Itachi noticed it depicted a couple holding a small boy. On closer inspection, he realized it was the same boy who was crying now. "My dad and mom died," said the boy sadly, and Itachi's heart broke at those words. "What's your name?" he asked gently, wiping away the tears from the young boy's eyes. "Kanomaru Sarutobi." "He's the third's grandson," thought Itachi bitterly. "That means the third's elder son and daughter-in-law have died in this war too." He sat beside the young boy and quietly looked at the picture of the family. For a moment he saw the image of his own family reflected in it. "You still have your grandfather and uncle, don't you?" "You'll get through this," said Itachi patiently. But the boy looked at him angrily. "What do you know of my pain? Have you ever lost your parents?" he shouted. Itachi sighed tiredly. He didn't know how to respond. "No, I don't know your pain, but my parents and big brother are fighting on the front lines. It's been 5 years since I heard from my brother. I don't even know if he is alive. But what I do know is that they are fighting to give us a better future, just like your parents did," said Itachi calmly. Kanomaru looked at the older boy curiously. Everyone around him had said they understood how he felt, but this boy was different. "What matters is the love in their hearts for us, their will to sacrifice everything for us. Your parents gave their lives for you because they loved you more than anything in this world. When you remember how they died, also remember how much they loved you," Itachi said with a kind smile. Kanomaru gave a weak nod. "Nichan, who do you love the most in your family?" asked Kanomaru quietly. "My big brother," Itachi replied. "Even more than your parents?" asked a shocked Kanomaru, struggling to understand how someone could love another person more than their parents. "Don't get me wrong, I love my parents deeply, but the one who truly understands me is my big brother. No matter how much I annoyed him in the past, he always stood by my side, took the blame for my mistakes, and was always there for me. Sometimes I believe he went to war to protect me, so I wouldn't have to face such a terrible thing," said Itachi tiredly, missing Naruto more than ever. A small smile appeared on Kanomaru's face as he imagined what his brother meant to this boy. "I wish I had a brother," said Kanomaru regretfully, but he was surprised when Itachi playfully punched his hand in the air. "Who said you didn't have a brother? You've got the great, famous, genius Itachi Namikaze as your big brother from now on," said Itachi jokingly. In the next moment, Itachi fell flat on the ground, and when he looked up, he saw Kanomaru hugging him tightly, tears flowing freely from his eyes. "Thank you." 2 simple words escaped from the young Sarutobi's mouth, but they were enough to convey the feelings in his heart to Itachi, who gently patted the young boy's head. "Nichan, I will create a world where we all can live peacefully." It was pitch dark, and in a small trench, 27 men stood in battle-ready positions. Hands firmly on their weapons, their minds focused only on the ground in front of them. The earth around them shook violently, and even the moon hid behind dark clouds. If one could say it was. In front of these men stood a tall figure, proudly wearing shinobi armor, with a large sword strapped to his back. The fox mask on his face symbolized his power. Han looked at the 26 young blacklight troopers behind him. No matter the circumstances, he was proud to fight alongside such soldiers, men he could trust, men who would die for their country and comrades without hesitation. The firm sound of marching echoed in the area, and he knew the enemy's entire army was going to attack them. 27 against 3,500, a soul-chilling confrontation was about to unfold, and each of them knew it. He looked at the faces of his men and saw in their eyes the will to fight with everything they had. They would fight until the end. "This war has brought you here today. It will define each of you," said Han in a firm voice, and his men looked at him with respect. "You may be a brother, a son, a father, but tonight you are a soldier. The enemy has given you a war, and you accepted to be here. Each of you chose to stand and fight. Each of you is a hero. One way or another, we will not let IWA take this hill," Han declared loudly, as the soldiers hazily saw thousands of IWA shinobi approaching their position. They gripped their launchers and swords tightly, adrenaline rushing through their bodies. This was it. There will be no room for mistakes. Each of you needs to be willing to sacrifice everything to save this hill. Anything less and you are already lost. I, Commander Fox, leader of the first company, am proud to serve with all of you, said Han proudly. The honor is ours, Commander, the Blacklight Umbu replied in unison. The enemy army now clearly emerged in the open field, and the Blacklight platoon could see what they were up against. The thousands of IWA shinobi stood ready with their weapons, prepared for battle. Han unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the enemy army. Expect no mercy. Show no mercy. The Blacklight troopers readied their weapons, and the energy in the area surged, causing even the IWA shinobi to hesitate for a moment as they faced the 27 warriors with fierce determination. Fight or die. To their surprise, a young Blacklight warrior with a phoenix mask stepped forward, his dark red eyes blazing with intensity. In an instant he performed a series of hand seals. Water release, rampaging water. The ground trembled as a massive wave of water surged forth, sweeping towards the IWA shinobi with incredible speed, demolishing everything in its path. The IWA shinobi were taken aback by the sheer power of the jutsu. A water-style jutsu without any water source. One of them thought in disbelief. Realizing the imminent danger, several IWA shinobi quickly formed hand seals. Earth release, mud wall jutsu. A colossal wall of earth rose up, created by hundreds of shinobi to defend against the oncoming tidal wave. Earth style is stronger than water. You can't defeat us, one IWA shinobi declared confidently, and many of his comrades nodded in agreement. But their confidence shattered as they heard ominous cracking sounds coming from the wall. The cracks spread rapidly, and panic set in as the wall began to crumble. With a final resounding crack, the wall shattered, and the enormous wave crashed through the front line of Iwa's army. A lone woman gasped as she witnessed wave after wave of IWA shinobi being engulfed by the powerful water attack, many swept away in an instant. Mito and Sakumo watched in shock as Iwa's entire army descended into chaos, their leaders struggling to regain control. Tobarama, is that you? Mito thought, recognizing the signature of the second Hokage. This presence reminds me of Naidame-sama. Sakumo mused, sensing the extraordinary power of the Blacklight warriors. What happened next would be forever etched in their memories. The young phoenix-masked Umbu stood atop the massive wave, pointing at the IWA army. Wood release, tree bind flourishing burial. Trees in the area began to shift and twist, ensnaring numerous IWA shinobi as they were bound and buried beneath the earth. Mito's heart raced. She had never expected to see this jutsu again. Her husband was the only one capable of such wood-style techniques, and this boy had executed both water and wood jutsu. The implications were staggering. He must be a senju, possibly a direct descendant of Hashirama or Tobarama. He first crushed the ground with his water attack and then used wood style as the soil became saturated. Ingenious, Sakumo thought, impressed by the boy's skill. Not another step. You are done here, the boy declared fiercely. An IWA sensor detected numerous chakra signatures behind him, and his eyes widened in shock as the entire Blacklight platoon leaped into action. Han led the charge, forming a hand seal that summoned 8 shadow clones beside him. The Blacklight platoon quickly began their own hand seals. Waves of wind techniques unleashed upon the enemy. They shouted in unison, executing a barrage of powerful jutsu. The air filled with the sounds of their attacks as they rained down upon the IWA forces, overwhelming them with sheer force. The IWA shinobi struggled to respond, and in mere moments, many lay incapacitated on the ground. Troopers, eliminate them all. Han commanded, and the Blacklight warriors readied their kunai launchers. A storm of kunai was launched at the enemy, striking down IWA shinobi with ruthless efficiency. The speed of their assault left no room for escape, and in just a few minutes, hundreds of IWA shinobi were incapacitated. First squad. Second squad. Charge! Han ordered, and half of the Blacklight warriors drew their swords, leaping into the air to strike at the enemy forces. However, Naruto's eyes widened in horror as he sensed a massive surge of chakra. Wait! He shouted in alarm, but it was too late. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A torrent of flames surged toward the advancing blacklight squads, engulfing them in an instant. Naruto's heart sank as he witnessed his comrades being overwhelmed by the flames. No. No, he cried out in despair, watching helplessly as many of his friends were consumed. He drew his tanto and rushed toward the chaos, but a firm hand on his shoulder halted him. He turned to see Han's stern gaze, flanked by 17 more blacklight troopers, including Han's shadow clones. The situation had turned dire, and Han's expression darkened. "They are here," he said gravely as two figures emerged from the smoke. The remaining blacklight platoon braced themselves as Tsukumo and Mito stepped forward. Tsukumo's eyes were hollow, as if he were a puppet under someone else's control. Mito's expression was filled with sorrow as she surveyed the fallen around her. "Troopers, you have fought valiantly. Hold off the IWA forces until your last breath. Naruto and I will confront these two," Han declared, preparing for the most dangerous battle of his life. "But Commander," one of the blacklight warriors protested, but Han silenced him with a fierce glare. "Those two shinobi are said to be stronger than the Sannin themselves. Look at what Tsukumo did with just one attack. We have drawn them out. I promise I will stop them at all costs. Do your duty and prevent any IWA shinobi from interfering in my battle," Han requested calmly. The rest of the platoon contemplated the order, realizing that Iwa's army had regained their formation. If the Edo Tensei were to be stopped, it would be up to them to prevent Iwa's forces from disrupting the fight. Hawk stepped forward and saluted his commander one last time. "We'll buy you as much time as possible, Commander," he said firmly, and Han nodded in respect. The young Umbu approached Naruto and playfully ruffled his hair with a small chuckle. "Next time, don't forget the refreshments," Hawk said with a bittersweet smile, causing Naruto to clench his fists tightly. "Hawk, Naruto began, his voice thick with emotion, but Hawk simply poked his forehead lightly. "I know, you idiot," he replied calmly, his gaze hardening as he focused on the advancing IWA army. "Let's make the end memorable, brothers," Hawk declared, and the rest of the blacklight nodded in agreement. Naruto stood there, feeling the weight of sorrow as one by one his comrades passed by him, each giving him a gentle pat on the head. "Don't shed tears for them. If you truly want to honor their sacrifice, then help me seal these two Edo Tensei. That will be the greatest tribute you can offer to your fallen brothers," Han said seriously, and Naruto gave a weak nod. He gripped his tanto tightly and faced the enemies surrounded by Han's shadow clones. In unison, the clones performed a set of hand seals, and a purple barrier rose around Han and Naruto, mirroring the one around their foes. "What is this?" Naruto asked hesitantly. "This is a barrier. It will prevent anyone from entering our battle, even if our comrades fall." "Let's do what we were trained to do," Han ordered firmly, and Naruto steeled himself for the most dangerous fight of his life. Before they could attack, a dark chuckle echoed from Tsukumo, leaving them confused. Even Mito was uncertain about what was happening. Tsukumo was not known for such sinister laughter. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, young Naruto-kun," Tsukumo said in a voice that sent chills down their spines. Han quickly realized what was happening. "Orochimaru, you traitor! You are a disgrace to mankind. Summoning the dead for your own purposes. You are nothing but a coward hiding in the shadows," Han shouted furiously. Naruto understood that he was now speaking to Orochimaru through Tsukumo's body, and he was troubled by how Orochimaru knew his identity, even with his Umbu mask on. "So the one controlling us is Orochimaru? Is he the same Orochimaru who was Tsunade's teammate?" Mito asked sharply. "Yes, Mito-sama, but now he is Konoha's greatest traitor." "Forgive me, but I must stop you here," Han replied flatly, pointing his sword at the red-haired Uzumaki. "Stop us, Commander? We have already died once. We don't want to be forced to harm any more young lives," Mito requested seriously, and Han nodded in understanding. "Are you done? I'm bored. How long do I have to wait to get my hands on the young Senju over there?" Tsukumo, now Orochimaru, asked impatiently. Everyone's eyes widened at those words, but the most shocked was Naruto himself. "A Senju? Stop messing with us," he shouted angrily. However, Han and Mito quickly connected the dots, realizing that Naruto was indeed a senju. That explains his control over water and his Mokutan abilities. Even if Orochimaru is lying, I've seen Naruto's powers. It can't be a coincidence that he possesses the abilities of both senju brothers, Han thought analytically. So Toka's child survived. She always kept many secrets, and so did Tobirama, Mito observed, surprised to see the two Tomo Sharingan in Naruto's eyes. Why do you want Naruto? Han asked dangerously. He is the perfect vessel and the key to my plans. Do you think I sent these two Edo Tensei to help Iwa take this pathetic hill? How naive, Orochimaru replied mockingly. Naruto is a descendant of both the Uchiha and Senju clans, inheriting their traits. Among the brothers, he is said to be stronger than Itachi. If he survives this war, he may become more powerful than any shinobi in this world. No wonder Orochimaru wants him, Han thought quickly. Commander, I've had enough of this nonsense. I'm Naruto Namikaze, plain and simple. Let's do what we came to do, Naruto stated flatly. He's right, there's no time for talk, Han agreed seriously, taking a battle-ready stance. He had to ensure these two were sealed, or his troops wouldn't stand a chance. Oh, you're quite intimidating, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru said jokingly, watching with interest as Naruto glared back at him. I told you before. The time for talking is over, Naruto declared, and in an instant he vanished. Tsukumo drew his sword and parried the attack launched from behind, surprised to find Naruto Namikaze as the assailant. Chains erupted from the ground, binding Naruto's entire body. It's over, Tsukumo said seriously. Mito was taken aback when the Sharingan in Naruto's eyes swirled again, and he vanished once more. Toka. It seems your descendants are as skilled as you in Genjutsu, Mito thought proudly. Wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind sent both legendary shinobi flying back, but they landed gracefully on their feet. It seems you're going to be a nuisance, Orochimaru said, annoyance creeping into his voice. In the next moment, Tsukumo formed a set of hand seals. Han braced himself as Tsukumo completed the tiger seal. Fire release, dragon flame release song technique. A barrage of dragon-shaped fireballs shot toward Han at incredible speed. Water release, water formation wall. Han countered, summoning a massive wall of water that collided with the fireballs, creating a cloud of steam. Han noticed Naruto rising from the ground, impressed that he had managed to strike his opponents with Genjutsu first. His Sharingan was one of the most powerful eyes Han had ever seen. It's no less than I'd expect from the grandson of Tobirama Senju. Now, let's take it up a notch, Orochimaru thought sinisterly. Naruto landed beside Han, both standing back to back, as visibility was obscured by the mist created from the clash of fire and water. Naruto, remember, Edo Tensei have unlimited chakra, so use yours wisely. I'll support you as best as I can, but I need to save my chakra for the jutsu that will seal them, Han said quickly. Yes, Commander. How do you plan to seal them off? Naruto asked curiously, biting his lip in anticipation. You'll see when the time comes. Until then, stay alert and don't let your guard down, Han advised seriously. Naruto nodded firmly. Both of them were taken by surprise when Tsukumo and Mito leaped onto them. Naruto quickly raised his left hand to block Mito's kick, while Tsukumo and Han engaged in battle. Naruto grabbed Mito's leg, attempting to spin her in the air, but she flipped gracefully and aimed a kick at his head. Thanks to his Sharingan, he saw her movements clearly and dodged just in time, backflipping a few meters away. You are strong, Naruto, Mito said with a small smile. The red-haired Uzumaki performed a set of hand seals, only to be surprised when Naruto mimicked her perfectly. Water release, great water vortex technique. Water release, great water vortex technique. The two water vortexes collided with equal force, sending droplets spraying everywhere. Mito realized Naruto had copied her technique flawlessly, which was no easy feat. With great speed, Naruto appeared before Mito and swung his tanto, but she dodged at the last moment, though a few strands of her hair were caught in the attack. Prepare yourself, Mito-sama. I'm not going to show you any mercy, Naruto said coldly. Mito chuckled softly at his words. You remind me of Tobirama. He was always so focused in battle, Mito said nostalgically, but Naruto glared at her. I'm not a senju. The sooner you accept that, the better for both of us, he replied flatly. In an instant, Naruto performed hand seals rapidly, and even Mito struggled to follow. Water release, water severing wave. Mito's eyes widened as a sharp torrent of water sliced across her left arm. Naruto appeared before her, delivering a roundhouse kick that sent her crashing several meters away. Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. He's too fast, Mito thought as fireballs rained down toward her. Naruto broke through the ground beneath her, but chains emerged from her body, forcing him to retreat quickly. Why do you have a Sharingan? Mito asked curiously. If this boy was truly her grandnephew, she wanted to know more about him. Naruto attempted a leg sweep but instead jumped and landed a painful kick to her face, sending him crashing a few meters away. That hurt, he thought, rubbing his bruised cheek. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Naruto was taken aback when Mito used the water around her to form a large water dragon, sending it straight at him. Prepared, he slammed his hands on the ground. Wood-locking wall. A strong wooden barrier surrounded Naruto, protecting him from the water dragon. Mito's keen eyes noticed that he was tiring. Wood style was challenging to maintain, especially for someone so young, and combined with the high-level water attacks he had unleashed, it was no wonder his chakra was dwindling. You should retreat, but not before you answer my question, Mito said flatly. Naruto looked at her, exhaustion evident on his face. He was running low on chakra, while Mito appeared unfazed. This woman was incredibly strong, and with Edo Tensei, she was a formidable opponent. I can't retreat, not until we seal both of you. And my mother is an Uchiha, so there's your answer, Naruto replied tiredly, knowing he had only a few minutes left before his chakra ran out. He would have to rely solely on taijutsu now. The enemy separated me from the commander to stop us from sealing these two. I need to assist him quickly, Naruto thought strategically. Mito was shocked by Naruto's revelation about his mother being an Uchiha. Today, one of her late husband's dreams had finally come true. Hashirama, it seems our children have finally stopped their endless hatred for each other. Your sacrifice was not in vain. Mito thought sadly, a small tear slipping from her eye. Demonic illusion, tree binding death. She smiled slightly as a tree erupted behind her, wrapping around her. In the next moment, she saw Naruto emerging from the bark of a tree, his tanto ready to strike. Futile. Mito sighed, launching a powerful wave of chakra that dispelled the genjutsu in an instant. However, she was intrigued to see a victorious look in Naruto's eyes, as if he had achieved something significant. Vine whip. Hundreds of vine whips wrapped around her, and despite her strength, she found herself trapped. Looking at Naruto, she was shocked to see him collapse to one knee. It seems your chakra is almost gone, Mito commented with a small smile. Shut up, Naruto said, feeling embarrassed. The way she looked at him reminded him of a grandmother teasing her grandchild. Tobirama, he's just like you. You also got riled up when your chakra was low during battles with Hashirama. Mito thought nostalgically. Naruto, you fought well. Now seal me quickly, Mito urged, feeling her consciousness fading. Naruto was taken aback when Mito's chakra surged, and in a flash, she broke free from the vines. What? He exclaimed in surprise, but when he looked into her eyes, he realized she had been taken over by Orochimaru, just like Tsukumo. It seems I underestimated you, Naruto-kun. Do you know how many years I searched for you? Now I finally have you in my sights. Be a good boy and surrender. I promise to be kind to you, Mito said darkly. Are you serious? Naruto asked, sweat beading on his forehead. No, but I'd like to be, Mito replied flatly, and Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. He had to be cautious. Commander, please come back quickly. I've got a situation on my hands. With Han. Han dodged another strike from Tsukumo's sword and retaliated with a powerful punch, followed by a swift kick to the man's face that sent Tsukumo flying through the air. However, Han's eyes widened in shock when he saw Tsukumo performing a very familiar set of hand seals. Summoning technique. A giant dog appeared right in front of Han, and from the looks of it, the beast was hungry. Han quickly formed a set of hand seals, and in the next moment, 4 Earth clones appeared beside him. Formation. See. Han and his clones leaped into the air and dispersed in different directions, quickly surrounding the summoned creature. The dog lunged straight at Han, but he channeled a large amount of chakra into his feet and delivered a powerful kick to the dog's face, sending it stumbling back. Knowing he didn't have much time, Han decided to finish off the summon. He nodded to his clones, and they prepared their attacks. Wind release, Wind Cutter Jutsu. One of Han's clones unleashed his wind-style attack, and several sharp, invisible blades of wind sliced through the dog's legs. The creature fell to the ground, howling in distress. Lightning release, 4-pillar bind. Another clone executed his ninjutsu, causing 4 pillars to rise around the dog, subduing it with jolts of electricity. Lightning release, binding of 16 pillars. The last clone completed his hand seals, and immediately 16 pillars formed a dome around the dog, trapping it inside. Fire element, bisque technique. The real Han performed his hand seal, and flames ignited within the dome. The dog's cries echoed through the corridor, and soon a puff of smoke indicated that the summon had returned to its world. Han quickly performed a substitution to evade a barrage of kunai and shuriken. His clones tried to fight back, but the sheer number of weapons overwhelmed them, leading to their destruction. Tisk, Tsukumo is as strong as ever. I need to regroup with Naruto, Han thought quickly as he formed another set of hand seals. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. A flurry of shuriken was launched straight at Tsukumo, but as expected, the man effortlessly deflected each projectile, showing no signs of being affected by such weak attacks. However, this distraction gave Han the opportunity he needed, and he sensed Naruto's chakra flaring nearby before vanishing in a flash. With Naruto was doing his best to defend himself against 5 of Mito's shadow clones, who were attacking him relentlessly. To say that this woman was tough would be an understatement. He had never faced an opponent like her in his entire life. Whenever he tried to get close, her chakra chains would attempt to bind him, and when he maintained his distance, her shadow clones engaged him in hand-to-hand combat. If it weren't for his Sharingan, he would have been defeated long ago. He dodged another kick from one of her clones and landed a quick punch that dispersed it immediately. However, the smoke created by the destroyed clone was a mistake, as 2 of Mito's clones delivered sharp kicks and punches that sent him flying through the air. I think she broke my arm, Naruto thought painfully, spitting out some blood. The 4 shadow clones charged at him, and he cursed his luck for running low on chakra at such a critical moment. Take the soldier's pills with you. He suddenly recalled Hisanna's words before their mission and checked his right pocket. There it is. Thank you, Captain Hisanna, Naruto said gratefully. Without her advice, he wouldn't have made it this far. However, before he could take the pill, Mito's clones performed a set of hand seals. Water release, rapid crasher. Sheet. Naruto thought in panic as a giant wave surged toward him. But to his surprise, a figure stepped in front of him and performed a set of hand seals in a flash. Earth release, mud wall jutsu. A large earth wall formed in front of the young Namikaze, and the wave crashed against it without breaking. Naruto looked up to see it was none other than Han himself. What happened next shocked him. Han shattered the wall with a single punch, sending debris flying toward Mito's clones and destroying them. Don't fall now. No matter what. Han said firmly, eyeing the 2 Edo Tensei shinobi that had regrouped. See, Commander. Naruto said weakly. Let's end this battle, Han said flatly, but Naruto averted his gaze from his leader. They're too strong. We cannot defeat them, Naruto said, feeling defeated. His left arm was broken, and whatever damage he had inflicted on Mito was healed instantly. We can. Believe in yourself. Come, I'll show you the true power of Commander Fox. Of the first company, Han said confidently. One look into Han's eyes showed Naruto that this man could truly do it. The firm gaze in Han's eyes was enough to inspire Naruto to stand up for one last effort. Slowly, the young Namikaze rose to his feet, took the soldier's pill, and with a painful twist, repositioned his broken hand while suppressing a scream. Naruto. We cannot fight them head-on anymore. They are stronger than both of us. Listen to my plan. Han said seriously, concealing a small seal on his hand from Naruto's view. Naruto stood before Tsukumo and Mito, with Han positioned behind him, quickly performing a series of hand seals. Fire release, burning missile. A massive wall of fire surged toward their enemies, engulfing everything in its path and aimed directly at the Edo Tensei. However, Tsukumo and Mito were quick to respond, executing their own hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Water style, violent water wave. The combined fire and water techniques clashed, creating a thick cloud of steam that filled the air. Pathetic, Orochimaru thought, though he was taken aback by what unfolded next. Wood release, underground roots technique. Numerous roots erupted from the ground, ensnaring Tsukumo and Mito tightly. They spotted two figures rushing toward them at lightning speed. Han and his shadow clone leaped into the air, performing another set of hand seals. Snake, boar, ram, rabbit, dog, rat, birds, horse, snake. As the mist began to clear, Naruto was astonished to see that Han and his shadow clone had successfully captured Tsukumo and Mito. Commander! You, Naruto began proudly, but his confusion grew when Han clapped his hands loudly, causing the air around him to chill. Dead demon consuming seal. He dashed forward, his heartbeat racing. What was happening? Tsukumo and Mito's eyes returned to normal, and they smiled gently. Forgive us, Commander. We are responsible for the death of your men, Tsukumo said regretfully. Mito offered Naruto a warm smile as he approached them. Thank you for releasing our souls, she added gratefully, and Naruto noticed a seal had formed on Han's chest. Commander, what is happening? Naruto asked, his voice trembling, as the mask on Han's face slowly fell away. He saw that Han was quite handsome, with dark black hair and a masculine face, likely in his 30s. But what struck him most was the small smile on Han's lips and the calmness in his eyes. I used a forbidden jutsu taught to me by Minato-sama to seal them. They are free now and won't cause any more harm to our comrades, Han explained calmly, feeling the death god beginning to pull at his soul. A jutsu? Naruto asked in shock, realizing the grave cost such techniques often carried, usually resulting in death. Minato-sama taught me and 2 other commanders this jutsu. He anticipated that Iwa's army would not be strong enough to breach our defenses and that Orochimaru would likely send Edo Tensei to assist in this invasion. This jutsu seals the souls of the caster and their targets in the Shinigami's belly forever. It is a suicide technique, Han explained briefly. Why? Naruto asked, anger rising within him, and Mito noticed the intensity of his emotions. To protect Konoha. And my students, Han replied with a small smile. Then you should have let me perform this jutsu. You are the commander of this company. What will happen to us now? Naruto said bitterly. This jutsu requires years of training that you don't possess. Besides, it is a teacher's duty to protect his students, and this company has a capable leader besides me. He stands right in front of you, Han said gently as the Shinigami continued to draw more of his soul along with Tsukumo and Mito's. He's right. He did this to protect all of you. To save his comrades, he sacrificed himself. That is the mark of a true squad leader, Tsukumo said patiently. Naruto-kun, I'm glad we met. Don't let anger consume you. Compared to your pain, ours would be fleeting. Take care of your comrades and Konoha. We leave the future in your hands, Mito said in a motherly tone, tears streaming down her face. Feeling his time slipping away, Han grasped Tsukumo's clone firmly while his shadow clone held Mito's shoulders. But he had one last thing to say to the man who had suffered so much because of Konoha's mistakes. Tsukumo-sama, you are considered a hero in the village now. Even your son Kakashi sees you as a great man, and he is continuing your legacy as a hero of Konoha, Han said sincerely, watching as Tsukumo's eyes widened in surprise. Thank you, Kakashi. Tsukumo thought proudly, a tear escaping his eye. Naruto, please tell Kakashi I'm sorry on my behalf. I have caused him much pain, and no matter what happens, I am proud of him, Tsukumo said with a gentle smile, and Naruto nodded weakly in response. It's time, Han said calmly, looking at Naruto one last time. Commander, how can I lead a company if I cannot save even one of my comrades? Naruto asked sadly. Because you are the savior of this world. Instead of drowning in hatred, use your power to change it, Han said with a small smile. Naruto's eyes widened in shock at those words, and he looked up to see Han giving him one last smile. Seal. Han, Tsukumo, and Mito shared one final smile before the seal on Han's chest glowed brightly. Tsukumo and Mito's bodies disintegrated into dust, leaving two unknown forms in their place. Naruto quickly jumped to catch Han's body before it could fall. The barrier around him vanished as Han's clones that had been maintaining it disappeared. The commander's body felt cold, yet he wore a peaceful expression. Surrounded by IWA shinobi, Naruto's gaze fell on the bodies of his fallen comrades. Hawk, he said sadly, spotting the young Umbu hanging from a tree. Everyone was gone, and he was left all alone. Let's capture this boy. He must have valuable information. Kill him. Because of him, we lost the Edo Tensei. Various conversations echoed around him, but Naruto's focus remained on Han's lifeless body. I lost everything. I won't let that happen again, he thought angrily, picking up his tanto. The IWA shinobi regarded him with arrogance, closing in from all sides. Give up, boy. Your comrades are down. If you resist, we'll cut you to pieces, one of them threatened. You are all alone, another sneered. In an instant, a kunai pierced through one of the shinobi's heads, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Naruto was taken aback as explosions erupted around him, smoke billowing everywhere. To his astonishment, a figure landed beside him and grabbed him firmly. Mikasa, he exclaimed, shocked at her sudden appearance. How was this possible? He had trapped her in a genjutsu? I won't leave you behind. I keep my promises, Mikasa said firmly as she helped him to his feet. Come on, lovebirds. We are in the hot zone, an urgent voice called from behind them. You can kiss him later, Mikasa, teased another voice. Naruto turned around, his eyes widening in surprise at the sight of Kotetsu, Izumo, Armin, and Ranjaku standing nearby, accompanied by a few birds. You guys! Naruto exclaimed happily. We fight together. We die together. Let's get out of here, Mikasa said gently, and Naruto gave her a weak nod. He glanced back at Han's body one last time, and one thing was certain. Commander, you didn't die in vain. I swear I'll protect them. And I won't let IWA take this hill. The last stand had just begun. The fourth Hokage of Konoha was feared throughout the world. Enemies trembled at his name. He moved faster than lightning and was said to be the smartest man alive. He had the ability to foresee future events, a trait he inherited from his late father. It was this ability that kept Konoha standing in the war against three great nations. Despite heavy losses and low morale, they were holding the enemy at bay. Minato sat in a small, dimly lit room, his eyes fixed on a small screen in front of him. Surrounding him were a few shinobi on whom the future of the Fire Country depended. To his right sat his most trusted Umbu commander, Baku. The man was stoic as ever, but if one looked closely, they could see him struggling to maintain his composure. Minato didn't blame him. Any father would be devastated by the loss of a son in battle. Baku, I'm sorry for your loss, Minato said sincerely, but Baku merely met his gaze with determination. There's no need for condolences. My son died in the line of duty, defending his country and comrades. I'm proud to be the father of Commander Fox of the 1st Company of Blacklight, Baku replied proudly. No sadness, no regret. This man was a true shinobi. Minato doubted he would be able to maintain such strength if anything happened to either of his sons. Minato, what should we do now? The soldiers at Shangshi are leaderless and outnumbered. They'll be overwhelmed. We should send them reinforcements, Tsunade urged. I agree, those kids need help. I can redirect my troops to their position. They would arrive in a few hours. The situation is urgent, Kagami added seriously, and Minato acknowledged both veteran shinobi with a nod. Beside Kagami sat his old teammate, Danzo Shimura, who remained stoic but offered a firm nod to Baku in respect for his son's sacrifice, which the Blacklight commander accepted. What's the status of Hiruzen's company? Are they out of river country yet? Danzo asked flatly. Hiruzen-sama is getting his men out, but it will take another 2 days for his company to reach Shangshi, and his men won't be in top condition. We can't afford to send reinforcements from the 5th Division. We will need them for the invasion we are planning against IWA, Minato stated sternly. Minato, there won't be an invasion if we lose Shangshi. That entire company will be wiped out, and IWA would come straight for Konoha, Kagami said, frustration evident in his voice. Baku stood up from his seat and walked toward the screen displaying the remaining Blacklight forces at Shangshi. You don't understand the situation at all. Those are my soldiers out there. After Han's death, they are facing a grave challenge and obstacle they must overcome. They have trained for years for such situations. If you rush in and we somehow win Shangshi, it would destroy my troops anyway, Baku explained calmly. What do you mean? Tsunade asked, curious. Those soldiers have lost the will to fight. They need to change that. Even if some survive this battle, they will never have the confidence to win. If you send reinforcements, they will become dependent. The enemy fears Blacklight because we are the best soldiers of Konoha. If you save them today, they will die tomorrow. Let them win this battle on their own. There will be arguments, there will be fights, but if they win, they will form an unbreakable bond. They will become invincible, Baku articulated passionately, and the leaders in the room felt the weight of his words. They need a good leader for that. A leader they don't have, Danzo said disdainfully. You're wrong, Danzo. There are good leaders among them. This is a turning point in their lives. Today, they must choose to live as warriors or die as cowards. It's time they stopped being kids and became true shinobi, Baku asserted sternly. Tsunade slammed her fists on the table, making the men flinch at the noise. Fool. Do you have any idea how many casualties they will suffer without our aid? They are kids. Your ideologies will get them slaughtered. Okasama, I strongly urge you to send reinforcements, Tsunade insisted fiercely. I agree with her, Kagami said earnestly, giving his son-in-law a serious nod. I believe in what Baku said, Danzo replied coldly, receiving disappointed glares from Kagami and Tsunade. Minato closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It all came down to him now. As the supreme commander, he had to make a choice. Both sides had presented valid arguments and were right in their own way. His gaze shifted to the young blonde Blacklight soldier on a small bird, and his thoughts became clear. Minato Namikaze had made his choice. Naruto silently watched the sky around him. It felt peaceful at that moment. No screams, no blood, just the wind and him. But deep down, he knew this was not reality. In a matter of hours, Iwa's 1st Division would gather all its forces and make their final charge toward the garrison position. His eyes shifted toward his friends. Mikasa was at the front, calmly sitting on the bird with her 3D gear secured at her sides. To anyone else, she might have appeared to be her usual self, but he knew she was furious. No, she was absolutely livid. He heard a tired sigh beside him and turned to see Armin, who was giving him a disappointed look. Naruto, putting her under a genjutsu with your Sharingan was one of the most foolish things you've ever done, Armin chided sternly. So you know. Naruto replied wearily, rubbing his forehead in frustration. You managed to put her under a genjutsu, but Aoba noticed the minor disturbance in her chakra, and your plan was foiled, Armin explained briefly. Naruto felt a spark of curiosity. He knew Aoba wasn't a censor, so how had he detected the genjutsu? Seeing the confused look on Naruto's face, Armin decided to clarify. Aoba's senses are sharper than most of us in Blacklight, except for Hana's nose. In a way, he is a censor, he just hasn't told anyone. Naruto slowly began to understand why Aoba concealed his abilities. He hid his censor skills from his squad leader so he wouldn't have to join the vanguard, he realized. Armin nodded firmly, understanding Aoba's reasoning. They were all anxious about facing an entire division, and joining the vanguard felt like a death sentence. Naruto, Mikasa is really mad at you. It would be best to keep things professional with her for a while. You don't want to see how she reacts when she's angry, Armin advised cautiously. For once, Naruto nodded in agreement. Mikasa was a good friend, always willing to sacrifice herself to protect those she cared about. But if someone crossed her, it could be a nightmare. How are the others doing at Garrison? Is everything set? Naruto asked seriously. He had promised Han he wouldn't let Iwa conquer Shangxi, and it was time to keep that promise. Mikasa has made all the preparations, but Armin hesitated, and Naruto felt a sense of unease. What's on your mind? He asked flatly. Naruto, the commander's dead. Don't you understand the consequences? We need a new leader, Armin said, frustration evident in his voice. Naruto's eyes widened as he recalled what Han had said. Realization hit him hard. He glanced around at his friends. Ranjaku was offering him a warm smile, while Izumo and Kotetsu looked at him with serious expressions, waiting for his response. His gaze shifted to Mikasa, who had her back turned but was clearly listening intently. He appointed me as the next commander, Naruto said nervously. This time, everyone's eyes widened, and he noticed Mikasa stiffen slightly. What? They all exclaimed in unison. Surprised, Naruto averted his gaze, and moments later, silent tears began to fall. Ranjaku immediately enveloped him in a fierce hug, rubbing his back affectionately. I shouldn't be here. My squad, my comrades, everyone fell, and I was the only one who survived. Every single time, Naruto said, his voice heavy with despair. Suddenly, he felt a rough grip on his collar, and his eyes widened in shock as he found himself lifted off the ground by none other than Mikasa. What are you doing? Ranjaku exclaimed, her tone fierce as Naruto struggled to regain his footing, but Mikasa's grip only tightened. Get him back on the bird. This is going too far, Mikasa. Armin urged, knowing she was angry but feeling this was excessive. Naruto looked into Mikasa's eyes, filled with determination. If you want to give up, I can make that happen right now, Mikasa said, her voice steady, and everyone gasped at her words. Stop trying to hurt him. Kotetsu and Ranjaku shouted, moving to intervene, but Izumo stepped in front of them. Don't interfere, Izumo said coldly, pushing them back and holding them in place. Tension filled the air, and everyone was radiating their energy, but Mikasa remained unfazed, her calm blue eyes piercing into Naruto's soul. I don't care about what you did to me, nor do I blame you for what happened to the Vanguard. If you want to throw away your life in self-pity without accepting the responsibility that Commander Fox entrusted to you, then go ahead. You are not fit to lead this company. I will take that role, Mikasa declared darkly, a smirk forming on her face. Mikasa, Naruto said, shock coursing through him. He struggled to find words. Oh, you think I care about you? I don't. I only saved you because it would make me famous in the village, the Kunoichi who saved the Hokage's kid. But looking at you now, you seem like a worthless coward who should have stayed hidden behind your mother, Mikasa said angrily, her words cutting deep. With each passing moment, she could see Naruto's heart breaking, his expression hardening. A tear slipped from his eye as he gently grasped Mikasa's hand. Don't do this to me. Not you. You're my friend, he cried, anger and desperation mingling in his voice. Mikasa fought to hold back her own tears, knowing this confrontation was necessary. She pushed him back onto the bird and turned to walk away. In an instant, a fierce energy filled the sky, and everyone was taken aback as Naruto glared at Mikasa, his eyes ablaze with anger, the two tomo in his Sharingan a testament to his fury. Was everything between us a lie? Do you think I'm weak? Do you think I can't protect my comrades? He shouted. The rest of the squad watched in shock as Mikasa continued to walk calmly, unfazed by his intensity. Answer me, Naruto yelled, his voice echoing. Yes, she replied slowly. Those words shattered his world. Did she truly see him as weak and cowardly? Everyone glared at Mikasa, except for Izumo, who understood the deeper meaning behind her actions. She sacrificed everything to make you strong, to help you become a good leader. Naruto, she truly, thought Izumo sadly. Words couldn't describe how disappointed he was in the others who were looking at Mikasa as if she were a traitor. His friend was enduring all of it just for Naruto's sake. One thing was certain to Izumo: Mikasa Ackerman was a true friend. At the garrison position, Genma and the rest of the troopers were impatiently waiting for their comrades to return. He was vehemently against their decision to go save the troopers at the front. They would all be dead by now. Even the commander had not ordered anyone from Vanguard to rescue them. It's because of that demon Namikaze. Why do you care for him so much, Mikasa? Genma thought frustratingly. Beside him were Rado, Aoba, Hana, and Anko. They were assigned to guard this position until Mikasa returned with Commander Fox and the survivors. All the preparations were made, but he had a bad feeling about this. Genma, what do you think happened back there? Rado asked hesitantly, receiving an angry glare from Genma. How am I supposed to know? They could all be dead by now, Genma replied harshly. The next instant, two sharp kunai were pointed dangerously close to him, and a determined Anko was looking at him intently, with a furious Hana by her side. If you say something like that again, I'll make you regret it, Anko warned coldly, and Hana nodded in agreement. Bring it on, Genma said defiantly, just about to draw his kunai when Aoba's calm voice interrupted. They're here. But I can only sense 6 chakra signatures alongside the bird's presence. What is going on? Aoba asked curiously, and everyone's gaze shifted to the small bird descending from the sky. The rest of the company watched as 6 people jumped from the bird and landed gracefully on the ground. To everyone's shock, they didn't see the commander among them, which made them very nervous. They saw Mikasa, Izumo, Kotetsu, Ranjaku, Armin. And Naruto? The young Namikaze looked as if he had been through a lot. His clothes were torn in various places, and he bore several wounds. However, what surprised them most was the cold, determined look in his eyes. Oi, Namikaze. Why are you alone? Where's the rest of the vanguard? Genma asked impatiently, but deep down he already knew the answer. Naruto slowly looked at the faces of his comrades. He could see anxiety, fear, nervousness, anger, and many other emotions reflected back at him. He wouldn't lie, what had happened with Mikasa had broken his heart, but it had also made him realize the responsibility he now carried. He had to lead all of his comrades to victory. They fell in the line of duty. If these guys were a little late, I would have fallen too, Naruto said honestly, and everyone's eyes widened in horror as the truth sank in. The commander is dead. Many of the female troopers were in shock. Han was the most powerful soldier in the entire company, and if he had fallen, what chance did they have? We were up against Edo Tensei. It was Tsukumo Hatake, Mito Uzumaki, and the entire IWA division, Naruto explained calmly. Genma grabbed Naruto's collar roughly, disbelief etched on his face. You're lying. The commander cannot die. Why were you the only survivor? You must have fled the battlefield. Genma accused, frustration boiling over. He didn't know what was going on, but he felt that Naruto was somehow responsible for this mess. We are all going to die. We must fall back, they'll kill us all. There is no hope. The rest of the company began to murmur, disheartened. Han had been the pillar holding them together, and to find out that even he had fallen to the enemy shattered every hope these young soldiers had of winning. Naruto looked at his comrades firmly. He had to do something. The commander had entrusted him with their lives, and he wouldn't let that faith go in vain. Today was the day he stopped being a coward and accepted his fate. Today was the day when Konoha's counterattack against the world would begin and he would be at the front. He gently placed a hand on Genma's shoulder. In the past, if Genma had accused him of being a coward, he would have retaliated, but he knew Genma was nervous right now, and his only source of relief was venting at Naruto. Genma. The commander sealed those two at the cost of his life. The rest of the vanguard forces took down over 1,000 IWA shinobi before being overwhelmed. I cannot bring back the commander and the others, but what I can do is fight by your side and lead us to victory, Naruto said comfortingly, and his comrade's eyes widened at his words. Don't you understand, Namikaze? We are outnumbered, outgunned. We cannot win against 3,000 shinobi, and who put you in charge? Genma shouted furiously. This was Commander Fox's last order, and it is the only logical choice. He is the only one among us who has seen combat and knows how IWA fights and their tactics. From today, he is the new commander of the first company, Armin stated firmly, stepping beside his friend. We need to fight and defend this hill, no matter the cost. We cannot let the commander's sacrifice go in vain, Izumo encouraged, stepping beside Naruto and Armin. Come on, are you really scared of IWA scum? If 30 of us can take down 1,000 of them, then 90 of us can send those guys back to where they came from. I'm not going to run like a coward, Kotetsu boasted, surprising everyone when neither Ranjaku nor Mikasa reprimanded him for his language. In it, I kind of miss Shizune, Kotetsu thought embarrassingly as he remembered how the young medic used to scold him for his mistakes, but she was his best friend too. As long as we are together, we can win. I believe in Naruto and all of my comrades, Ranjaku said happily, stepping beside Naruto and gently wrapping her hands around his, offering him a warm smile. Everyone now looked at Mikasa, and for the first time in many years, she felt truly alone. Even Armin was not supporting her. She felt miserable. She had strengthened Naruto's resolve, but in doing so, she had destroyed everything she had with him, leaving her feeling isolated. She was surprised when someone gently hugged her, and she was truly shocked to find it was none other than Naruto himself. Her hands trembled as she returned the hug while he placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. It's all right. Those two words resonated deeply within her, and the dam holding back her tears began to crack, her eyes growing moist. Thank you for everything. Thank you for saving me, for being my first friend, for always having my back. You helped me, guided me, and even scolded me. You were there for me every step of the way. Even if your intentions were for your own reasons, it doesn't matter. I am grateful to you. And I won't abandon you, just like you didn't abandon me, Naruto whispered softly in her ear, and tears began to flow freely down her cheeks. Naruto, Mikasa said, her voice choked with emotion. You may be a little tough, and some of your ways are unusual, but you always cared for all of us. You stood by my side despite my flaws. Even when I acted foolishly, you never turned away from me. You don't need to hide the truth, Naruto said warmly, pulling her into an even tighter embrace. Everyone was surprised by this moment. The two had been silent throughout their journey, and it seemed their friendship had been on the brink of collapse. Yet, it appeared that Naruto and Mikasa shared a bond that words could not sever. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what I did to you. Mikasa began, her voice trembling. I won't lie to you, what you said hurt me deeply. But it also made me realize that I have to stop crying. I need to fight for my friends. And I can't do that without you. I'm foolish, and without you, I wouldn't know what to do. Please come back to us, Naruto said with a hopeful smile, and this time, Mikasa couldn't hold back her feelings any longer, hugging him tightly. I only wanted to help you. But Mikasa started honestly, but was interrupted as the rest of her friends joined them. You wouldn't be Mikasa if you didn't act that way. Please don't scare us like that again, Armin joked. You're amazing, Mikasa. Kotetsu added cheerfully, giving her a thumbs up. You know, you would still consider her an enemy if I hadn't explained why she did it, Izumo said with a small smile, and everyone chuckled at the embarrassed expression on Kotetsu's face. Ranjaku stood beside the others, giving Mikasa a small nod, signaling that they were even now. The rest of the group watched in awe as the friends resolved their issues, seemingly unaffected by the tension. It was as if they were unafraid to face any enemy as long as they stood together. What was different about them? Mikasa looked at the faces of her friends. This was what she had always wanted. Friends she could rely on, friends who would never abandon her. She realized that sometimes she had gone too far. But this time they had forgiven her, and she vowed it wouldn't happen again. I promise you all. I won't do something like that again, Mikasa said sincerely, and Naruto broke the hug, looking her straight in the eye. I'm sorry for putting you under a genjutsu. Even if my intentions were good, I didn't trust your strength. I promise. I won't do that again, Naruto said earnestly, a small smile on his face. Okay, Mikasa replied softly. Now then. Naruto said firmly, glancing at the rest of his comrades who were watching in amazement. He stepped forward and slowly unsheathed his tanto, causing some of the soldiers to tense up. But he pointed his tanto at his friends, looking at the rest of the group with determination. This is what I fight for. This is what all of us fight for. We have come so far, endured so much pain. We lost comrades, but we didn't surrender. We kept fighting no matter the odds. No matter our disagreements, we never abandoned a friend. If we fall back now, we would be dishonoring the sacrifices of the commander and all our fallen comrades, Naruto declared seriously. But we are outnumbered, no. Even if we fight together, there are too many of them, Anko said, her tone defeated. If the commander were here, they might have had a chance. We can win, Naruto insisted, looking each of them in the eyes. Even if you are with us. It is impossible, Rado said flatly, but Naruto's resolve only strengthened as his friends rallied beside him. We are strong. Far stronger than all of Iwa's army. We can send them back to where they came from. Even if we are outnumbered, Naruto shouted, igniting a flicker of hope in some of the soldiers' eyes. Mikasa stepped forward, pointing her finger at the rest of the group, her dark blue eyes piercing into their hearts. You're either incompetent or cowardly. We are the best soldiers in this world. If you fight, you live. Today, we all have to make a choice. Whether we want to be known as cowards who abandoned their posts when our country needed us the most, or as the warriors who defeated Iwa's entire army and became the vanguard of Konoha's victory in this war. Mikasa declared fiercely, and Naruto was surprised to see even more of their comrades gaining confidence. Gunma was astonished by Mikasa's words. If she believed they could win, then maybe they had a chance. Mikasa was one of the strongest soldiers, and even if Naruto could be a handful, he had skills. Maybe. Fool. You really are. Anko said with a small smile, starting to walk towards Naruto and the others. She was soon joined by Hana, Aoba, Rado, and many more. The only ones left were Genma and about 40 others who still hesitated. Genma felt Mikasa's gaze on him, and a faint blush crept onto his face. How could he refuse when such a beauty was looking at him? Darn it. Hey, you guys, were we really trained to let our friends fight alone? At this rate, we will be known as cowards. I'm with you, Namikaze. Gunma shouted, running after the group. I'm surprised he said that. Rado chuckled, and everyone laughed at the light blush on Gunma's face. Yugao remained with a few others, deciding to voice her thoughts. She turned to the 40 soldiers behind her and pointed her sword at them. Cowards! Weaklings! Don't be foolish! Those words shocked the remaining soldiers, and their hands instinctively reached for their tantos. Seeing the determination in their comrades' faces boosted their confidence. They're crazy. It seems this is the only way. Let's do this. Naruto beamed as the rest of his comrades rallied around him. The entire company was ready to fight.